You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and name. Round and round, twist and turn. Watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn. Watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib-turned hole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn. Watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
Hey folks, welcome to Async. It is Thursday. Happy almost weekend. This is new. This is different. Sorry for the slow start. Having some tech issues, figuring some stuff out on a brand new platform. We're using StreamYard. Oh, and apparently I'm left ear only. Thank you, Ray. Let me try to fix that. test. Is this still in the left ear only? Okay, great. Sounds like we're good. All right. Well, folks, yeah, like I said, new platform, new tech issues. But I think we should be able to share screens pretty easily, like on the last platform. Um, so let's see. There we go. Oh, look at that. Okay. I also have to follow all the other channels when I'm signed in on this Chrome account, so the recommendeds will look a little bare for a minute. Okay, I think that should do it for subscriptions for now. Yeah, there we go. Here's some good suggestions. Oh, and there's how I can look at chat. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Hey, folks. Thanks for bearing with this. I'd like to say hey to Professor Hizzle, Slug Racer, Brent, JR, Mallard, Spark, Robin, Opal, Resist. Oh, and apparently I'm super quiet too. Let's try 150. How's this? Is this better? $15% more. Can do. All right. Mic check. 1, 2. Can you folks hear me? Awesome. Okay. All right. So I guess I'll say hey to everyone again since I might have been too quiet to hear. So first we got Professor Hizzle, Slug Racer, Brent, Mallard, Spark, JR, Robin, Resist, Issa Secular, and Jessica, Philosopher, And Sir Equinox and Bible Basher, good to see you all in chat. Thank you again for bearing through these technical issues. I swear this platform's going to be better once we understand how to run it and have everything set up. So yeah, happy almost weekend, everyone. We're almost there to that sweet Friday night, Saturday. Just one more day. Looks like oh yeah, we definitely watched that yesterday. What's a good video? Could start with Dr. Blitz. I guess that's always a good call. Where did it go? There we go.
Are they a man or a woman?
That's going to be a man.
So
With,
a man can get pregnant?
Yeah. And there's cases of this.
Wait,
you're saying,
are you telling
right?
me that a man can get pregnant?
I'm saying that man could get pregnant, sure.
So there are men who can get pregnant? That's crazy talk.
It is. No, it truly is. No, come on.
But you're saying that this is possible? How could that be possible?
You're telling me there's a chance.
So you know what? It sounds like maybe it's 10 or 15% of people on the left think that men can get pregnant. But you know what? At least one person on the right thinks that men can get pregnant now. Anthony BG, how's it going?
Very well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions before we get started?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So first, would you consider yourself MAGA?
Yes.
Okay. Second, if you think that climate change is happening, do you think that humans are the main cause?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think that vaccines that we typically administer to infants, think like the MMR vaccine, the hepatitis vaccine,
B, yeah,
these things, do you think that these are generally safe and effective?
100%. Yes.
Okay. And do you think that humans evolved from non-human ancestors?
I do.
Okay, cool. It's just that's it. So the prompt here is MAGA's anti-science.
Right.
And I don't know if you were here for it, but what I mean specifically is that essentially the MAGA political movement, I'm not talking about individuals, but the MAGA political movement seems to be trying to undermine and disregard science that is inconvenient.
I semi-agree with you. I think the problem I had with the prompt, meanwhile, I should also say, every other prompt you've ever had up, I've agreed with. So this is, just being 100% honest. This one in particular, I think is too broad. I think, first of all, I happen to be a MAGA that is, I think what you're referring to there is the evangelical groups specifically. I definitely would not consider myself anti-science.
Well, I'm not referring to individuals. I'm referring to the political movement as a whole.
Right, as a majority, or...
Yeah, as like general trends. So like for example, if you take so one example, and this is the kind of data that I use, is if you take polling data of the general population of the United States, and then you break it down by political movement for like, how much do you think that we should, I don't know, fund, I'm just trying to come up with a non-political thing, fund the arts, right? And if it were the case that Green Party voters, only 20% of them thought that we should fund the arts at all, but the general population was 50% thought that we should fund the arts, then that would tell me that as a generalization about the Green Party, they're anti-art. Or at least that would be a piece of data that they're anti-art, because they're less likely to support this thing than the general population.
Right. So anti-science. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Anti-science to me is almost like you're saying, say for instance, if I'm a Yankee fan and I don't like the Red Sox, I wouldn't say I don't like baseball. And that's basically what you're saying. You're all encompassing science. I believe in science. I mean, almost.
What was that analogy? What was it even comparing it to? I mean, two baseball teams. Is the caller saying that science and MAGA are like the same baseball teams? I just don't understand how they're trying to apply that analogy.
Completely. Would I give my kid, and I have given my kid every vaccine under the sun? Absolutely. Do I think that these the most recent vaccine had problems? Yes, I think they had problems. Now, it wasn't how their efficacy or anything like that. I think there's some side effects that affected people. But overall, was it a good vaccine, and did it go through the same standards? Yeah. So I don't know what science that we wouldn't believe in.
Yeah, I can be specific.
Okay.
So and to be clear, I'm not saying that MAGA in general is less likely to accept all science than the general population. The claim is that MAGA in general is less likely to accept scientific fact, scientific consensus, and support scientific institutions that is politically inconvenient. So, I mean, like just as far as like political stuff is concerned, like obviously any science that has to do with like trans people, that's obviously going to be politically inconvenient if it is kind of pro-trans, right, for the right wing of the political
That's exactly
parties in
the
the United
topic
States.
I was thinking of.
But also like any science that involves the efficacy of using masks, right? That would be politically inconvenient for the right wing, because the right wing generally has been more anti-masking than the left wing has. If we look, any science that has to do with climate change would be politically inconvenient because the right wing tends to be more pro-oil, more.
All right, we got someone requesting upstage. Let's welcome our first guest on the new platform.
Hello,
Hi there. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, great. And what would you like to be called?
I'm Dominic.
Dominic. Do you go by Dom or just Dominic?
Whatever, or some people call me Sec because that's my pseudonym there.
Okay. Well, Dom, what brings you to the stage tonight?
Well, I was gonna go on this, or I was trying to go on this other channel, which is more of what I would consider my community than the atheist community, but they wouldn't even let me upstage because they thought I was rude when I don't. Anyway, so I thought I'd just come here because I remember I talked to you on objective ethics, and I don't remember her name, but the blonde girl, the blonde woman, talked to her.
Gretchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just looking to hang out on stage. You don't have any specific topics you want to bring up?
Hold on.
All right.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, generally probably whatever topic you bring up, we'll have opinions on, strong opinions.
All right. Well, this isn't really something where we have like a topic that we like just like broadly talk about. It's usually like the guest has a specific thing that they want to discuss, or we'll just continue to react to other clips.
Well, I guess that you mentioned it. I did write, I did come up with a syncretic framework of mythology where I attempt to use mathematical and cybernetic language to explain the state of humanity, where I take myth as literal and try to figure out, or I basically state what it means.
All right.
Using
what is cybernetic language and why is it useful?
Well, cybernetics etymologically means steersman. So cybernetic language is the code which steers civilization the direction that the steersman wants. And the code of civilization is things like religion, myth, laws, money, and this basically programs the people so that they behave in a way that is predictable to the ruling class.
So, did you make up this term, cybernetic language?
No. Well, I mean, I'm using it here. I don't really use the term cybernetic language, but that is basically what it would be. Like I said, the word cybernetic means
cybernetic language is, the theoretical terminology used in systems theory, and an actual scripting language called cyber. And this is all like cybersecurity speak. So, like, if you're trying to coin a new term, you might want to come up with something that's not already in use.
I never said I was gonna use a new term. I use the etymology to apply the word to my framework.
Oh my
Take-
god, he's trying to do plantology. Listen, you can't just take a root and then like add something after it and like it'll like make sense. Like there are etymological roots that like people start using these words for a specific reason, and if you don't have that reason already established, like just like mashing together like
Okay, so
root
let's
with
examine-
a suffix isn't really going to like get you anywhere.
Let's just examine the reason that I stated and ask if that's the truth that we can observe or not. Does civilization function the way I said, by guiding people a certain direction, by inputting basically scripts into their mind to get them to behave a certain way through religion, laws, and money?
Not at all.
Nope.
They don't. It doesn't do that.
No.
Are you
Like
sure about that?
you're treating people like computers and they're being like fed like this, set of instructions of what to do. That's not at all what's happening.
It's not
in reality.
necessarily me. This is how civilization views people.
It is not.
It
Show me a
absolutely-
source. Show me a source where
The source of
civilization,
that-
where a
the
majority of
source of that-
people views
Well,
society
Elish,
as this.
the source of that would be the Enuma Elish and Adrahasis, which are the foundational myths for civilization, which basically state that
The
humanity
keyword myth.
serve-
Myth,
and I
mythology,
I stated
made
that
up
mythology-
stories.
made up stories are required to have civilization. You cannot have
No, they're not.
without made up stories. It's not possible.
Prove that.
Well, this is something that most historians agree upon, and it's even, something
Give
like
me a source.
Noah Harari's book.
Give me a
Sapiens.
source
What I
where
just
most
did, I just
historians agree
just told
on
you-
this fact.
I just told you one of his books, Yuval Noah Harari in Sapiens, basically brings up this point, and he's a person who speaks at big events like Davos, basically the
No.
elite.
Not a single person. I'm talking about a source that says most historians believe this. That's a very big claim. You didn't say some historians believe this. You said most.
That's
What
a
is the
pretty
source for
popular
that claim?
historian. That's a popular historian. That's a mainstream historian. That's a source.
This is just an argument from authority. You're literally committing a fallacy. Now, can you provide me a source that shows that most historians agree on this fact?
I just did.
No, you didn't.
You're
You gave me
denying
a
it.
single name,
Just did, and
and
you're
you
denying.
committed
that I
a
gave you
fallacy
name.
by trying to
We can look at
argue
other
upon their
historians
authority
Like
as an assertion
Irving
of
Finkel.
fact.
Irving Finkel will basically say the same thing. Myths were invented to coordinate people.
Okay, you don't need to give me singular people. You need to give me a
What do you
source that
want?
says
What do
that
you
a
want?
majority, some sort of survey, because surveys like these exist.
Okay,
Like, I could pull up and show you a survey of
that you're starting
scientists
to
that
narrow
agree
down
60% the Big Bang has nothing to do or is agnostic to the idea of time. Okay, that kind of survey exists. I can make a claim about that data and actually bring a source. Do you have anything like that to back up your claim that most historians believe this fact?
You're trying to narrow me down to this technicality about how I said most historians. I provide two historians.
Did
and
you
it's still not
misspeak?
good
You
enough.
can simply say
It's
that
still
you
not-
misspoke. It's fine, and we can move on from it. But until
Okay,
until
sure,
you
but
either take it
I
back
have provided
or you provide a source, I will not grant that a majority of historians hold this view.
I just provided you two mainstream historians.
Two arguments from authority, two separate fallacies. Try again.
I really don't need to. I mean, this is an agreed
Well,
upon
then
fact.
I'm. It's not though.
Yes, it is.
I can just say it's an agreed upon fact that all mythology is fake and has nothing to do with society. It's just an agreed upon fact.
And I
me,
stated
bro.
that mythology. I stated that mythology is fake, but it has everything to do with mythology. I gave
Well,
you.
it's just agreed upon fact that that
Give us
societies don't need stories to grow. It's
Give a
just
source
agreed
for
upon
that.
fact.
Give a source for that. Name one historian. who thinks-
So now you need a source to believe a claim like that?
I'm just-
Interesting.
I'm just using your.
Interesting.
I'm just
Special
using your
pleading?
criteria.
Is this
I'm-
special pleading? This is
criteria.
definitely special
I'm
pleading.
just
So can
using
you
your
give me a source?
I
that-
gave you sources, and
You
you're
gave me
rejecting
two arguments from authority.
the goalposts. Okay.
Do you
No,
understand?
no,
what,
like
what
a
fallacy
source
is?
would be like a paper that one of these people wrote that could be actually looked at.
I
Right?
just
Like,
told you.
what's the
literally said
name of a paper? Not a
say
person.
He gave some vague quote from a book that he wants me to like find a PDF of and like fucking fact check him, and it'll take like 10 fucking minutes. Whereas he could give a
It will
direct
take-
source of
take-
some paper in some page. Give us the exact place that we need to look to
No, I
confirm
don't need
that this
to do all
person
that.
said
I don't
anything like that.
do all that. I don't need to do that.
It's
I
you.
told
It's your
it's
burden
the-
of proof. You're the one that's making the claim
you're
that these
just
people are
trying to-
saying these
You're
things.
trying to push it.
I can
into
just say there are a billion historians
criteria
that
that is
agree
irrelevant.
societies
I
don't
gave
need
you
stories to
It's
grow.
not good enough for you. Well, I'm
I
sorry.
actually have it on authority that there are 9 billion separate historians that agree that societies do not need stories to grow. 9 billion of them.
Oh, really? Because
Yeah.
because there's about 9 billion people out there believing.
There's
in
8 billion. That was the joke. See, I'm running a parody of what you're doing right now.
It doesn't matter. No, you're just talking around my points. I gave
You have no demonstration of your points. I'm not going to grant something that you can't demonstrate.
It's clearly demonstrable. We could see it in every church you go to. Those are people running on scripts doing as the Bible tells you. Are you going to deny that?
The existence of atheists completely disproves that. Not everyone is going to church, so not everyone's getting programmed in this example.
That doesn't disprove that, because that's just one component of the programming. As I said, laws.
You're saying that
money,
all of
other-
society operates like this.
Absolutely, but there's
Okay,
components
so
of society-
then your point fails there, because not all of society is going to churches and getting programmed.
money is a religion and mythology. It's based in nothing.
Prove
Laws-
that.
It says it right there in the document, Modern Money Mechanics, where it basically says that money is a debt note that's printed by the Federal Reserve so that they can basically loan the money out to people with interest rates.
This
that
sounds
they
like
know-
this sounds like a paraphrase, not a direct quote.
What
It
if
is
someone
a
uses the
fair-
gold standard though?
I mean, what? How you just want me to
See,
directly?
I'm not.
quote the book
Yes, we
like from my
need
brain?
to be
I'm
able to
sorry,
verify that
that's
this
not
is a real
how my
quote
brain-
somewhere, and you're not just
I'm
pulling words out of
paraphrasing
your ass.
Book from you. If I mean, if you're just-
Paraphrasing is not
if you're
citing
just-
anything. It's
I
giving your
just
feelings
did.
on
I
the words that you read
literally
earlier.
cited it. Like, what is what? I don't
No,
understand.
you
what your
you
criteria
cited
for
what you were
evidence is.
paraphrasing
I
from,
gave
but
you
you did
evidence
not
of the
give
stories.
us.
I'm
You
telling
did
you,
not
It's
give
not
us the
though.
original
literally
quote.
written by the bank. I don't understand your criteria for evidence. It makes no sense.
Okay, can you give me the definition of a religion? And he ran the fuck away, of course.
Wow.
Can't
Okay.
take the heat, buddy.
It's just nothing he was saying stands up to scrutiny.
Exactly.
I mean, with like
There's
the
zero
lightest bit of
demonstration
scrutiny.
any claim.
Money is the capacity to buy resources. Yes, people worship money. That's not programming. That's just bad parenting. I mean,
All
I
right,
accidentally
Dom.
hit the login button. You were
Okay,
asking a
Dom,
question.
can you define religion?
I define religion etymologically, religare, which means to bind or rebind. And there's two ways to look at this. Either an individual is binding their minds and thoughts to ideas had by other people, or they are binding themselves to some objective truth. And those are the
That's
only
not
two.
what that's not what religion
That
is. That's
absolutely
a
is.
crazy definition.
That's the
That
etymology.
is literally no one on the earth uses that definition besides yourself.
I mean, if you're just gonna say every piece of evidence I give you is not good enough, I don't know what to tell you. It's just there's no point in even talking then.
Because you're making crazy
No,
claims
I'm
and you're not bringing
I'm
anything
literally-
to back it
I've
up.
literally given you nothing but sources. I've given you three
You
separate
haven't
sources.
given me a
I've
single
given you
source.
historians'
No,
names.
no.
I've
In,
given
in
you
order for you
etymology.
to make the claim that a majority of historians believe this fact, you need to give some sort of survey that is surveying the top part of that field to get the professional opinion of the people with the most knowledge. Just naming two separate people and saying that they share this belief, but you don't even give like a source for those quotes. You give a paraphrase. You've only given paraphrases this entire
I don't
time.
have the papers on me, dude.
That's
Like,
not my problem. I'm not the one making the claim.
No, that is your problem.
No, it's your problem.
you are,
The
like,
burden of proof
hyper-specific
literally lays in
points.
your hands.
I'm
If you want
giving
me to
you
believe
points.
this,
You can look
if
into
you
it.
want me to
I don't
believe
have
this, you
spoon
need to
feed
bring the
data.
facts.
It's ridiculous.
You need to bring the
I've
data.
given you the
You
facts,
need to
and I've
bring
given you
some
the
sort
data.
of
It's not good enough for you.
demonstration for these
I
beliefs.
have.
Otherwise,
I
will
have.
not.
I've given you demonstrations.
And I'm telling you, these are not proper demonstrations.
Yes, they are.
You have a flaw in your
I-
epistemic grounding to think that this would constitute as evidence for your position.
I've named you historians. I've named you the
You
document. that
you
tells
you made
how
you
much
made
worse.
two arguments from
literally
authority.
named
You
document how
paraphrase
much
something,
worse.
and we
And
can't
you
even
say it's not
verify
enough
like what
to
page,
explain
what
how much
paragraph you're
worse.
reading
I mean,
from.
this is insanity.
I
This
have
is
no way of
insane.
telling if you're
There's-
lying about your paraphrase. That's
You
the
have the
problem.
internet right there. You can look it up. If modern
You
money
need to give
does
me the
modern
exact
money
page
mechanics
and what book.
No, I
You
don't.
need, yes,
I
you
don't
do.
need to give you the exact page. I just need to tell
Then
you. The
I
book,
don't
what
need
it's
to
from and where
believe
it-
you
what it
because you
says.
haven't brought
If you
shit to
can't
the
look it up-
table
yes, I
except for
have.
shit that's coming out of your
No,
mouth right
no,
now.
No, this
Now,
is.
can you
this is
put up or
just-
shut up?
You're just having an incredulity. You can't. You're just having a.
No, I'm being a
disbelief
proper
of sources that
skeptic.
I'm telling you.
I
No, you're
don't
not.
believe things that I
I
can't
literally-
verify.
You can verify. You can literally verify.
I cannot
everything I've
verify
said.
it with the information that you've given me so far.
Yes, you can.
You've given me
told you
jack
documents
shit.
to look up. Well, this is your problem. Maybe you just don't know how to look shit up.
Maybe
Maybe
you
more
don't know
people
how
would
to
be
keep a
talking about
library of the
things.
shit that you quote.
I told you. Modern money mechanics, religare, sapiens. What is the deal? You're like, oh, name the exact
Modern
quotes.
money mechanics on what
exact page.
page, what chapter, what line in the paragraph.
It's really irrelevant.
No, it's not, because I can't just know the book and you expect me to flip through like 50 to potentially 200 pages to find a quote that you're probably butchering. That's a whole lot of effort
is
for
just a
so
bad-
little
this-
payoff
this-
when
this
you
whole
could
discussion is
be
just bad faith.
specific about your
This- I have-
citations.
I this whole discussion is
Have
bad
you
faith.
have you
This
ever
is how
had
it
to
is.
to
This is
write
how
like
it
a
is talking to
like in
atheists.
a
This is what
senior
happens
English
when you watch
paper
people
or
like
like
this
an
dude on
essay in
screen.
college where
Is
you're
you
required to
think
like
that
read
you're
an
a
article and like make
and you're
proper
not.
citations?
I've given you
Like,
them.
have you
I've
ever heard
given
of the
I don't-
MLA
I don't need
format?
to give you a bibliography. I don't need to give you an MLA format. This is a YouTube video, dude.
No, tell me what the
ridiculous.
MLA format is.
No,
Do you even know what that is?
modern language arts. Modern language arts.
And what does it do?
Whatever, dude. This is pointless. This is a pointless.
It
discussion.
gives you the
Sorry.
syntax for proper citation.
So what?
So what? If you knew anything about proper citation, you would know how to cite a source.
I don't need to cite the source
Yes,
here.
you do. Because the
I
burden of
don't.
proof is on you. You're the one making the claims about these facts.
I've told you the documents. I've told you the people. I've told you the etymologies. If you can't look it up, if you just want to be so bad faith that you just assume I'm butchering it, I mean, there's no point in even having a conversation with you.
Well, it's beyond butchering whatever the arguments you might be citing
All
would
right,
be. What
whatever.
you're saying doesn't make sense.
No,
Right, like,
I
it
think-
literally-
I think it's a you guys problem.
Probably.
Yeah,
But if we can't capture what you're trying to imply, then that's a you problem. It's like if we can't pick up what you're putting down, how is that our fault?
because you just keep trying to move the goalposts. I give you sources, and you want
You haven't given a single
an
source.
MLA format. Like that's the
that
most
was
ridiculous thing I've
an
ever.
example of what a citation looks like. I'm just saying, give me the actual space on the page where I can read this and verify for myself that this is said in some book, and you're not just making shit up and saying a random book in hopes that I won't go and flip through the 50 to 200 pages and do the work in order to verify that what you're saying is not a giant lie.
I don't know. Just I guess is number one bad faith, and number two,
The only bad faith here is
ignorance on your
refusing to
part.
give any sort of source that can be verified.
I have.
You
I
have
literally
not.
have. I literally
Okay,
have.
give
I've
me the
stolen
page, the chapter, the fucking whatever that I can find that quote that you said was in Money Mechanics.
modern money mechanics.
Right. Can you give me those identifiers for
Not
the
at the
quote?
moment. Not at the moment. I can't.
Then I'm not going to believe you. I'm just simply not going to believe you.
Well, I mean, then there's really no
Being
point.
a proper
in having a
skeptic is
conversation.
reserving
There's no point in
reserving
having a
belief
conversation.
until the proper threshold of evidence has been met. This has zero evidence. You've given me zero.
Yes, it does.
zero
I
stu-
don't say I haven't given you zero evidence. That's a false statement.
You've given me claims. Claims are not evidence.
No, I've
Using
given you
claims
evidence.
to
I've
prove the
given
claim is
sources.
circular by
But
definition.
you're too indolent to search it up. I mean, that's not really my problem.
Okay, and now we're going
I'm
ad
sorry.
hom.
Yeah,
Arby, you know, the
whatever.
possibility is that we're just pre-programmed to be overly skeptical. Maybe that's what it is, right?
Yeah, from
They're
watching dudes like the dude on the screen there.
the physicist.
You think Dr. Blaze is too skeptical?
I think all those atheists are.
The
They're
guy
not-
who literally tests the nature of the universe. You think he's okay? No, you're probably right, dude.
Hey,
They
Dom,
aren't no
what shape is the Earth?
Well, the Earth would be a sphere.
Okay, good. Just double checking on that.
Oh, but
And
he's about to
how
add
old-
his hollow. So
How old do you think the Earth is?
I really don't know. They say it's about 4 or 5 billion years old.
Do you trust them?
Not really.
Okay, how old do you think the Earth is, buddy?
I just answered. I said I don't know.
why
If
don't you trust
know,
them?
why don't you trust
people
the
who devoted
experts?
their lives to understanding it?
Because they come from an institution which has been shaped by priests who are gatekeepers.
How did priests gatekeep science? They've
They built-
literally tried to stop scientific understanding for the longest time. Although the Catholic Church finally came around, they've got an observatory and do astronomy and stuff like that. They're not
they've been
complete
doing that.
deniers.
They've been doing that for hundreds of years.
Okay, but we've
they
been looking at the
shaped
sky for longer than that.
But yeah, I didn't say we didn't do that.
But no, go back to how priests and how are they gatekeeping our understanding?
Well,
I mean, they might be
basically,
like slowing it down.
No, they're absolute gatekeepers. And they've
By-
shaped the academic institutions into what they are. You see,
What's the
after-
mechanism? What's the mechanism of
after the
gatekeeping? How are they doing it?
Reformation, when Martin Luther did the Reformation and seceded basically from the Catholic Church and started the Protestant movement, the Catholic Church designed the Counter-Reformation in the form of the Jesuit priests. And one of the ways they did this was through a document called the Ratio Studiorum, which basically said that they're going to take over or institute their ways over the academic institutions. And they basically shaped science through people like
No, you don't get a
Listen.
yada 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 all the way to that. You cited a conspiracy to do so. Can you demonstrate, the data showing that they were able to carry out that task?
Because I'm pretty sure MIT and Caltech would disagree.
Yeah.
I'm
Bell
pretty sure
Labs
their
might have a
history
say in that
departments
too.
wouldn't. I'm pretty sure no history department would disagree with what I just said.
That's again a huge claim. What's your demonstration of that, buddy?
When I
Yeah,
go to
so
work tomorrow, I'll ask the
the
history
Catholic
department. How does that
Church
sound?
basically had full control over the academic institutions of Europe,
I
and they
don't need
spread
a
it out.
recapping of the happenings. Give me like something that cites the happenings. Like where can I verify that like these things actually happened?
The Radio Studiorum.
No, that was the conspiracy, the plan to do so.
That's not
It
as
has
conspiracy. That's an
nothing to
actual
do
document.
with any evidence showing that they were able to carry out said conspiracy.
Yes, they worked with people like what's his name? It's blanking on me right now, but the dude who made
Yeah.
the calculations so they could do the calendar. And then they also worked with Galileo Copernicus. They basically educated Copernicus. They worked with Galileo. And then when Galileo went to prison afterwards, he basically lived out his days on a courtyard in a nice home. But he
Okay,
would
that
talk
has
to people
nothing to
like
do with modern
Christopher,
science.
would talk to people like Christopher Grenbreger, and these Jesuits would basically calibrate his telescopes. They would talk to him about various things like how ice floated on the water or whatever.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm
This
telling
is
telling
no.
you.
What you're talking about is pre-science, right? What you're talking about is curious people who were exploring the world at the time, but the process of science didn't exist back then. It wasn't laid out. There was no peer review. There was no replication. There was none of the mechanisms that they have today. So like there's it just kind of dies there. Like
They
how
were
do you
building it. That's what they were building. You see,
what
their whole goal,
a
as
mechanism
stated
that
by
worked really well to
Christopher,
explain how the universe works? I mean, yeah, kudos.
it
If that's
kind
what
of
they were
does.
building,
It
they
really
nailed
doesn't.
it.
It really doesn't. I
How does
think
it not?
that you're putting a lot of faith in the scientific method, and more importantly, the people who use the scientific method to explain the whole universe. When
Yeah,
really,
because their ability to do that enables them to make predictions about what's going to happen. And those predictions have enabled us to have this conversation because like the NP transistor came out because of our understanding of the physical world, the things that they studied and understood. And those guys at Bell Labs figured out how to make that work for us. So science figured out how to pump electricity through rocks and make them think for us. And somehow the church has restricted that. Some of their priests have somehow limited that capacity. And I'm saying I don't see
what
it.
does it really matter if they're powering the rocks to think for us if they're thinking against us?
Well, they're tools. How we use them is like that.
Exactly.
Now you're going back to
Science
human
doesn't tell
nature.
anyone how to use them.
Does a
morally.
hammer think against you?
No, it's all about the person using it. So science can't tell anyone.
So someone just has a
how to
psychotic
act
break
morally.
and starts hitting themselves in the head with a hammer is about like as far as you could get with like a hammer hurting you from like your own volition. Like our computers are not working against us.
Are you sure about that?
Yes,
Are you
social
seen
media
the
companies
surveillance
may be
state?
using algorithms to keep
Have you
people on
seen
their
the
sites
surveillance state?
longer, but our computers themselves are not doing that. It's how the computer is used was Ray's entire point. So you buy a
I'm
computer,
not denying
you
that.
get it fresh out of the box.
That's
It's
actually
not
the
going to be
point I'm
doing any
trying
of
to
that
make.
shit to harm you.
That is the point I'm trying to make. Science doesn't tell us how to use the computers morally, and if you're only focused on to
Because
predict
science
the future
has
accurately,
nothing to do with morality. That's a philosophical
exactly.
topic.
And when your whole goal is
Say,
predicting the future accurately,
bringing up the
value
fact that
everything
computers
around you.
aren't teaching us how to think morally is a category error by your admission. If it has nothing to
That's
do
not
with
what I
science,
said.
then
That's
science should have nothing to say about that. That's just obviously true. So what's the issue
cannot
with
teach us
science?
how to
Why
act
do you have an
properly
issue with science not being able to
because
give us moral
it's not the
considerations?
end all be all. It's not the end all be all. And a
But
lot of atheists
Nobody
like
thinks
it is.
it is.
Are you sure?
Who made the claim that it's end all be all? Science requires a
Scientists,
supplementation of
engineers.
math for it to even work. You know, language, philosophy. Like these are all non-scientific topics.
And honestly, when you can use science and engineering to make things like the James Webb Telescope, yeah, you can claim to have a pretty big dick. I don't know what to tell you. Right? You're
mean
clearly
those-
you're
you
clearly
mean those
working with some smarts
telescopes?
there.
You mean those telescopes that are just flying out there with all that space debris they say exists and not one thing happens to them?
Well, okay, so
Oh,
the
holy
Webb
shit, you
telescope
don't believe
is
in
sitting in
space?
out at Lagrange,
Wait,
That's-
hold on.
and
Dom,
it
is space
actually
real?
has been
That
hit.
is
Dom?
not even close to what I said, RP. That's so far from what I
Okay,
said.
so why do you think these satellites should be getting plummeted to death? Like, do you realize how big space is?
And the
How
Webb did
much
get hit, by the way.
fucking yeah.
The Webb has been hit, not sufficiently to take it out, but like they knew it was going to get struck. It's the size of a tennis court, and yeah, there's space is big. There's a big distance between it, but there's still shit everywhere, and it's fine. We're still getting great pictures from it. No real loss to the data. We're good. We're doing good science with it, right? We're understanding more about our universe. And you seem to think that like the people who put this thing up there don't know how the fuck it works or what it's telling us.
Oh, that's a good idea, Isa. Dom, have we been to the moon?
I don't think they've been to the moon.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
we got a live one, folks.
so
I mean, it's kind of
Russia
fun. You
Russia
guys treat-
determined
you
that
guys
we went to
treat-
the moon.
you
They
guys treat it like
triangulated
it's
us up there.
mythology. You guys treat it like it's mythology. I
No,
said
it's
I
not
don't know.
mythology.
I said,
It's
Like when I
people were
said
there.
earlier,
There's
I
video
don't know
of it.
how big the Earth is, and you guys were just like, "Oh, you don't know. You don't trust the scientists."
You can
like the
look it
same way
up.
you
That's
don't
the
trust
thing.
the
Like if somebody
police.
asks you, like off the top of my
I'm
head,
pulling up a paper that I can cite right now that proves that we went to the moon because it analyzes the moon dust and its fall rate compared to the movement rate of other people.
you don't
and
even
that,
need to
like-
do that though, RB. I mean, Russia confirmed it. They were our enemies in that space race. They triangulated where the signals were coming from, and they were like, "Yep, they're on the moon. Congratulations, guys." They would not have been keen to say that if we were faking it. Second of all, do you know how many people worked on that project? How many people would have to keep that secret? Hundreds.
He's
of
already a
thousands of
conspiracy
people.
thereist. He doesn't understand.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
those
We'll
points are
dismiss
relevant.
the secret. Let me ask you one last question though about the fake moon landing. If you were gonna fake a moon landing, and you had a budget meeting for your fake moon landing, and someone brought up a 360-foot rocket, wouldn't your hand go up and say, "Why do we need a 360-foot rocket? Doesn't it just have to get out of sight? Couldn't we use like a 200-foot rocket and save like $1 billion?" Why would they do that?
Are
Why
you
would they
really
make a
trying to make? Are you really trying to
363
make
foot
a
rocket?
point about efficient government spending?
I'm making a point about any project, right? Like there is a
I
fucking
live
budget
in
meeting.
California. There's a railroad or there's a railway that they haven't finished in 15 years. They can't budget nothing.
And so what?
I'm done, RBs.
Yeah. So what?
Here-
That's kinda how I
here's a
feel.
here's a
There's lot of
paper.
what you guys are talking about.
Here's a paper. I have brought an actual source that proves my claim that we have been to the moon. Distribution of dust ejected from the lunar surface into the Earth-Moon system.
They did it a couple different ways. They used the tires off of the rover because those would kick up dust, and you could measure the rate that it was falling. There's also the hammer feather experiment where they dropped a hammer and a feather. You could measure that acceleration due to gravity. Same thing. Yeah, no, it's quite evident we were on the moon.
So what did that paper show? That some dust moved?
Yes,
When we
that
shot a
that
rocket
that
up there?
our activity on the moon has kicked up dust.
Okay. That's your source. I mean, I'd do the same thing because really, I think that's a weak source that you guys
I gave you an exact paper. I gave you something you can actually look up.
Yeah, so did I. I just didn't pull it up because I'm not a computer.
Explain how you drop a feather and a hammer at the same time and have them hit at the same time with an acceleration rate not that you would see on Earth. How do you fake that? With 1960s technology.
Are you asking how they do effects for film in the 60s? Like they didn't have it then?
Yeah, that's actually been debunked too. I mean, there's the whole lighting aspect of it. There's so many things that like
There's
you couldn't have done
literally
in the studio.
videos of the film crew on the moon filming them.
Provide those videos.
Yeah, it's not surprising you guys haven't seen them.
Provide the video. There's a private chat where you can actually give a URL.
I'm gonna see
You
if
can
I can
share a
find-
video back there, and I'll put it on the screen right now. Give me a video showing camera crews on the moon.
And please understand that it's claims like this that are making us like be super skeptical about everything you said at the beginning, right? Like thinking that people didn't like we didn't go to the moon is really not doing your previous arguments any favors.
All right. Well, you know,
Here-
it doesn't.
here's
it
another
does
an
nothing to
entire other
invalidate-
paper.
It literally does nothing to invalidate the sources that I provided earlier. What you guys
You never gave a source, bud.
I told you them. I don't need to give you the exact page number or whatever. I tell you the source.
I'm
I tell
not
you
doing
the
your
source.
homework for you.
Look up.
It's your claim. It's your responsibility to prove that claim. Now
I
here
did.
is a
I
paper that specifically talks about
Your guys'
and proves
fault.
that these effects of the moon dust could not be achieved with any sort of special effects back during the time of this mission, back in the 1960s or maybe 1970s.
Well, 69 was the first landing, and then early 70s.
Yeah,
is when they kept
70s.
going. I mean, they did go several times. They brought back rocks. It's just it's really hard to contemplate how you couldn't understand that, right? Like, what do you substitute in there like, other than film special effects, which could have been done?
Let me ask you this: do you think that if you were shrunk down to like the size of a nickel, and they put you in an aluminum tin can in a microwave, that you could survive?
No,
Well, that's what they did with the rocket when they shot it right through the Van Allen belt.
that's not how the Van Allen belt works.
That is how the Van Allen belt works.
Dom,
So the Van
Dom,
Allen
where
belt
where
is a
did
magnetic
you
field that
where did you
directs
study physics, Dom?
It's a layer of radiation.
Dom, where did you study physics or
I don't-
astronomy?
I mean, you know,
There is radiation there, yes.
matter now, doesn't it?
Dom, have you been to college?
I don't need to answer any of these questions.
Yeah, that's a no.
And even, they were getting hit with cosmic rays. They did see those things, like they'd close their eyes and they'd see flashes of light. That was cosmic rays actually hitting them. Had they stayed out there for months on end, they would have probably had some pretty serious issues, but they weren't there. There is some level of shielding in the ship. It's just not feasible that like that's the reason we didn't get there, was some rather weak radiation field. The primary strength of that field is at the poles, right? Because that's how magnets work. They have poles. They direct that stuff to that. And radiation will typically be charged, or will be directed to a pole. So like as long as you're not launching from a pole, the radiation isn't that bad once you get far enough out. It's not even that bad when you're in it. You probably take as much on a few hundred flights as you would get out of going up through the Van Allen belt. It ain't that bad.
All right, bro. That's why the astronauts themselves will doubt if they went to the moon like Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin will straight up punch you in the face if you say he didn't land on the moon. He's done
Yeah,
it.
he has never said that he didn't land on the moon.
Hell yeah. Buzz Aldrin is based. Take one to the face.
Oh, please go tell him he didn't land on the moon. I would oh, please oh, we've got so many cameras. He's kind of old now though. I don't know.
He'd still knock Tom on his ass. I'm sure of it.
That's what solidarity is for.
That's true. Who would who would let someone hurt Buzz Aldrin? Dude's a national treasure. That's the other thing too, right? Like the first people that went there were some of the bravest human beings that human beings have ever made. Right? Like these were test pilots, right? These were people who had lost friends sometimes that week before, you know, like they did one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet. So
And off the planet.
and off the planet. Yeah, no, these are not. It's not your run of the mill. Like I don't know if you'd qualify. I wouldn't. I mean, like I
Remember, they also selected for those that had already had children because they had to worry about nuking their nards.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
So they super duper had a reason to not die.
This is just the myth that I'm talking about. It's like secular mythology.
Demonstrate that it's a myth, bud. Because so far we've
Guys are
brought
talking-
demonstration.
You're talking about them like they're the bravest humans to ever exist, which is a totally unfalsifiable claim.
No one said they were the
s-
bravest.
Yeah, no. Some of, I mean, they sat on tons of explosives and said, light that candle. I mean, it takes some balls.
Bro, I want to see you stay conscious at 10 Gs. I really want to see that. That would be hilarious.
I
Do we
have
get
trouble
video?
at 1G.
Well, and in a quick turn of the conversation, I will say, like, because I was looking at some car things recently when we're talking about acceleration, the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute has recently set the fastest quarter mile and half mile record for a production car. It did a quarter mile in 8.56 seconds at 189 miles an hour, and did a half mile in 12.76 at 231 miles an hour. That is a production car doing a sub-9 quarter mile. Humans are pretty cool when we put our minds to it. That's all I'm saying. We do cool shit. You give engineers toys to play with and a good budget. Yeah, they'll get you to the moon.
Here are the locations on the moon where there are laser reflectors that you can actually point at and get a relay back to Earth. This demonstrates that we walked the surface and we installed these laser reflectors.
Retro reflectors, they're really neat. The way they work is you anywhere, any direction you hit a laser at that retro reflector, it will reflect directly back. So they're really neat how they work. Took a lot of cool engineering to make that a thing, but all you have to do is hit them and that beam will come right back. Because, you know, science.
We could develop an experiment right now to even test this. All you have to get is, a retro reflector compatible laser, and then do the math of how fast light travels and see how long it takes for you to send the initial signal and get a response back.
We could also just do the Eratosthenes experiment where we have holes that we dig with sticks. That would also prove.
Yeah, good old
Just simplicity.
triangulation.
First, kill me.
So what does going to the moon actually accomplish for the people on the Earth?
It advances our knowledge.
Knowledge and technology.
Knowledge.
That's a common misunderstanding about what science, like what good does science do, and when you're talking about these really high level accomplishments or really like deep levels of understanding, without the
I
understanding,
disagree.
you can't start to manipulate it, right?
I
The first step
seriously
is the understanding.
disagree, considering it's the average person who funds these scientific projects for NASA.
Well,
You know how small of a fraction your
Yeah,
tax
that their
dollars
budget
go
is-
to
It
NASA?
really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
it
one
matters a
cent-
super
lot.
duper
Wait,
does.
1 cent. It still is immoral.
It's wait, immoral to give NASA money.
Absolutely. They don't. Well, you don't give them money. They
That's-
just take it
that's
from you.
They
take
don't.
it.
They
Yes,
requisition it and then they
through
get
the
kicked in the
IRS.
balls by like a GOP that doesn't value knowledge.
All right, hold on. Point of production. Speakeasy. How old are you?
How old am I? Is that what you just said?
Yes. How old are you?
Oh, 34.
Okay, great. And you go by Speakeasy.
Yeah, speak easy.
Okay, great. Like, do you have a point that you came on stage to make?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about the the moon landing, and I like this topic. I don't think we actually landed men on the moon.
Thank God, someone get.
Okay, I'll bring up the paper, and I would like you to take a look at this paper and tell me why it's wrong.
So I love this paper. I actually had a conversation about this paper with a janitor this week about how it is definitely true that we landed on the moon. So yeah, he can do very basic calculus and algebra, and thought it was amazing that you could just take this from the pictures of the dirt being kicked up by the tires. I love this paper. Sorry, Arby, go for it.
Yes, I believe I've already shared the link in the private chat. Let me know if that link is not available because you joined later. But I will be more than happy to repost that link. Please.
You said it in the chat
in
or in the private chat?
The private chat
Okay.
should be researchgate.net.
Yeah, I don't see it. It's probably because I joined after.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. I know what we're gonna get into here, but I'll let you talk about it if you'd like.
I have nothing to talk about. Like, it's your claim that you can disprove this paper.
Wait, when you say disprove this paper, do you understand this paper? All this paper shows you is how dirt should react on the moon based on its gravity and everything. That doesn't tell me that video is true. Right, so I can agree.
Demonstrate with
Well, can you
practical
let me
effects.
finish? I thought you were letting me give my.
Demonstrate with practical
I thought you were letting
effects.
me give my.
Listen,
argument.
I'm the host. Listen to me.
I know that, but you asked me for my opinion.
I'm going to go ahead and mute you for a second. Demonstrate to me what practical effects could have been utilized in 1969 to achieve this video. Go ahead.
2001.
Well, you said that what was your question now? Because I was answering your first question, but you want me to answer a new one. Sorry, what was that?
Your claim is that this kind of practical effect could have been, made on some sort of sound stage, some sort of filming stage.
Yeah, CGI's been around for a long time.
Do you
didn't
know
know
what
that?
CGI looked like in the 70s?
Well, publicly available CGI, yeah.
Demonstrate that there was private
was pretty-
CGI that
it was,
was
do you remember
beyond
So
the,
just to be clear, you don't think that there's
Hold on,
there's
hold on.
technology. There's
hold
you
on,
don't think
Ray
that
was
there's
saying something. Hold on.
Do you remember?
So I'm the only one who
the-
doesn't get to finish, or what?
No, I'm just asking. Do you remember the
Wow.
rendering of the Death Star in Star Wars when they did that? That was computer graphics in the 70s,
Cool.
right? When A New Hope came out, that was state of the art computer graphics that they used to display that schematic of the
They
Death
came
Star.
out. They literally came out with 2001: A Space Odyssey the year before the moon landing.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick.
And they didn't have anything like this dust effect. You
Can
need
I
to.
talk or no? You just guys gonna keep telling me what they didn't have, ask for my argument, and then interrupt it every time?
You have no
That's crazy,
demonstration that the
I
analysis
have
here
no
showing that
demonstration.
this is exactly how dust should be falling on the moon. How are they able to achieve that effect on Earth?
If I show you cell phone video of a unicorn that came in my backyard, no one else can give you this footage because I'm the only one with it. But I have it. Are you gonna believe me? Unicorns exist?
No, because cell phones
No, because
only
it's
were
an
available
independent,
with video
non-verified
recording
video, right?
at a time that we had CGI like that. You're claiming that there were
We had.
practical effect technologies back during this
who is
time
NASA funded
that
by?
was able to recreate
NASA
dust
funded by?
falling. That
Who
would
is
require
NASA
like a
funded by?
gigantic vacuum
This
chamber
gish
so
galloping shit.
big
I'm gonna bring you
that
right back
you
to
would
the
need it
point.
to be like literally like 5 feet width of
Uh-huh.
steel thick in order to hold that kind of pressure, in order to allow dust to fall differently than within our actual atmosphere on Earth.
This
Add
guy,
to the
he
fact
just-
that they literally took a mini films like a TV station to the moon with them. Those videos that they got from the moon were broadcast back from the moon, right? It wasn't just one
to
person picking
NASA
it up.
and had to be broadcasted
It
to
was a
television from a screen.
broadcast.
Why
Anyone
didn't
with
they
an
have the
antenna could
actual
pick up that
broadcast of where it
broadcast.
was coming from? Why do you think that? Why did they have to? Why did the news television networks have to film it off a screen that was being sent to them? Why?
I
Why
don't
couldn't they
know.
just
Why weren't the
broadcast it
Russians
live?
the first to
Huh?
debunk all
'Cause it's
this?
a movie production that you all fell for. You're crazy.
Right? Wouldn't the Russians
guys were
have
just
a
talking about
huge
laser
reason
reflectors.
to
That doesn't prove
debunk the
men were-
U.S. during the space
Not
race?
if they can't. Not if they can't do it 100%.
But you can.
Because it would be.
Right.
It would be. I didn't wait. I didn't say. I
But
could
you
do it
and your ilk
100%.
can? Come
You guys
on,
don't
give
even-
me
you
a
guys
break.
don't
I
even-
mean,
you guys don't
the
even
Russians
listen to
have the
anybody.
freaking KGB, and you're telling me a
guy-
bunch of
this guy is
randos on the internet can
insane, dude.
debunk the man? Give me a
Okay,
break.
dude. Okay. Well, listen, if you let people talk.
Hey, we do not make fun of people's identities on this panel. You will apologize.
Gosh, dude.
You will
just-
apologize. You will apologize, or I'll remove you from the panel.
Why? You're making fun of my identity right now.
No, we're not. We're making
Yeah,
fun
I
of
make
your
accents.
ideas.
I like making accents and voices.
Okay, well,
That's
we
my
don't
identity.
do that shit. Goodbye.
That we're making fun of.
I'm sorry that you treated you like that, Adam.
But no, really, I would think that the Russians would be the first to point out the moon landing was a hoax. In fact, I don't. If it,
Right.
in fact, I'm surprised they didn't even try to say it was a hoax anyway.
Because it would have sounded ridiculous.
Wait, Brent, did you think you were on stage that entire time? Is that what you told
I'm
me to stop
sorry, no.
talking over?
No, I accidentally left.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I was in chat and I have thick thumbs, so yeah, my bad.
Got it. So, Dom, do you want to continue defending that we didn't go onto the moon, that we never visited the moon, that we're
I don't really
unable
think
to
there's- I
shoot
don't- I
satellites?
I don't think we're going to convince each other.
Well, I have actual data and papers like that I can pull up here on screen. You have just fucking trust me, bro. Go ahead and give me something that I can pull up on screen, and I'll show it to the audience for you.
Look, I think that RP is really underselling this paper. This paper demonstrates that it was impossible for the video to have been taken on Earth. The trajectory of the dirt particles proves it. So was the video fake? Was the video made like from scratch? Even though it was broadcast live for all kinds of people to see? How does that work?
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm trying to find this.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's good that
I give up,
he's
man.
looking for a source. That's an improvement. I'll take that. Yeah, let's go ahead and just read the summary for the audience. We have analyzed the motion of the dust clouds lofted by the lunar roving vehicle of the Apollo 16 missions. Adopting a simple 2D geometry, we found that the dust followed ballistic trajectories under the influence of the lunar gravity, aka the moon. The gravitational constant of the moon derived from the dust trajectories is within 10% of the expected value. The images used in our analysis are available online for use as supplementary material in physics education.
They literally created an app for you to model it for yourself and for me to teach students. That's how fact this is, dude. It's there. Do you have any reply to this paper? Please.
He's going to talk about how the Catholic Church and
oh Lord
infiltrated the
Oh,
fucking
God.
academic institutions. Like back during Galileo, we had to go through
It
that
wasn't
earlier.
necessarily an infiltration. It was just.
Oh,
they said-
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah.
No. Hey, are there secret documents locked up in the basement of the Vatican?
He dropped.
Of course.
I don't know if it was an
In the
accidental
words of
drop
old
again.
Cenk Uygur, of course.
Jesus Christ. Hey,
Yeah, let's
RP.
not talk about TYT. I do not appreciate them.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of damage to the left cause. All right, Dom, did you find your paper? Hello,
There's a
Dom.
video.
Are you back?
That's the video I got there. The videos seem to change all the time, but there's lots of videos like this one here if you look in the private chat.
Laysai.
What the fuck is this website?
You've never seen BitChute? Man, I don't.
No.
It's like
Tell me why isn't this video found on YouTube? Is it because it's probably been flagged for misinformation or some shit like that?
I mean, YouTube flags things for misinformation that aren't true all the time. You can probably
Demonstrate
find
that.
something like this on YouTube. But I'd say BitChute is just easier to find this stuff on.
Yeah, BitChute is totally peer reviewed, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, did you know what BitChute was before now?
No, because I know what actual sources are.
All right, so we don't
Look
need
at the
to-
publishing journal.
I mean,
What
that's
journal
really
was it published in, buddy?
subject.
Where was it published? What journal? What's the name of it? What volume?
I found a Snopes article discussing this this clip sent.
Nice. Gotta love Snopes when you're at the very bottom tier and just keep on digging.
And that video is in fact available on YouTube. Like it's crazy that you didn't go with the YouTube and you sent me to some fucking like obviously like right wing run copy
Obviously,
of YouTube.
right wing one. I don't even know what to say. to that.
All the suggested videos are like shit about Trump. Like they tried to sell me like MAGA gun apparel, like in the ads that they played. There were 3 fucking ads before the video would even play too. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's one thing
Literally
about
crazy.
I'm going to step off the left now. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for So, I guess you want to do it again.
can see them on wires. You could see there's other videos with them and the camera crew, but that's one where I guess they had a technical difficulty.
Yeah, this is obviously just some sort of skit. Go ahead and read the article. I'll share it in the private chat.
Can I get you to define parody? Do you know what that means? Parody? No? Nothing? How about irony? Can you define irony?
Yeah, parody's making fun of something.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's funny, you know, there's occasionally a copy of The Onion will make it out of the U.S. and people will think that that's real.
We're at ludicrous speed for sure. We're there, man. Yep. Dark Helmet.
Well, my favorite headline still has to be Jesus returns to the NBA.
Oh, so good.
Because of the picture of him dunking was just, it's just epic.
Let's
You
listen
can't
for
fix
this.
dumb.
Let's listen for this Mr. Gorski detail, because apparently this is a reference to a Neil Armstrong related joke come urban legend from the mid 1990s. If they're making a joke that was only relevant in the 90s, there's no way that this footage is from 1969.
Sorry, Mr. Gorski. Sorry, Mr. Gorski.
There it is.
I should just create a Flurf cult and then charge them an entrance fee. Be so much easier. My God.
Well, we believe what we want.
No, we believe what we can prove. You believe what you want.
There's plenty of other videos.
You have broken epistemology. We do not. We have proper
Agreed.
skepticism.
I don't think you even choose your beliefs.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you need a good epistemological house cleaning, man. Like, you need to look at some of your beliefs and actually ask yourself whether you have the evidence for them, because you've gotten sucked into a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit. I'm only up here to argue with RP about morals, by the way.
Well, morals is what I understand the best.
No one's going to trust your input on morals. Your credibility has been shredded.
You see, morality is based in natural law.
Yo, man, I didn't say I was up here to argue with you about morality. I said I was up here to argue with RP about morality. So this is an A-B conversation. Feel free to see your way out of it. Or just keep talking out your ass about morality that you don't understand.
Morality comes from a source, not man, and it is based in the fact that each
So morality comes from God
over themselves. No, it comes from the fact that each individual is responsible for how they act in the world, and therefore they are their own sovereign.
Can I act against my own sovereignty and still stay moral?
No. Yeah, no. Well, depends. You know, there's some people who do this in the form of
Bro, I literally just listened to your whole spiel and I asked you a very simple question. It was a binary. It's a yes or a fucking no. Okay, let's try this one more time. If I violate my own sovereignty, does that mean I am acting immorally? It's either a yes, no, or an amoral statement.
I would
Those are the
think
only
so.
options.
It's only immoral if it affects someone else. If it does not affect someone else, then it would be considered amoral.
Cool, so it's amoral.
Only if you're the one affected. If you're not
Great,
affecting
so
anyone.
sovereignty is the foundation of amoralism.
Oh, I don't think so.
I
Right?
don't even. Okay. Okay, I thought I was following, and now I'm really confused. You said that it's all about the sovereignty of the person. That's what moral is. And I asked you if I violate my own
sovereignty. I didn't. Okay, I didn't understand the way you said it. That's what.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes, it's all about the sovereignty of the individual and how they choose to interact in the world, and they are responsible for how they act in the world. But they have
Right, but if I violate my own sovereignty, sovereignty, then I've committed an amoral act. So the foundation of your moral system is amoralism, right?
Well, the only way, when you say that you violate your own sovereignty, what do you even mean?
As you take sovereignty to mean. As you take it, as you are defining it. I'm granting it to you.
But as far as I'm aware, you can't really violate your own sovereignty. You can only violate the sovereignty of others. I don't see how you can violate your own sovereignty. Then it would be amoral if you're doing something like, if you consider doing drugs, hard drugs, to violate your own sovereignty, but even then you're choosing to do the drugs, or if you consider going to church and believing in a false god and giving donations to some preacher who doesn't care about you.
Well, I feel like now I have to ask you what sovereignty means, because I thought I knew what it meant and I was kind of just granting it to you, but you seem to be going all over the place.
Sovereignty just basically means you own yourself.
Can you say more?
That's really it. You own yourself. You're responsible for how you act in the world.
So is there anything immoral as long as I act within my own sovereignty?
So long as you do not harm others, no. It's all about interfering with other people's sovereignty who is not yours. That's what's immoral.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You're going to have to tell me more about sovereignty, because I'm not quite getting it. You seem to be mixing it up with consciousness or agency or something else, because
it's the same thing. You are conscious. You are a perception that is in control of how you interact in the world. You are sovereign over your own form and being.
So if I was alone on a desert island and there were no other moral agents, because I think that's what you're trying to say.
It doesn't matter if you're on a desert island or if you're in a civilization with millions of people.
How about there's no other people around? If there's no other people around, is it possible for me to commit an immoral act?
If you start messing around with animals in ways that is not necessary for your survival, yes.
How?
So, like, I wouldn't be allowed to eat worms because
like
worms
I said,
are conscious.
In a way that is not necessary for your survival. So you're just
And
out
again,
there
who's
trying to-
around the judge?
I don't know. I kind of feel like you should be vegan,
Why is
man.
your survival more important than the animal survival?
Well, it's just veganism is technically the most moral way to eat because it does produce the least amount of suffering. Although I'm not vegan because I just haven't made that transition because it's a very
do
tough.
we know plants can't suffer?
I reject that. Plants can suffer.
I'm pretty sure they do suffer, but the thing is that
Then how is veganism the most moral if they're still suffering?
because I said it produces the least amount of suffering.
I don't subscribe to utilitarian ethics.
It's not
it's like day one, like baby's first ethical framework.
It's not nothing I'm saying is utilitarian at all.
Yes, you're trying to
literally
reduce
saying-
suffering.
Yeah. Look, I never look, man. Yeah, you are. I'm sorry. It's true. Yes, it's utilitarianism. Never trust a utilitarianism, man. They run people over with trolley cars. It's not cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how I literally say my morality is based in natural law, and you're still calling me.
You literally demonstrated utilitarianism right there.
In this one aspect, but nothing else. I'm talking about eating something that's necessary for survival.
Can you
that
give me like
unfortunately inflicts suffering. So
give
I'm
me
saying
like a rundown on what you mean by natural law.
natural law are the conditions or spiritual laws, just like physical laws like gravity, that govern and rule the behavior of beings who can understand the effects their actions cause in the world.
What are spiritual laws?
They're basically laws that we can't measure with our scientific instruments we can measure it with our physical senses, but it's more of an intuitive thing that we come to
Can you give an
understand.
example?
And it's also, well, for example, there's actions that are against natural law. So I'll name 3 of them, for example. Coercion.
No, we're talking about spiritual law. I don't need to know about natural law. Like, what's a demonstration of acting against spiritual law?
I'm telling you, coercion.
No. You said there's a
assault.
natural law.
Yeah.
That's based in spiritual law. So which is it? Is it natural or spiritual?
Both.
No.
Yes.
Are you saying that spiritual law is a subset of natural law?
There's no difference between the spiritual and natural. They're the same thing.
It's from God,
Yeah,
bro.
that's a blunder.
It's from God. It's the natural law. We got it. Sweet.
So hold on. What was the point of invoking the term spiritual?
Yeah, no, that actually makes it a circular definition. You specifically cited natural law when you were trying to define natural law.
Yeah, so if we actually etymologically trace the word nature,
No way.
it comes from the Egyptian word neter, which means the breath or the breath of life. That is what spirit is. Spirit is the breath.
Wait. Oh,
Wait,
so
no, I just-
nature and spirit are synonymous?
I'm sorry, what?
So natural and spiritual are synonymous?
Yes, that's what I said. That's the
Okay.
third time.
All right. I saw that coming.
Right, and so the definition you gave was circular. That what you gave as a definition does nothing to define what natural law
literally
is,
gave
because
you
you
the
invoked
Egyptian
natural law
etymology.
within, or spiritual law. It does nothing to describe spiritual law because you used spiritual law within the definition.
I'm telling you, there's no difference between spirit and nature. And because you
And I
describe
don't
Western
grant that.
philosophy,
I
because
super
you
don't
think
grant that.
because
All right,
you think
hold
that
on. Point of production. We got a new person coming to the stage. YC, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, and you prefer to be called YC?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And what brings you to the stage?
Just joining open panels.
Did you have anything to say on the current discussion?
I actually don't know what the current discussion is. I think I heard Breath of Life.
Okay. All right, Dom, go ahead and give us the more an actual definition of spiritual law that
I did.
doesn't
Well,
end up being completely circular.
Nothing I said was circular. I gave you
my
I
God.
gave you the etymology from Egypt and their spirituality on what the word nature means.
An
It's
argument
synonymous
from
with the word
etymology
spirit.
is a fallacy.
No, it
buddy.
is not. That's literally there's no fallacies in using etymology to understand language. That's a fallacy.
Well, if he's going back to the Egyptians, are we supposed to worship Ra then?
No, I would say Ra is actually the bad guy, and Apophis is the good guy.
You mean the
Religion
ball
has
of fire
done a
in the
very
sky?
good job of flipping the scripts, of making the God bad good when really he's bad, and the devil good when he's really, or bad when he's really good. Like the Bible does this, clearly God's a monster in the Bible.
Have you read Aleister Crowley?
I've like one book.
Which one?
It was one about a magician. It tells you about rituals and the stuff.
The Magical Diaries, was it like green?
No, it was black. It was only like probably like 80 to 120 pages. It's been a while since I've read it.
Was it the Book of
Yeah,
the Law?
I don't remember. I don't remember what it's called actually.
All right, well, I was wrong about that having an influence on this. What were you saying, RP?
Oh no, I was just putting the etymological fallacy on screen for the audience edification.
I feel very edified by your edification. Thank you for edifying me.
Well, yeah, isn't there just
I
like a
live to
broader?
edify.
Isn't there just like a broader? It's like just like the definitional fallacy in general, or something like that.
The exact
Argument
word
from
fallacy.
definition fallacy, yeah. I don't know what to say. You're lost, bro. So, RP, are you a moral objectivist?
No, not at all.
Ah, shit. Well, never mind.
Oh, wait, yeah. Sorry, I'm a little high right now.
All right. Well, I want to.
You didn't say moral realist, and so like my brain just fucking it's like, nope, that's not it.
I said moral objectivist, and moral realist is the same thing. That's cool. I'm down to grant that. Okay. Can you demonstrate the is-ought gap, please?
Yeah, but you got a great argument.
You
for
mean
this.
like
You
how
wanna
it?
take that?
You mean like? Wait, are you saying that like?
Who are you asking on the panel?
I'm asking RP right now.
Maybe we should ask this.
Remember A, B, C? Remember how that worked? No? Missed that? Okay. Yeah. Are there moral oughts?
Well, can you demonstrate that the is-ought gap actually exists?
I think that should be the null position.
You think a positive claim should be the null position?
I think when it comes to the is-ought gap, yes, because we only have a demonstration for naturalism and not whatever morality is linked to as an actual ought. That would be some sort of idealism or transcendental category, which does not exist.
I don't grant that.
You don't. Wait, hold on. You don't think there's any type of transcendental whatsoever?
None. Zero.
And what do you take transcendental to mean?
Anything that does not have physical or material existence.
No. Well, okay, that's not how like. I mean, I actually don't know much about Kant, but that's not how like people who talk about transcendental arguments for morality are using it. It's just that it like lies above the things it applies to. So like, think like, I mean, think of any bad tag argument, right? And they're saying, God's the necessary precondition for, I don't know, logic or something.
Yep.
So that's obviously not demonstrable. That's obviously not something you could falsify. That's obviously like definitional. I'm going to call it definitional hijinks, right? Well, but there are certain things that I would think like do kind of transcend over other things, but like transcendental doesn't. This is what precepts do that's so annoying is they like equivocate or they conflate things like transcendental, universal, and primary to the world and fundamental to the world. Now, what I guess I could also call or be more specific in stating is that, like, you know, there's potentially these quasi transcendental things, and what they would be doing is they would be like something that, because of how we do actually identify what we consider an agent, we're going to see what the necessary and sufficient conditions for an agent to even be an agent are. And that's where like RP and I are going to go, is like, it's going to come across or be translatable or comparable to some type of transcendental argument. But the thing about this versus like God is the necessary precondition for knowledge, the thing about this is we agree on the definition of agency and what agents are and what they need. Whereas we'll never agree with the precept on the fact that for any intelligibility to be in the world, God is a necessary precondition.
Should we maybe, like, you know, establish a definition for agency just to make sure we're starting on the same foot?
Yeah, but like maybe one of the more important things to stress though is that like we do agree on the definition of agency, and then like where it's really going to come down is like, you know, how willing are you to like say that we can even, you know, be sure of this epistemic claim that we know what an agent is, and therefore we know what an agent needs, and therefore we know what an agent must value. Like what I typically see this break down to is like, oh, well, that's just like your preference to prefer agency, but any preference you could have would invoke the agency. And so I don't know, like, I guess that's just my 2 cents on where like the split always happens.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily has to go down to existential nihilism. I think you can easily stop something like physicalism because it is the minimum set of assumptions and therefore the most parsimonious.
I don't think we disagree there.
Yeah. So
I simply define agency as an entity's ability to set and work towards goals. Does that sound okay to you, Brent?
Under the assumption that everything is material and everything is deterministic, so it feels like it, but not really. There is no actual agency.
Well, that might be another breaking.
Of it.
That might highlight another breaking point that we're going to have, because like I'm some type of like compatibilist or something.
Same.
I think that physical facts about the brain underdetermine actual mental activity. So like, even if I don't really know if I tie myself to just like staunch physicalism, but even if I were, I think that if I were being like, and I'm not trying to charge anyone with dishonesty or anything, but if I'm being honest with myself, then I think that the physical facts about the brain do fail to determine all possible mental actions or states.
I reject that on the basic observation that there's macroscopic effects. And so when you take it down to that small of a level, where it literally is quantum mechanical effects, because that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about truly random affairs, there is no reason to believe that that affects the rest of what you think, what you feel, what do you experience, or what you choose. It feels to me, as a physicalist, like choice is an illusion created after the fact by a brain that wants to maintain a narrative. That's what personality is. It's just the human condition.
So do you reject emergent phenomena?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like, just because it reduces down to the physical doesn't mean that there can't be some sort of, you know, not necessarily non-physical, but like non-deterministic,
like sparrows, right? Sparrows when they group
arises
and they
from
yeah,
you know, complex systems being built
right.
upon
Yeah.
complex systems,
right?
So,
Like sparrows,
sort of like cellular autonoma. Like, have you ever messed around with Conway's game of life?
Yes. Can I give you a simpler example?
Sure.
The sparrows, as they fly, they form certain patterns and move in waves and things like that. I'm sure you've seen videos, right?
Yeah.
That's an emergent phenomena of the birds. The birds aren't programmed with that. It comes out of the birds because of how the birds are, basically.
Or because they used to be fish.
I mean, sure, the exact same thing works in fish, but it's an emergent phenomenon. So I don't deny that, but the emergent phenomena that we see is our label for the pattern that exists. We are pattern-seeking machines, right? That's what our brains do. So what we are as quote-unquote rational agents is overly describing patterns that we see. So when you say emergent phenomena, all I hear is, wow, that's a really complex primate brain finding a pattern, because patterns are naturally observed as emergent in nature, just because that's the way nature is.
Okay, so then how do you know you're not improperly wired in a way that doesn't allow you to correctly seek the patterns that you think you are confirming?
Corroboration with other people is, for the most part, how it comes down to in reality.
But those other people could have the same sort of flaw in wiring. Like the entire human race
Yeah,
could have
of
the
course.
same flaw in wiring.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so then how do we objectively determine that, like,
This
you
is
know, our
solipsism.
pattern
This
seeking
is solipsism.
is truth affirming?
This is the route to solipsism. This is why I say stop
still,
at physicalism.
This still assumes other entities outside of yourself.
Well,
how do I know those other
This
entities
isn't
exist?
solipsistic in any way, shape, or form.
How do I know those other entities exist?
Now
But you
you're
don't
the one
think
trying to
there's-
take into solipsism.
Because this is where your argument naturally leads.
No, it's not.
Okay,
well,
then ask
so
it a
here-
different way, please.
let me try and give an example of what I think would be a decent analogy to what I would be trying to describe when I'm saying that there are possibly underdetermined phenomena in like mental states that might not be reducible simply to like physical states of the brain. So like if you think about like and this is, I guess I'm gonna get a little weird here, but like if you think of like those Japanese wok pans and how they coat them in oil, and if you were to pour some water in there and heat it, the water would not mix with the oil. Well, maybe in like with enough rigorous stirring it would, but the water wouldn't mix with the oil, and the water would kind of bead up as it heats, and then it would be able to slide around in these like bead forms, and then that would be influenced by the way you tilt the pan and how much you lift or don't lift it off the fire, right? And so like the beading, the direction, the amount of oil that's in each water droplet, this will be variable and like almost unpredictable. And like I'm sure, you know, with a perfect necessitarian deterministic like supercomputer or in that world with a supercomputer mapping it, yeah, you could probably determine how all of that would play out. But like just the way that those ingredients don't predict all of those outcomes is kind of what I'm saying could be the case about the brain or the mental states on top of the brain, even though it is a physical world.
Just real, what outcomes are you talking about? That was very vague. What outcomes
like
are you
what
referring to?
how you feel about perceiving something, how you choose to react to it, whether you actually go through with the action or just like have the will that doesn't lead to the action, right? Like a lot of those things seem underdetermined to me by the physical like substrate. I hate that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think that presupposes your argument. You're automatically building in that you want the ability for free choice to exist. Therefore, when I feel like it does exist, therefore it must exist, therefore it must have existed before. So I feel like this is very, again, I'm not trying to straw man. That's just what it feels like to me.
I think that's fair, but I don't think that's what I'm doing. I think what I'm like, so maybe this is a question that's relevant right now. Do you think that it is impossible that one possible world and another possible world could have identical physical facts, but have differing mental facts?
No, that would not be possible.
Okay, like I just, you know, and even if it's based entirely on our intuitions, I just do not share that intuition with you.
No, if every single particle in one universe had the exact same quantum state as every other particle in another universe, they would be identical universes by definition. That's how we know how far apart universes are spaced. Like if there is an infinite universe that just continues on beyond the boundaries of the CMB or whatever, and like forever and ever and ever, and you can just travel, just statistically, we know exactly how far you would have to travel in order to encounter a literally identical world.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I just don't think that that's entailed by all identical physical facts. Like, so
Because you assert a mental transcendental category, which you and I disagree on the existence of transcendentals.
Well, that wouldn't be a transcendental, that would be an emergent property. But because I'm not saying that
every emergent property is a label that we put on it. It's apes seeing pattern recognition. That's all it is. The mind is a concept that humans came up with to describe something physical that is happening. The mind, it doesn't exist. The mind is just a concept humans came up with.
Well, I think, well, okay, that, I mean, that I agree. I guess I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, it could just be that like we're usefully sorting the physical, and I'm calling that mental, right? But what I'm more describing is that like emergence seems verified to me because we have things like water molecule or H2O molecules, and then we have. I'm not
denying emergent properties. I'm saying that emergent properties are patterns that we're seeing because the natural world is built on shit-like patterns, because apparently that's how stuff works. It's just the physical thing, and the physical things are purely deterministic. So the mental whatever is just a label, and it would be the same label if you ran the same program over again with the same physical matter.
So are you like think like everything's necessary bottom to top, like all of the stuff? It couldn't have happened any other way.
I have no idea what necessary means.
Like, just couldn't have been any other way.
I have no idea what that means either, because there might have been a multiverse that started in the original thing. There might have been an infinite number of universes with all sort of mathematical probabilities, including those that are non-logical. So I have no idea what necessary means. I really don't.
So this would mean like if any world existed that was like or just a world, like ours is a world and there's another world, right? What I'm asking is like, if the initial conditions were such that they were in our world, would everything be identical in every way?
Yeah, that's the same question as before, because we have a calculation for how far we would have to travel in an infinite universe to run into our exact copy.
Right. No. Well, I feel like we're kind of talking past each other.
We are. Yeah.
I'm like right now I'm struggling to clarify or try and dissect why. Because I feel like you think all things were determined from the state of affairs that, like, say, like the Big Bang, everything we've seen after that.
I'm a big believer in the B theory of time. So all possible universes are all predetermined, would be more of what I would describe it as.
Are you sure that's entailed by B theory?
I believe so, because when you look at it, it's all possible timelines. And so when you step outside of it, it's just, you're looking at a slice through.
Does B theory say all possible timelines, or just like all possible moments in time?
Yeah, I don't. When you say all possible timelines, that implies to me that time could like behave or have played out differently.
Well,
because you said,
sorry, I thought that something. Yeah, no, it's fair. No, I thought something entailed by the B theory was that you had to assume the multiverse hypothesis, where quantum mechanics every single time
The
the
Copenhagen interpretation.
no, the other one, the multiverse hypothesis, not the Copenhagen.
Many worlds like Schrodinger.
Yes, many worlds. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Not
Yeah,
multiverse.
okay.
I apologize. Yes, many worlds hypothesis. I thought that was entailed by the B theory of time. If I'm wrong about that, then my apologies.
Right. So my understanding of the B theory is just that like, you like throw out like think about like that Thomistic like Catholic stuff, and they're saying like there's this state of potential and there's a state of actual. Like think about that, and then like throw that away. All moments are actual. Like the ones we're going into, the ones we came from, they're all equally real. It's like if we were moving left and right on the x-axis, the whole axis is still real. It's just where we are, or something. Well, and we is relative. I hope I'm not butchering that. I don't know. Which what I'm saying is that it wouldn't entail like all possible timelines. Like when we say possible, it kind of sounds like we're talking about like things that like logically make sense if something had changed in the timeline. And the timeline, I guess, would be the block in its entirety.
I don't know. I'm out of my depth. This is where we need somebody who actually knows some fucking physics.
Yeah, I'm science ignorant. Like, well,
I'm not science ignorant, but this is honestly, this is above my pay grade at this
I
point.
only know enough physics for an engineering degree. So.
Well, maybe like okay. I'm not like. I like necessitarianism. Like I've read a bit about it and I like it. And that's like, I would say something a little, depending on the person or the framework, that's something I think a little more forgiving than like hard determinism. So then like what would you say that like your interpretation of ethics is, knowing like, and how does it like couple with the fact that things are all predetermined? No, just by the physical facts, not by like, but see, again, now I'm escaping the predetermined because I'm saying like, maybe we could react differently. And if I'm saying maybe we could react differently to this outcome, whatever was determined by the physics, then I seem to be begging the question against you that it's not determined. I don't know.
No, I think there's a pretty easy out. I'm a moral nihilist. There is no ought. Doesn't exist. So morality is just a thing that humans do, and thankfully we get better at that. But the reality is that we create ethics because we create ethics. It's just a thing that humans do. In the end, we don't know. So we have to act like we have agency. And that sucks because you can't prove it. But we have to act like it. We have to act like there are actually moral agents.
Okay.
What other choice is there?
No, I see. I mean, I agree if it were the case that the world is entirely determined, but I'm like, I mean, I disagree with that. But even if it was the case, like we would have reasons, right? Or like something we could identify that would say we should rehabilitate this agent or whatever we're calling this.
So did you say it was good that we evolve morally?
I didn't say that. I don't think.
No,
I mean, I did. Yes. Yeah, I think it's good. Yep.
And what's your stance on that?
It seems to be what makes the most people and the best ideas.
Well, you called yourself a moral nihilist, right?
Yep. It seems to be what makes the most people and the best ideas.
Why would you call that good?
Yeah, I don't really have a good reason.
I think you do.
I think it's pretty arbitrary. It's just something that I personally like.
I think you have a good reason.
All right. Well, make my
You
argument
could
for me.
you could even appeal to like utilitarianism.
Yeah, but again,
Just
utilitarians
you know,
run over people with fucking trolley buses, man.
yeah, I think it's easily escapable for sure. But all I'm saying is that
All right.
like you could find
Yeah, I gotta
some
go
kind of,
take
like-
out my dog. See ya.
Okay.
Oh,
good talking to you, Brent.
Yep. Thanks for coming up, Brent. Hope we can continue this discussion, sometime next week, or even this weekend. Or maybe he's just muting and he'll be right back. That'll be peachy.
True.
So
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I kind of babbled there, guys. So feel free to.
No, I was just going to say I've been searching YouTube for just this dumb little voice clip because he said, "Well, this is going to get really weird here," and there's this great clip of George Duke, the jazz pianist, like giving a lecture about dissonance, and he says the phrase, "Now we're going to get really weird here in a second."
Nice.
So,
you know who I should quote more is what's his name? Red Nile. He does like the experiments in his garage. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Nile Red. No, he
Nile
doesn't
Red.
do
Nile Red,
it in his garage anymore. He like has a whole like laboratory.
I think that's actually his garage. Yeah. I mean, that was my interpretation.
There's another YouTuber that's similar to him. That's Explosions and Fire, and he has like a more in depth like chemistry channel called Extractions and Ire. But like he's actually out of like a rundown garage.
Yeah, dude, I have a soundboard in one of my Discord servers, and it's got a shit ton of Nile Red, and like there's this one where he's like, "I bought a gun," and then he just slams it on the table. You can hear him slam it like a case or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he says, "And today I'm gonna use it." It's so funny, dude. He's such a funny dude.
He is. I used to watch him on a podcast with oh geez, I'm gonna forget the guys. Backyard Scientist and William Osmond. They used to do this podcast together called Safety Second, I think.
That's funny. That's a funny title. Do you like Vsauce? I love Vsauce.
I love Vsauce, yeah.
And the aesthetic with the music is just incredible, dude. Did you see that he's selling vinyls of the Vsauce music?
Oh, that's pretty dope. I'm sure it's out of my price range though. They're called Safety Third actually, so not even Safety Second.
Nice.
I'll throw that channel on the screen just because like I feel like they're worth sharing. They're pretty big. They have over 200K subs. Oh yeah, Alan Pan is also a pretty frequent host. He used to be on MythBusters.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he was like the junior crew of MythBusters before they kind of just I don't think they got canceled. They just kind of like got tired of it and they didn't want to continue. But yeah, see there's Nile Red in this one from a month ago. Nile Red and one from 2 weeks ago.
Dude, one of
7 days ago.
You got to watch the Nile Red or whichever like channel it is.
Yeah, he has blue and red, and then the troll did the Nile green, and it was like AI Nile, but it was like, today I built a nuclear bomb.
Oh, nice. That's funny. But there's a really good Nile Red or whichever channel it was for him that has he makes purple gold, and it's like infuriatingly hard.
It is. 2
Oh,
years
that's
ago.
it. Yeah, that movie. That video is so funny, dude, because he gets like frustrated and like the turnout's actually pretty decent, but it's a really funny video.
Look at that ring. That's a nice kind of lavenderish gold.
Yeah, purple's my favorite color, so this one stuck with me.
Hell yeah. Yeah, now Red's great, and like it's pretty informative too, because like he discusses like every step of his like experimental process, and he like keeps in all of his failures, so you can see like what went wrong, why it went wrong. All right, Brent jumped off the panel, so I don't think he's coming back tonight. But yeah, that was. I feel like that was a fruitful discussion. Unfortunately, we lost Dom, so we can't ask more about natural law.
Yeah, I really wanted to hear, because he said something that when I was driving home, he said something that struck me as odd, and he said like, he said something at the very beginning where he was complaining about like how religion has been manipulated or whatever. But then when you guys brought up Blitz, or he was on the screen or whatever, and then he was like, just like this guy, and then you guys were like, you mean like there's a problem with how skeptical Blitz is?
Yeah.
And then he said something that stuck with me. He was like, yeah, all the people in like these atheist spaces. And so that told me that while he's complaining about this like conspiratorial structure of religion, he himself is not an atheist.
Yeah,
and so I wanted
that's when
to.
you asked me in chat to ask him if he believed in God, right?
Yeah, I was like, I want to hear where this goes.
Yeah.
And then, but I drove too slow. I didn't speed.
Well, if I recall, he came up saying he had gotten kicked from several lives. I believe something he referenced when he first came up.
I did not kick him from this live, so he does
No.
not get to say that he was kicked from here. He simply
No,
dropped.
when he came in, he said, I joined other panels that seemed like-minded, like with me or whatever. And then he said, but then they said I was rude and kicked me or something
I
like
don't
that.
think he was rude. I think he was just like bad faith because he wouldn't provide like any sort of demonstration of his claims. He made countless fallacies left and right. Like,
I mean,
literally no like epistemic grounding. Like he needs to seriously retool his epistemology.
Yeah, welcome to humanity.
A Phil fetus.
I mean, not really even. He's just a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. I was about to ask him about vaccines efficacy to see like how far down the conspiracy rabbit hole he was. He at least wasn't a flat earther though, which I found interesting. Like he's not a flat earther, but he also doesn't think that like we have spacefaring capabilities.
Oh, dude, you just reminded me with the vaccine thing because of the Dr. Blitz and Deathless thing. You just reminded me about that. I got 16 minutes of Deathless just rambling, and I was gonna memorize all of it and like turn it against someone, but it didn't save, and I was so mad, dude. I sat there and listened, and I was like, this is gold. He was doing all the like omni-objective, omni-tautology shit, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna memorize all this shit, and then nope, didn't save the video, so I just fucking failed today.
As like a kind of Hail Mary, feel free to like shoot me a link on Discord if there's something like going on that you want me to scrape, because I've got scrapers that I just run in the command line.
What do you mean? Is that like it could scrape a video on the internet?
Yeah, like if it's happening live, I have a tool called YT Archive. It's mainly used for YouTube, but it's still compatible with TikTok and Instagram and Facebook.
Oh, no way. That'd be sick, because I don't want to put this shit on my phone. I want to do it on my PC.
Yeah, and it's not just like some stupid like screen recording. Like it actually captures the stream data and like.
What is the name of it?
YT Archive.
Is this are you doing this on Linux?
No, just in Windows.
When you said, didn't you say you do it in terminal or something?
Yeah, in the command line.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. For some reason that translated to terminal. in my
Yep.
brain.
That and YT DLP is also good. It doesn't have as strong as live ripping capabilities, but like any sort of like streamed media that like isn't happening live, it will allow you to rip directly.
Nice. Thanks for that. Thanks for those.
Yeah, of course. Always share my secret sauce.
Yeah, it's like I use my phone to play like old video games sometimes, so I have like no storage left.
Do you have a RetroArch?
I actually don't. I use specific emulators for each console.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like so well versed in a few of them that I just don't bother with RetroArch because like I have a version of RetroArch on a Game Boy that I built that has a Linux or I'm sorry, it has a Raspberry Pi CM4 Lite that has 4 gigs of RAM. So it's like this little Game Boy chassis, and it has the CM4 and an SD card with the operating system installed on it, and I can emulate everything up to Dreamcast on like a Game Boy shell.
I was going to say that could probably run Dolphin.
It might run better than Dreamcast because the Dreamcast has like I only have one core for Dreamcast, so it's like I just haven't really like messed around with the cores for RetroArch, so I'm not sure like because some of the cores are actually named after emulators I use like on my phone and my computer still. But so I know what those are and how and what they do and like their compatibilities, but I don't know a lot about RetroArch itself and like where to get cores and stuff like that.
Yeah, might require some binaries that like you're supposed to have like own the system, like to have like a license to use. So I'm not going to specifically talk about where to get those binaries, but yeah, just like
You talk about like the BIOS.
yeah, BIOS binaries.
Yeah, I have PS1 BIOS that I downloaded like years ago because I've just kept moving them from emulator to emulator because I already had them on a drive or a laptop or something. I guess that's just funny to think about. It's like SCSH1001.bin. Like I've had that file for so long.
It's probably enabled a lot of gaming.
I actually watched this video today.
Oh hell yeah! So you'll have some input on it.
Yeah, it's I mean, all of Monkey Boy's shit is funny because he just dog walks everyone.
Like I honestly think Monkey Boy's a little tighter on his philosophical arguments than Ian is, but he's just not quite as big. As much as I love Ian.
Yeah, they're like dead even for me. Ian has this like intuitive approach where he's like more natural language, and Monkey Boy just like dissects words and like takes no word sliding whatsoever. And I'm really like I find that really appealing, but I think that they both just like function in different ways.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Oh, we got another person requesting to the stage. Yeah, Samos Funk, are you over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. And what do you like to be called? Samos Funk? Samos Funk?
Yeah, Simos is all right. Yeah.
Simos. Okay, what brings you to the stage, Simos?
Oh, you were just talking about Monkey Boy.
Oh, you enjoy Monkey Boy?
I enjoy some Monkey Boy. That's
Let's
for sure.
go. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah, dude.
And I also like the fact that you can get access to pal talkers through there as well sometimes. Like Josh, the Realistic Nihilist, I think he's called, and Strike, and a few of the others that he has.
Oh, you're talking about is Josh's Flenser,
Josh.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Flenser a lot. He's funny.
Yeah, me too. Me too. He's a good guitar player as well.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
I've been playing guitar for like over 20 years, so I'm gonna have to. I like to listen to whatever Monkey Boy likes music wise, and I'm just like if like he's this goated on this shit, you know, he's actually like he's convinced me to watch One Piece, and so I'm gonna do that. But holy shit, it's like almost 2,000 episodes or something.
One Piece
is
of what?
so fucking long.
Oh, that's the name of it. Okay.
Yeah, it's anime.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, it's too much for me. There's a certain time you've just got to say, well, no, I'm a boomer or a Gen X as it happens. But
Hey, man, there was anime for us too.
you said 20 years. I've been playing guitar for over 50 years now.
Oh, damn. Okay. Then yeah, you got me beat on age.
Wait,
Well,
nobody-
yeah,
are
but
you
that's
Gen
nothing
X?
to do with. Yeah, I am. Yeah.
No, nobody. Are you Gen X?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, I'm in my mid 30s, so
Okay, so you're a millennial.
I don't know what that means.
You're,
Yeah,
you're
millennial,
millennial as
sure.
fuck, buddy. We're
Yeah,
millennials. Because like you said like they had anime for us, and I thought you were referring to yourself as a Gen X.
No, I meant like as old as like the late 70s and like early 80s.
Okay, that's fair.
But like you know, that only like I wouldn't have even attained that. I watched that when I was like way older, or I mean, you know, as a child, way older, at like 13 or something.
You know, I grew up like Toonami hitting like, you know, that right late childhood area or early adolescence area. But also like Sailor Moon was like playing on, I want to say WB Kids at like 6 a.m, and so I'd like sneak down just to watch Sailor Moon. And one day like my dad came down, he saw me, he's like, "Why are you watching this gay shit?"
Whoa, dude, it's a bunch of chicks. Whoa, dude. Yeah, Sailor Moon actually isn't that bad. I think Tuxedo Mask could have been way cooler. Like he was like cool, but in like a way that like didn't really make sense to me.
Well, he always showed up and did nothing and would declare that he like helped the situation. That was like the irony of his character.
He would just like throw a rose, and there'd be this like like dramatic like this weird collapsing of eyelids effect on the camera, and then the rose flies through the air like almost like a kunai knife for a ninja or whatever. Yeah, he could have, with the hat and stuff, like he could have looked way different and been way cooler. But the show besides that, it's pretty solid for the time, dude.
I appreciated it. But I love silly anime like that. Like Hamtaro was like my jam. You know, Bo.
Yeah, I watched Hamtaro. I know that other one's name, but I'd probably struggle to remember like a scene or anything.
It had a dude with like a blonde afro, and he used his nose hairs to like attack.
Oh, I heard you talking about this. Was that today or
that was last night probably?
Okay, yeah.
Fooly
I actually
Cooly? Did you ever watch?
Yeah,
Fooly
Fooly Cooly is dope. The music is really good. Have you ever listened to like all 7 discs of Cowboy Bebop's soundtrack?
Yes.
It's like all by one band called the Seatbelt. Well, and then probably like guest people, but the Seatbelt. Sorry. The Seatbelts. Dude, the way that they play jazz is like so iconically good while still being like catchy, and you know, maybe the show reinforced that I'm never going to forget those songs, but like that, those 7 discs of an album are literally like some just truly incredible music, and it's for an anime. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Jessica
Jessica agrees.
Cowboy Bebop's OST is like one of the top things that's ever been written when it comes to music. I mean,
Oh, the
That's
song
jam.
Tank alone.
Oh, Tank is so sick, dude. Yeah, Shampoo's really good too, but I think the Cowboy Bebop the vibes just like for some reason work better for me.
Mallard, how you doing
Hi.
tonight?
I'm alive, so I'm doing good.
That's wonderful.
Again, better than 99.9999% of people. So
Of all
can't
people who
complain
ever
too much.
existed. That's fair. That's fair.
I will say you don't know that though.
Fuck, we could have been made 6,000 years ago. You're right.
No, we could have been made last Thursday.
That's true. That's also true.
Just imbued with memories of the past.
What do we not know?
Well, I was just referring to we don't know, like, I don't. Every so often you hear somebody say like, "Oh, any day above ground." I'm like, you don't know that, right?
What if the mole people have a sick ass society?
They could have a cool society, you know. Like we can't find them. They're just so cool. They just keep hidden. It's like, fuck, they're just gonna corrupt their shit.
Care. That's why they keep the surface dwellers out.
They also don't threaten to nuke each other every other day. So listen, they're like, keep the wars out, guys. Keep the wars out. Keep them up there.
Well, yeah, being a mole person, like you can't really nuke a mole society like very easily. You'd have to like sneak it in.
Well, I mean, we got the Nuck bunker buster bombs, and you just dump a bunch of those. That's what we'd have to do. It'd be pretty hard.
Of those and then a nuke.
Yeah. Well, kind of like Russia did to close a gas leak that they had. They dropped a nuclear bomb.
No way. On like a natural like gas field or something.
If I remember right, and it's been a while since I've like read about it. I don't know if they actually did it.
Russia nukes to stop gas leak.
It's the problem with so much of the information coming out of there.
It's a lot of random shit. Yeah, Soviet engineers detonate a nuke miles underground to put out gas leak. It's great. It's a gas well fire. It's great.
USSR used nuclear bombs to stop gas well blowouts. That's like, I don't know. I feel like that's using a pile driver to like hammer a frame into a wall.
It makes sense why they did it. It is an extreme like overkill, but I think they partially did it to test. So okay, there was some theoretical things about using nuclear bombs for construction a bit before this. And I think they did it to test if construction would be a viable option for nuclear bombs. And, well, it worked. So who knows? Maybe they'll try it again.
Or like atomic or what, hydrogen? Because
I believe it's just an atomic.
Okay. Because those
hydrogen would be definitely overkill.
Well, you can control the size, right? It's just
but to put that much effort,
you need the atomic to sort of detonate it, but you can keep that kind of small. The point is like the advantage of hydrogen is the hydrogen bombs annihilate everything, and you don't get the radiation. You don't get the radiation.
Yeah, they'll probably
fallout.
That's probably what they would actually use for construction.
Yeah,
hydrogen.
Because like I'm just like if they were using atomic bombs at the time for that, then they would just irradiate everything, and that.
Oh yeah, well,
useless.
The reason why Japan isn't irradiated to hell with our two bombs is because we dropped them and blew up in air. For construction, you have to kind of blow them up on ground, so they have the actual clearing effect better. And yeah, that's just gonna cause it to be not usable for thousands of years. So, not exactly great.
I don't know. Have they let people back to the Bikini Atoll yet?
I don't know. That is where SpongeBob's from.
That explains a lot.
No, that's actually lore. That's where SpongeBob's from. That's why it's also called the Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, that's why it's called that.
Mallard, have you ever watched Alex Bale's SpongeBob conspiracy theories?
I don't think so.
Oh my god, I'm going to put this on screen. I'm not going to play it because he's such a big, channel that like we'd probably definitely get a copyright strike. But he has these. Amazing...
I looked it up and okay, I see what you're talking about here.
Yeah. And like this guy does like conspiracy theories outside of even SpongeBob. Like he's moved on to like most
the Magic School Bus. Let's go.
Yeah. But like these are obviously like joke, like parody, like conspiracy theories, but they are very entertaining. So he does like Cars, the Teletubbies, Barney. Twilight.
These conspiracy theories are better than the actual conspiracy theories out there, and they have better evidence. That's the best part. These stupid jokes have better evidence. Great, I love it.
But yeah, he got started with SpongeBob. Conspiracy theories mainly.
He's going to talk about Car Jesus in this one.
Oh, is that a Cars conspiracy?
Yeah, the Cars conspiracy theory. The first thing I see, because it just automatically like starts playing a little bit. A crucified car.
Jesus Christ.
I was literally like scrolling through his videos. I scroll back up. I just see a crucified car. The best thing you can see.
All right, so we've rabbit holed on anime to anime OSTs to
SpongeBob is anime. So you're just still on anime.
Amerime conspiracies.
It's what was that one show? About like the 5 dudes and they drink beer at the fence. I can't remember its name.
What?
What the fuck was that show? King Hill is the main character's name. King of the Hill, that's the name.
Yeah, fun fact, the guy who voices the Laotian neighbor is from my hometown. My father went to school with him.
Nice. I want to watch this Magic the School Bus conspiracy theory. This can be a good one.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good one. But yeah, I guess we can retrace our rabbit hole all the way back to Monkey Boy. That's the entire reason Simos came on stage. So let's go ahead and jump into this Monkey Boy clip.
Monkey Boy's YouTube channel is both intersubjectively and stance independently the greatest YouTube channel to grace cyberspace, so make sure to subscribe there and on Patreon. And I'm speaking from the depths of my heart. I mean,
Based Blitz. What would you say? I guess endorsement. Yeah, Based Blitz endorsement.
Can't go
to be
wrong
honest, I
with
don't think Christian theism, or at least forms of Christian theism, are even possible. So they would have a probability of 0.
Actually, Monkey Boy talks so fast, I probably shouldn't even have this sped up.
Well, have you heard of the problem of evil?
No.
Okay, well, God is omnibenevolent, meaning he always does the good. And he's omnipotent, meaning he has the power to do anything possible, logically possible. And what it means to be all good is to always do the good, but to always do the good is to prevent an evil. The prevention of an evil realizes a good. And not preventing an evil would in turn not realize a good, because evils are just states of affairs that are better that they not happen. So the world where they don't happen would be good. So things like.
So I remember there's a really good diagram kind of giving the flow of the argument for the problem of evil. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Dude, there's this cool paper I have that, or no, wait, you have access to my Google Drive. So you
I
can
do.
just it's called like the ontological problem of evil, and it utilizes the fact that God must be the necessary grounding for a world, and therefore there should be logically impossible worlds. And
Is in the Stanford
since
Encyclopedia section, or
no, it's like there's a precept guy named Bonson, and this guy's name is like Brownson or something. I can send you like the link directly, but it's
see
cool
evil
because
and the ontological disproof.
yeah. That's probably it. Yeah, and if you click on it, it should say like his name is Brownson or something.
Carl J. Brownson. Yep.
Yeah, that one. That's
Cool.
It's really cool. There's a few arguments in there too, or like a couple arguments and some other stuff that isn't what we would normally call a formal argument, but it's like a dichotomy or something like that in certain sections of it.
I'm trying to figure out how I can get it over to. I can just download it and probably chuck it in
Yeah, Google should scan everything, like even if I were to fail at scanning my own shit, but I scan everything.
It's more just getting it to open in Chrome versus Firefox, because I have my Gmail hooked up to Firefox, but then like the network Gmail hooked up to Chrome. And I think I was able to open this. Let's go. All right. Do you have any specific section you want to bring up?
Sorry. I'm not gonna remember. If you just like scan those pages and look for something that looks like a bullet point, that's all I got. That's what I did. You could probably start at the end.
Yeah, read the 100-page document. You got it.
Yeah, no, just like the last few arguments are like the ones that like really helped me like think about like the possible world implications of him being omnibenevolent and omnipotent.
Is it possibly this? If God exists, then it is
Yeah.
the best of all possible worlds. If it is the best of all possible worlds, then worlds worse than this are logically possible. If God exists is necessarily true, then this world is not the best of all possible worlds is necessarily false. Wait, how does that follow? If God exists is necessarily true, then this world is not the best of all possible worlds. Okay. If there are no other possible worlds that are not the best, then this world is not the best, as there are no other worlds to which it may be compared. If God exists necessarily, then this both is and is not the best of all possible worlds. Okay.
Right. So it's like
derive the contradiction.
Yeah, there's something going on here where it's like one statement is for all x, x is not p, and then one statement is for no x, x is not p, or something like that. Like you know what I mean? But like there's like some type of like contradictory statement happening here, but it's like kind of like we have worlds to compare to that could be worse. Also, we don't, because God is logically necessary. So that's one contradiction. I'm kind of lost. I'm kind of high too. But
based.
Like, so this is just one though, right? And if you scroll up a little bit, I think there's like a 4-part argument, and then there's like a dichotomy that he paints. And it's a pretty short. Right. So that was one, the A and B.
Okay, if there is a God, then God must exist in worlds with unjustified evil, as he must be the ultimate metaphysical explanation of why this world exists rather than any other. If there is a God, then a God must not exist in worlds with unjustified evil, as he must be perfect in all possible ways.
So then you have a contradiction because he must be metaphysically and grounding relation necessary, but he also must be morally perfect. So he is present in all worlds and not present in all worlds. Therefore, he is impossible.
Yeah, I think this runs tangential to Ian's like argument from Cancer. Like the morally perfect thing to do would be to eliminate all cancer. Cancer exists, therefore God doesn't do the morally perfect thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna with that example, there's like gonna be like kind of technical responses, but then they're all going to reduce into something absurd. Like there's some type of reasoning behind certain types of evils, making them goods. And that's what this Monkey Boy video you had pulled up is actually about. Like the whole time
let's go.
It's why I hate the speed limit of light.
The whole time. What?
The speed limit of light. If a god exists and made a speed limit of light, it makes it impossible for us to like visit other planets outside of our solar system.
Like certain.
As well as
it's
like,
frustratingly slow.
see it. And so it's like, that's just mean. There's no point. Why?
Yep.
Yo, that's actually a pretty good point. Because
that's why I use the speed of light.
Yeah, because I think it would be morally good for us to actually be able to perceive the whole universe, be informed, and be tracking as much truth as possible. Yeah,
it's an even bigger dick move, right? Because we're isolated in this small planet where relative to one another, the speed of light seems instantaneous. We get this perception that there's a moment that we're sharing when in actuality there isn't a now.
It's always a was.
It just extends out into a whole bunch of just dick moves. Just like
That's funny. Damn, bro. Now you got me thinking about Elite Dangerous again. Fuck.
I love Elite Dangerous. Played it like a whole 5 times, but
you all need to link up and
all right, I gotta
play together.
Okay. So, dude, I have this idea, right? That I'm gonna have these like slide outable mounts for my HOTAS, and then maybe put a mount on my wall for my headset, and then I think I've solved my problem of like never having my shit set up.
That's not a bad one. I found a company that makes the HOTAS mounts, and then you can get the base for whatever joysticks you have, and then they work with specific brands of chairs, so you just get the right chair to match up with their mount, and you put the whole thing together that way. That's how I got mine kind of. So the throttle and the joystick like swing out to the sides so that they can get out of the way when I want to do something else.
And that would be that could be game accurate because I have the HOTAS built for the game. It was a X52 Sci-Tech or something like that. That like
for the audience, is this what you guys are talking about?
Yeah, mine's 2 separate modules, but same idea. But mine actually is like actually designed to be identical to the game in like the VR setup, and it's like from the original release of the game.
Yeah, so when you look down at it,
like what you're seeing in your headset is translating to what you're doing in actual I guess I should just get a chair. I don't know, man. You're right.
Come on, you gotta get a full battle station. You gotta get a full setup just for the game.
With like the hydraulic setup.
It bounces around and turns. Yep.
That's just, I don't know. If you really love it, right? I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. Do what you love, right?
Hey man, you ride motorcycles. I don't do that.
Right. No, find what you love, let it kill you. Like I'm not gonna tell anyone what like
True. Yeah.
I'm gonna let my cat eat me
What if I
when
love
die.
living forever?
Well, that's not an option, buddy. Sorry.
You got to
Well,
figure out how
yeah.
to be immortal and then share it with me, RP. Thanks.
You know that one guy
Yeah.
that's trying to live
But
forever and like
how do you let
from blood?
living forever kill you? That's my point. Sorry, Mallard. Go ahead. My dumb joke did not.
You know that
did not
one
land.
dude, that's like that one billionaire that takes his kid's blood and
Yeah, Peter
injects it
Thiel.
himself. You know, he's gonna live forever. Totally not gonna kill himself that way.
Peter Thiel knows about the Antichrist.
That's South Park. Oh my god.
I personally
man,
think he looks worse
don't-
now than he did before he started all the treatment.
That's the thing you can't
wait,
stop,
hold on.
right? It's
Wait, yeah, hold on.
entropy.
Yeah, time has progressed, so he looks worse. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. No, he looks significantly worse.
Okay, but he would have looked worse either way. whether he
Correct.
did
But with
treatment
all
or
this
not.
effort, you gotta think it was like a point where he put basically no effort to the point where he's like 1,000% effort. There's people with full-time job, all just looking after him, and it's like, God, I'd rather just age and not have to deal with this 1,000 different vitamins, 1,000 different shots, and then to get blood transfusions from your son like every day.
Well,
It's just
That's so weird.
It's like the people getting Botox at like in their 60s and stuff like that. It's not gonna make you look like you're 40. It's gonna make you look like you're 60 and got Botox. That's the
Yeah.
only thing it's gonna do.
Yep.
You're not
Okay.
gonna magically
But-
de-age.
It doesn't help that when people with Botox, they do like one shot and another shot and another shot, and so it just completely paralyzes it. It's like, how about we stop? Learn the right amount.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm just not equipped to judge anything about that kind of stuff. I don't care.
don't. Again, like you're the one that has to look at yourself in the morning, right? If you don't like it, but I mean, there's clearly a point where you like Joan Rivers and stuff like that, right? She had serious issues with her appearance, right? She did not like how she looked her entire life. So,
And that's why we need therapy.
well, that's yeah, but this whole mentality that it matters is what gets driven into kids, girls
Yep.
especially.
And that's why we need
right?
therapy.
Harmful
Down
as
with
fuck.
patriarchy. Down with patriarchy.
Down with the patriarchy.
It'd be nice if we get rid of that. It won't go away.
One way or another.
I love how we were talking about anime and fucking Monkey Boy's got like some One Piece shit up on his screen right now.
It's
Like,
always anime.
One
it's always
Piece.
been
One
anime.
Piece was specifically mentioned earlier, so it's not that big of a coincidence because it's one of the largest animes currently, especially with like the Netflix adaptation.
You know, that's the only way I watch One Piece is the Netflix adaptation.
So
Too many episodes.
there's a couple things going on with One Piece, and I have not watched a single second of it. Right, but what convinced me was that I have someone at work hounding me to watch One Piece because she watched like Dragon Ball due to my recommendation, Cowboy Bebop, yada yada yada, like multiple animes, because she just like loves to watch it.
Did you at least suggest Yu Yu Hakusho?
Is that the dude with the dark hair and the blue like?
No, bro, you don't know Yu Yu Hakusho?
No, I think I do. I know the name, but I think I'm mixing
Yeah,
it up with
the spirit detective. He could do like the spirit gun, and like his punk friend could do like the spirit sword.
Yeah, that's.
It's a
Did I
spirit gun. It
describe his
doesn't actually
blue?
exist.
Did I describe his blue like Chinese-esque suit correctly?
It was like green.
Oh, was it green?
Yeah, here I'll pull up a picture of Yusuke Urameshi.
Here, I'm gonna
Okay,
drop out of this.
yeah, well, yeah, Jessica.
Okay, Ray,
Neon
thanks for
Genesis
coming up.
is
No,
incredible. Trigun's pretty sick.
Oh yeah, Vash is is
I
a sick
don't
character.
know if Dragon Ball is better than Dragon Ball Z though. Like, I'm biased. My favorite character is Trunks. I think that Trunks is the greatest character to happen to Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball in general. But anyway, Ghost in the Shell. Fuck yeah. Huge.
See, this is
Jessica's just naming bangers in the chat. Yeah, okay. What was I thinking of? Because it wasn't this.
Maybe Dandadan or whatever.
My 60-plus-year-old dad got me into Ghost in the Shell.
Ghost in the Shell is tight. There's a new series coming out soon. Like, I think this year.
I told him about it. I was the one that informed him because he loves Ghost in the Shell. But
Kuwabara wore a blue suit, but he did the spirit sword. Let me pull up a picture of him.
Bro, I guarantee you it's the wrong show. I don't.
Maybe we'll try this one last picture. This dude.
No, but he's like super familiar, so I know I've watched this now.
Okay.
The other guy like looked almost the same as the character. Oh, dude, am I thinking of Ranma and a half? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
probably.
my god, I'm so stupid. Yeah, I was thinking of him. Yeah, for sure.
Another great anime. I read more of the manga of Ranma in one half.
no, you always talk about the best anime. What is the worst anime you watched that you just had to finish just because it's so bad? It's a good question.
Oh, you know what? Pokemon. That shit was trash.
That is fair. It's actually so bad. But man, is there 1,000 episodes of that?
I mean, there's great episodes, but man, overall, that shit was fucking boring and stupid.
I watched some like harem anime that had like one of the characters had like machine gun tits, and it was just like trash episode after episode. But it was like the kind of trash that like you didn't want to look away.
Nice. Yeah, dude, I remember like renting VHSs of anime when I was like, 14 or some shit. And like I still can't remember the name of this one anime. I can't find it anywhere. I can't think of like a good way to describe it, but it was like this almost like a political like inspired story. And it was like, but it was still like very fantasy, and like there was like floating cities or some shit. And like this dude's like basically like his wife dies or whatever. It was like just very like sad. But I'll never remember it. Apparently I'll never remember this anime movie. And it's like now it's the Mandela effect, because like, does it even exist? Because I search words and it just doesn't show up. And like, I don't know. Anyway, that's what I had to say about this niche anime movie.
I had one like that for a while. It was one of the Liquid Television shorts that they had. It was called The Running Man. It took me forever to remember the name of it, because I was replacing it with the name of a different movie from that period. I forgot what that movie was, and I don't want to remember it because I'll forget the name of this thing again. But yeah, it was phenomenal. You might even be able to get away with playing a bit of it. But as someone who had a fascination with speed at the time, it was a great, I got wrapped into it. Short film, but a great story. Liquid Television had some good stuff, but that was like our precursor to what anime is now. I mean, I guess we had like Robotech would be like our first anime.
Wait, didn't Aeon Flux debut on Liquid Television?
Who?
Aeon Flux.
Yeah, Aeon Flux was first on Liquid Television. Yeah.
What is Liquid Television? I don't even know what that is.
It was an old show on MTV. Yeah, it was an MTV cartoon show, right?
So
late at night.
Because I know what. Oh, okay.
There was another one on there called The Max, and I'll never forget The Max, just because of the way like the narrator would bring things in, and at one point there was this Buick Roadmaster like rolling through like all of these ids. It's a whole thing, but like the way the narrator said, and it was a Buick, right? Like just the way he said Buick. It's such a weird word, but the way he pronounced it, like this huge Buick Roadmaster just running things over was just it. Oh, I'll never forget that scene. Great show. Very, very weird. The whole show was like for stoners and people on LSD, but it was.
Oh my God, Ray! Have you ever seen Off the Air by Adult Swim?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Of course,
one of
yeah.
my favorite like trip shows, 100%.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
guys-
yeah. That is.
Did you guys like Wonder Chosen?
Yes. Oh my God, I loved Wonder Chosen.
I don't think I
Dude,
saw it.
one of the did you like Xavier Renegade Angel?
I did, and
Oh my God, dude. Okay. What doth life?
what?
There's this
doth life.
There's this one scene where he says, "I'm a conundrumer in a band called Life Puzzler," and then that's like the one-liner, and it's just like it's so awkward but yet so profound. Like that show was amazing, dude.
It was, and they like used. I feel like they used the same engine that like The Sims 3 was rendered in. And
Yeah,
kind
I
of
see. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
that's
no,
funny.
Xavier is fucking great.
Do you remember when the town had the virus because they dumped the
Yeah,
virus
that was
computers
like
in the water?
That was like the second episode. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's that scene where like that girl's taking a shower and the virus water like hits her pipes, and then she just glitches and says like, "Why'd I ever help that freak anyway? Why'd I ever help that freak anyway? Why'd I ever help that freak any?" And it's just like forever. It like that show was so funny to me, dude. Like in the dumbest way.
Yeah, that's when Adult Swim was really in their prime.
They took chances. That was what they did. And
They really
some of them
did.
were hits, some of them were not. Some of them still are, right? But
I messaged David Hughes, one of the executive producers of Adult Swim, and he actually responded back because like one night I was looking for like the highest resolution of like a specific clip from Adult Swim, and it took me I think to either Vimeo or Dailymotion. And I saw that David Hughes had like a personal account on there. And so I just like randomly sent him a message saying like, hey, there's this YouTube creator, Pilot Red Sun, that I think would be like really good on Adult Swim. And like, I didn't check my messages on that because like I barely ever use Dailymotion and Vimeo. But like months later, I checked back and he's like, oh, we actually already contracted them. Like they have like a Christmas special coming out that will be on YouTube. Like, you know, keep an eye out for that. And so that like, I don't know, gave me a warm feeling in my heart that I was like, I think that this creator would be perfect for Adult Swim, and they're already working with them. I had a similar experience with Carter Amelia Davis. I started following her stuff, and then she was featured on a off the air episode like about 6 months later. Just really obscure animation, like deep YouTube kind of shit.
well, you might have a knack there.
I just like good
Keep
art.
scouring.
All right, I don't even remember the progression of rabbit holes that got us to this point, but we still got Monkey Boy to react to. Oh yeah, it started with the problem of evil, and that's what got us down this rabbit hole. So I guess I'll back up like 5 seconds, and we'll get back into it.
Affairs that are better that they not happen. So the world where they don't happen would be good. So things like the Holocaust are presumably gratuitous evils where if there's a being of the type, it would entail that he would act to prevent it. We're not in a world where that happens, so that being's impossible. Kind of think of it like if I have a wood chipper that pulls in all trees and it has a blade. It has AI like detects wood, and the blades will start running, and it won't. And its blades cannot fail with respect to its ability to cut down trees. So if it has the aim to pull in trees, and its blades can't fail with respect to destroying trees, that entails that all trees that come out on the other end will be like ash or gravel. Now, if there's instances of things that go in it and aren't destroyed on the other side, there's one of three things. The wood chipper is not all powerful, pulls in things other than trees, or well, I guess those would be the two options. It pulled in something that's not a tree in which it wouldn't destroy it. It's not all powerful, or presumably that's exhaustive. So that's kind of the same thing with God. And if we understand, yeah, go ahead.
God gave us free will, and he did create the evil, but he also didn't. So he gave us the choice.
Yeah, I've heard
to
this a
do what
million
we wanted
times.
to do.
Yeah, the free will
So-
defenses don't do anything.
But God gave us free will, so we can do what we
Yeah,
want.
what I said is
And
consistent with free will. Yeah, what I just said is consistent with free will. God could prevent all evils, and just the continuity of genuine freedom is retained. There's no inconsistency.
Well, the
So
devil's
there's
the
no
one
point in
that
saying
gives us the evil.
Again, that's not relevant. We're not talking about who causes evils. We're not talking about whether agents are free. The point is whether or not no one's accusing God of being culpable for the evils. We're not saying he's the cause of the evils. We're saying it's entailed from him being omnipotent and omnibenevolent that evils cannot exist. It's not possible evils exist if that being exists in that world, right? And what I'm saying is with free will is consistent with all the evils being prevented. There's no conflict with having genuine freedom and God dissolving all evils.
What I want to notate is that like this is what's important about talking about like these possible world semantics, and if God is like the necessary grounding, then he also has this necessary nature. And if it's the case that he's the necessary grounding for any world, and he also has a necessary nature, then there's like kind of no escape as to why, you know, minutes less on something like the Schmolocaust would be better. Like if you can identify that as better, then you kind of just toasted yourself, because God's omnipotent, omnibenevolent, and he's actualized in every possible world. And that means that there's just like some type of like tension with what we mean by evil and what we mean by God. And that
It also becomes a fun thing where they all become determinists now.
Yeah, so that's all I was saying.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused. So you're saying that God is the one giving us evil and that he's the one...
No,
kind
I
of
just said the opposite like 5 seconds ago. I said he's not culpable. He's not the cause of evils. I said that twice. I said if he's all good and all powerful, it entails he prevents evils.
Yeah, he does. So God tries
Then-
to stop all evils.
But that entails that no evils exist.
Well, they exist, but he tries to stop them as much as he can. And
He's
he
omnipotent,
stops- Right.
so he can exhaustively prevent them.
Okay, the flowchart that I showed on screen earlier kind of addresses this. We're basically at the bottom of this flowchart for the caller's claim. Could God have created a universe with free will but without evil? I mean, yes. Then why didn't he? To test us? And then we ended up here. If God is all-knowing, he would know what we would do if we were tested. Therefore, no need to test us. And so... then why didn't he free will? Then we got to follow the next one. No, goes all the way back to God is not all powerful, and it sounds like that's what Monkey Boy is currently trying to argue. Is like,
Well, right? Isn't that kind of the whole problem with free will not having free will is, and God, the concept of that is like if we have free will, then he can't be all powerful or all knowing, because he can't know what we're gonna do.
Right.
But if he is all knowing, then he knows every state, and then he's just judging us for being who we're going to be anyway, because we don't have free will. So either way, it's just there's
That's when you devolve into like dog shit like Calvinism.
Right. So
You
in either
disgusting.
It's all dog shit, dude. I don't know what you're talking
well, right, but
It's
but
all
in
dog
either
shit.
circumstance, in
They're
either
gradients of dog shit.
in either you have free will or you don't have free will. In either one of those cases, and I can't know which one. In either case, God doesn't work in either of them. So it's
And
just,
they're
it's
they're
gone so quickly.
necessarily the intersection between dog and shit.
Well, Calvinism is the diarrhea dog shit that the Roomba accidentally eats up and spits around the house. That's Calvinism.
Okay, that's
That actually made me gag a
it's very
I
visual.
got that
yeah.
image stuck in
Very
your head.
visual joke. Yeah, yeah.
I just think of the hours now it's going to take to clean that up.
Oh, everything, because it's also the
Just
Roomba.
rip it out.
You also have to clean up the Roomba.
Just rip out the carpet, dude.
Well, no, I had that
Bulldoze the
happen.
house, start over.
I had that happen in our house, but luckily the Roomba only stayed in the hardwood part of the kitchen.
Ooh, got lucky.
Yeah, got super lucky.
Oh man, that's brutal.
I'm so glad I've never
but-
had that. Ugh.
Yeah, it's not fun.
He does things on purpose. So he might have let some evil happen so that more good can happen out of it.
Evils mean that they're morally worse. They don't bring about good worlds. If you're talking about instrumental evils are actually types of goods. They're superficial evils. Now, we can even talk about even that fact. The existence of God's actually not even consistent with instrumental evils. That's a separate issue. But instrumental evils are not genuine evils. So we're not talking about instrumental evils because presumably the Holocaust wasn't an instrument to invite some better good. Unless you think all evils God allows because they promote a greater good. I think it's very obvious that animal suffering, animal cruelty, Holocaust, there's various things historically that are quite strikingly gratuitous, meaning do not serve a greater good. But instrumental evils are also not possible if God exists.
So, but God does make evil so that good things can happen. He does that on purpose. So anything that bad happens in someone's life is for a
And
bad
evil
reason.
means that that thing is morally worse. So if doing something that you're calling evil brings about a better world instead of a worse one, then that's not a bad, it's a good. So you're wrong to call it evil.
The example of that would be when God sent a massive flood and took out the whole world. So that would be a good towards the evil. So it is a bad thing that happened, but it also was for the greater good.
Yeah, if it's for the greater good, then it's a good, not an evil. I just told you that those are
But it
types
still
of,
counts as an evil,
yeah, they're called superficial evils.
right?
Or what they're in philosophy, they're sometimes called pro tanto evils. Like for example, you say it's a pro tanto evil when I put a needle in the child of an arm, right? I make a child start suffering. But if that needle is needed to give them the vaccine to save their life, then it's actually a good. So you can say that insofar as the pain induces evil, but all things considered, it's good because it's saving the child life, right? So
So it can
it's
still
in
be
all things
counted.
considered good. Yeah, but it's in all
So-
things considered good.
Yeah, but it still has evil in it. So it
Okay,
starts.
but it's superficially evil. Because evils means brings about a worse world. If you're saying that action actually brings about a better world, then it's not an evil.
Well, it's an evil and then it turns to a good. So
No, it's either it's bad or not.
So we're not going to agree on this because I think it can be both. And it can be both.
I think something could be both bad and good.
Absolutely.
No, that's not the case.
Also, to everyone in the comments saying that I'm younger, because I keep saying that, I'm 19, by the way.
Super sus when like you feel like you need to call out people in the comments. Like, methinks the caller doth protest too much.
Yeah, it's always a bad look.
The next conversation is funnier, but like I don't know, she's trying. Like,
No, and
That's all I
props
can
for
say.
that, right? But I don't know. It's just you see a lot of that age bracket just kind of stumble in the area of I know what it was like when I was that age. I thought I knew everything, right? So
Yeah, that's when you're just going out into the world and like you actually have the opportunity to think for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't deconstruct for like fucking like 4 to 6 years after leaving the home with my parents. Like you need to incur that world experience and like have like interactions of like friction of your worldview to like really start to like break down and like make you question like, could I potentially be wrong? Like has what I've been like led to believe my entire life potentially like flawed? It's really a process, and it doesn't happen overnight, and not often like it manifests in very unhelpful and unhealthy ways.
Exactly, right? Like going up on a live and talking about it in front of a bunch of people, like knowing there's an audience, putting yourself in that position is it's not going to go well for their self-esteem on either side of it, right? It's yeesh. It's bad idea genes, but like all you got to do is ask like another human being before you get into the mind that like you should go up on a live and have that chat.
I actually talked my friends out of joining Joel's live tonight.
You're a good friend.
Heard his name.
You're a
I heard
good
his
friend.
name, and I'm like, dude, don't. If you have questions or want to fight it, fight me. I'm not going to embarrass you. And he dipped. I was like, okay, good man, good man. I love Joel. It would be nice to him relatively, but I'd be like, oh.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like they don't realize that's on the internet forever. That's never going away. She's up there at 19, and in 20 years from now, someone's going to say, is that you? And what are you going to say? I was young and stupid then. Hopefully they're still able to say that. Like they've come further than where they're at with the crap they believe. But yeah, it's just getting out. I was lucky I got to deconstruct in high school. That shit slid downhill pretty fast.
You lucky bastard.
I'm so glad I'm a gold star atheist. I never had to deconstruct.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, mine was just hanging out with my musician buddies at lunch. Just Alice in Chains had just came out, and like Man in the Box was singing "Deny Your Maker," and we're going to a Catholic high school, getting theology driven into. But it was good, right? Because it was a good school, so there was a diverse range of teachers there. There was a diverse range of personalities. We had great science teachers. We had great theology teachers who were basically, teaching us that the Bible wasn't factual. This is allegory. These are stories. These are, things to keep the narrative moving and keep people trying to be nice to one another. And right. So they kind of helped you along the way of deconstructing, because it's like, why would I believe any of these myths if the people who know this stuff are telling me that none of this is true? It's like, all right. So yeah, they kind of helped. But
I have to teach my friends science. It's great.
But I mean, we'd still have the discussions about it, though, right? I mean, there would still be like, and what it basically came down to, like, one of the best arguments was if, we're made in God's image and I'm made to be this way, and he made me skeptical and not able to believe in him, that's on him. I don't know what to tell you. And then if you're on top of it,
that's
going
when
to send me
shit
to
like
hell
Vessels
for
of
that.
Wrath comes into play from the Christians.
Another thing for Speed of Light.
Vessels of Wrath?
No, sorry, that was about the other thing.
Okay.
If the universe was made, 6,000 years ago, why can't we see 13 billion years away? That problem wouldn't be a problem if Speed of Light was instant.
That always goes back to the Lord works in mysterious ways, and they just say, well, he started the light, 6,000 years ago to make it look like it was. I mean, it's such mystical hand waving. It's like that makes it so much harder to explain.
And then it becomes the thing of your God's a liar then.
Right.
At very minimum, like a low-key God, where it's mischievous.
Yeah.
For the purpose of being mischievous.
I a stinker God?
Right.
Well,
It's God's the dick in that narrative, and it's just like, why would I then worship the guy who's constantly trying to fool me? make me, that's just, there's too many, it requires too many assumptions. It goes back to Occam's razor, which a lot of people think is the simplest explanation, is usually the right one, but it's not. It's the one that has the fewest assumptions.
Oh, it's where you multiply the least entities.
Well, okay.
That's the most technical explanation. Like it can reduce to least assumptions, but it's the most technically sound explanation of Occam's razor.
All right, that's fair. But I don't know. It's easier to explain, I think, with fewest assumptions, especially if you use like the zebra story.
I might be unfamiliar with this story or allegory. Do you want to expound?
Sure. So, you sit yourself in your room and you turn off all the lights. You close the windows. You can't see outside or anything, but you can still hear. And outside you hear. So what is that?
A giraffe.
Okay, right. That's not the case. Like it's a horse, right? Like it's a horse.
It could be a speaker, a Bluetooth speaker.
It could be, right?
That's what I would think for majority
that
of
would
places.
actually be more personal.
More likely in these days,
Yeah.
yes. It's more likely a Bluetooth speaker. Okay, yeah. The
But if I was
probability gets
out on
crazy as
farmland and I heard that footsteps, yeah, it's most likely either a horse or a cow.
Right,
or both.
But it's not a zebra, right? Because for it to be a zebra, there'd have to be one escape from the zoo. One would have had to climb on a plane on the Serengeti.
Shit from Africa.
There's just so many things to get a zebra there, right? That it's just not a zebra. It's a horse, or in this case, a Bluetooth speaker. But
actually, there's a place in Kentucky. It's called Glasgow, Kentucky, and there's a guy that has a whole field full of zebras there.
Okay, so if one of those got out, if you're close
Yeah.
to that place and one of those got out,
Yeah,
And they travel 1,000 miles to get to you.
proximity to Glasgow,
Whoa.
Kentucky.
Yeah, we're presupposing we have to
Or
be
the
closed.
Serengeti.
Like you're assuming that a zebra couldn't make a cross country trek, dude.
It gets super unlikely.
I don't know.
Further
The endurance
you
of zebras
go.
are pretty good.
With how vehicularized the entire U.S. interstate system is, that zebra has a high likelihood of getting fucking pancaked by a semi truck.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe he has a decent likelihood of hitchhiking.
They're in the back of that same semi truck.
That reminds me of this Family Guy clip called moose stuff. There's a moose
Oh,
with a
I
sign
think I
that
know what you're
says,
talking about.
We'll do moose stuff for travel or something. And a guy pulls up, he's like, "So what's moose stuff?" He's like, "Well, it could be a good conversation, or I could give you a hand job, or anything in between." And that's early Family Guy, when Family Guy was still goated.
Yeah.
Family Guy kind of
when
feels
Seth
like
still wanted to do it.
yeah. That's why I love American Dad so much, because you can tell it's definitely still Seth's passion. Whereas Family Guy, he shows up to do the voices. And he's just
All the voices.
yeah, writers, do your shit.
He's a really good singer. I gotta listen to him live.
Yeah, I saw a
got a
podcast
talented
where he was on there with his woman singing partner, and they were talking about their interests in Frank Sinatra.
He
kind
loves
of,
Frank
lounge
Sinatra.
jazz like that. Yeah.
If you go listen to him sing, it's probably gonna be Frank Sinatra, because he says it's because it's the same octave range, but no, he just really loves Frank Sinatra.
I mean, but his tone definitely hits that Frank Sinatra range.
Oh, most definitely.
And I don't know if that's mainly due to emulation, or if that's just actual vocal ability, but yeah.
Well, I
Nonetheless,
imagine
great singer.
I imagine some of it's got to be for him, if he's listened to a lot of it, it's just got to be subconscious, right? That's the voice he hears in his head a lot. So that might just
Voices
be...
in his head. That
Well,
and Stewie
yeah.
Griffin.
But you you hear that tone when you're producing it, right? You know the sound you want to make in your head before, like how else do you get your throat to contort the right way, right?
No, I totally get that because like I only have a certain singing range because like when I was like really focusing on like trying to sing for like production, I was trying to base my vocal style off of the singer from Switch Engage. But when I was like doing my screams, I was doing like a higher vocal fry, like Attack and Asking Alexandria, and I never really evolved past those styles just because like those were the most prominent styles I was emulating at that like kind of like point of formation of my skill.
I have a great singing range, just never in the right spot.
Yeah, and the key thing, I don't know.
The main part, you know.
I did get sampled once for somebody's DJ tour around the country because I can do a pretty spot on. Do you remember Inspector Gadget? If I asked you?
Oh my god! So there's this child's like cable. Well, it's not cable channel. It's like a pseudo cable channel. It's like a streaming channel, but like they have like a cable playlist called Zumo Kids, and like my RP Junior fucking loves it. And they've been playing Inspector Gadget on Zumo Kids for like the past like month and a half, and so like
Which version of Inspector Gadget?
The original
Inspector
cartoon
Gadget
from
is
like
great.
the
Let's
late
go.
80s. Yeah.
Penny
The
and Brain
best
kind of thing.
version.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
it's
was a great show.
So like I've been super excited to share that with my kid because like even though like you know my formative years were the late 90s / early 2000s, they were re-syndicating Inspector Gadget, the original Inspector Gadget, on Nickelodeon at the time.
Nick,
And this was right
Nickelodeon.
before they did the Matthew Broderick like live action movie of Inspector Gadget.
Right on. Yeah, I do. Well, you might know it if you know the show. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
Inspector
Yes,
Gadget
you
is the
speak
pipeline for Batman.
And then you take it a little bit further, right? Sharon, what's for lunch today? I'm feeling sushi. Right. So
Inspector Gadget's pipeline for Batman.
I know this mic probably sucks. Like he doesn't do low end well, so it's probably hard to tell. That's why I wasn't gonna.
Sorry, that voice, that register makes me cough really bad because I have like a bunch of phlegm on that lower part of my throat. It's a very very low demonic, like.
Hello, I am Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like it sounds like you're like really straining something there. I don't know. I know they do studies on this stuff now to figure out how people can like have prolonged careers doing that.
It's mostly diaphragm support.
That's a big part. But I mean like the vocal fry and like that guttural throats singing type of stuff is still you ever seen The Charismatic Voice? She's part of that whole study.
No, is this like a YouTube channel?
Yeah. She reviews various singers from all over the periods. She's an opera singer herself, so she knows what the fuck she's talking about. I think she's working with some people at
Also
the
really has to
University of-
support her voice.
What's that?
Also really has to support her voice and help it.
Oh yeah, no, right. She knows
Opera
her shit.
singing. Whew.
She really knows her shit. So yeah, so she does really good critiques of various singers. So like whenever there's a band I like and she's reviewing them, she's typically kind, but she's a big fan of like Iron Maiden. She did an interview with Bruce Dickinson and just like had him on for this really long time to just talk with him about his style of singing and like what she noticed watching some of the Iron Maiden's live performances, like how he gets into like this almost like he's riding a horse type stance to like get this really wide bass to support his diaphragm to like hit some of the screams and notes that he has to hit, and it's just fascinating. Like She did the review of Maynard when he sang Sober at in like the early 90s. It was like one of the big outdoor festivals, and he's wearing like a onesie and he's just hunched over singing the song in sort of like a drug-addled type character type of performance. And it's hard because like she's talking about like how being bent over like that makes it so hard to sing properly to get the right airflow and everything, and how like he must be pretty good if he can nail it in that posture. So I don't know. She's fun.
Couldn't tell from my current body shape. I used to run a lot, and yeah, your body gets affected pretty bad with how you're standing or
So
sitting.
when did y'all get rid of the flurfs?
They weren't flurfs. They were
moon landing deniers.
And a lot of other.
And one of them, Speakeasy, like
Yeah, I know
he
who
was
Speakeasy
he was attacking the way one of our panelists was speaking, and I don't stand
I
for
heard
any
him.
of that type of ableism.
Yeah,
Like,
I heard him.
I gave him a chance to apologize, and he refused, and he doubled down. And I'm not going to tolerate that kind of nonsense on the panel. I don't care what kind of like content it could potentially generate. Like, I'm not going to allow like good faith people coming up here to get mocked essentially.
But I'm glad no, he wasn't a flurf. Anyway, I was afraid he was when I heard him talking about the moon landing.
But basically, his entire argument was like, no, like we could totally like fake that kind of practical effect. And it's like, okay, give me the demonstration of that. And he couldn't demonstrate.
2001: A Space Odyssey.
So there weren't any sort of particle effects in that movie.
Oh, and if you see like the low graph scenes, they weren't low graph scenes. They faked the low graph. You can see the actresses and actors, mainly actress is the best example.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They're
like,
faking it the whole way.
You can go on
I have,
parabolic flights now with like completely green
Yeah.
cabin spaces, so that like you can green screen shit, but like actually get like the gravitational.
You still
the
only
lack
get
of
like 30
gravitational
seconds,
effects.
but
Right. But still, like most cinematic beats are less than 30 seconds. You're not going to have
Mhm.
like a single shot that lasts more than 30 seconds. And
yeah,
so-
we ain't doing 1917 for every movie.
fucking bait.
One shot, and that's not gonna happen.
I have
Nope.
that reference that dude made actually pissed me off because I have stuff from Space Odyssey 2001 and 2010 tattooed on my right arm. And so I've watched
Let's
it
go.
like hundreds and hundreds of times. And none of those instances of special effects in 1968 Stanley Kubrick fucking Space Odyssey 2001. No special effect execution in those movies lends any credence to Moon landing denial. Like
The
I've
effects
watched
weren't
those
even
movies
close to the
hundreds.
reality.
Nothing helps their case. Just because Stanley Kubrick was dope does not help their case that it's possible to change how dust falls. Like they just lose in every single.
Well, it's more than that though. Like this is the claims. Oh, why couldn't we see the stars in the background? Because they don't know how.
Because
like,
it's overexposure from the Earth.
right. They don't know how
Oh.
exposure works. Right. Like what about all these? Because the
They
moon
bring
doesn't
up-
have an atmosphere, so like light works differently on like so they're just taking Earth, their comfort with Earth's perceptions and transferring it to a place where none of that shit applies.
They didn't bring up the flag, did they?
No.
No good.
I love the flag. It's such a fun one because like they just put a wire on the top of it, and it's not actual cloth. It's not like a flag you'll go buy at Walmart or something. It's metal, most of it.
Can you
Well, now
imagine being like a man who landed on the moon and these idiots running around telling you that you never went?
Oh yeah.
I'd just
no,
be
it's-
ashamed for humanity. It's just like I was up there. I have pictures of me up there, and you still don't. Come on, there's just like
Here's-
such sadness for humanity.
Here's the thing though. This is kind of the rule for like badasses. They don't care what other people think. They don't have to.
Well,
right?
this is true.
They know. Fuck idiots.
Yep.
It's gone pretty far though. Really, it's kind of. I mean, like it seems like I don't know. Maybe because I'm online, I'm around more of those people. And like my dad,
Faster
when I
transferring
first told my
data.
dad, yeah, when I first told my dad about flat earthers, he was like, "Nobody thinks the Earth is flat."
Oh no! Like
And-
I used to
Too
work
many.
hella kitchens. Like when I first moved out here, like I was working for Panda Express, and most of the chefs on the line believed in some sort of conspiracy theory like that.
Well, but I was funny because I was like, yes, I do, Dad. And so I reckon he eats breakfast with a bunch of guys every morning. So he must have went in there and ate breakfast with all them and asked them about it. And he said, "You're right. There are a bunch of people who believe in flat Earth."
Yeah.
Yeah. I've met a flat earther. I've met a hollow earther.
Oh, look, I watched there's an atheist.
That was a wild
There's an
conversation.
atheist flat earther who lives in my county here that I know actually, and he still does a dose of ivermectin every day too. Yes, but I was watching a video one time that was like I think it was like in Africa the guys that were shooting the video, and they were talking about the hollow earth, and I'm like 15 miles from Mammoth Cave where the entrance is, and they were like, and the opening to Hollow Earth is in Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. I was like, oh my gosh. No, it's not here. I've been in Mammoth
You know,
Cave.
just go visit the inside of the Earth. It's fine.
There's no
That's how it
opening.
works. See, I've always wondered with Hollow Earth, how does the gravity work? It just doesn't.
Well,
It's
I
just
mean,
such weak gravity.
yeah, that's kind of a problem, right? You'd have a sufficient amount pulling on you from both sides that you'd still get pulled towards the center. There'd still be, but it's so it
If
doesn't.
you
no, it
assumed
doesn't
Earth
work.
was like way bigger.
It's so
Maybe a more dense iron core.
But you
There's
can't
no
really
core.
have a true core.
It's
No,
a
it's just-
hollow.
it's
Like a ping
Yeah.
pong ball. We would just be like float, like a ping pong ball. We would just be
Yeah, it would have to be like a multi-layered
around.
Earth crust
yeah, the
with
whole-
super dense iron on the bottom of it. Well, I guess inside of it. Just attract. And
We
it's like,
would never
oh,
orbit. Like we would never stay in orbit. Because like you said, gravity wouldn't work. So we would be too light.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
we
you also have a
wouldn't
problem with
exist. Kind of a
asteroids
problem.
and stuff.
Oh yeah, just punching holes.
Yeah, just
through
punching
and, like,
Earths through.
bouncing back and forth on the inside, or like going
Uh-huh.
going straight through one side and out the other. We see no rocks coming out.
You don't see big holes where craters impacts. Like I don't know, guys. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's solid.
The thing that troubles me the most is not that these people believe it, but there's systems that we pay for with our tax dollars that are supposed to be educating people that are letting them believe this. And the only thing I can think of is that we underpay our teachers so much. They're so frustrated that they're looking at these kids who believe this stuff and they're saying, I don't get paid enough to help you. And they're releasing them on society with, they're your problem now, right? I can't deal with this. I'm already struggling to make ends meet, and you want me to fix this too? Fuck all the way off. This is your problem now. And
Yeah,
this
I
is what we're seeing.
I don't know that I think they believe this from their kids though. I think that like most of these conspiracy theorists like come to these conspiracies as adults. Like
There's probably a few multi-generational conspiracy theorists, but
yeah,
I
like
think
raised-
a lot of them are from.
Can you imagine
Just-
having a
The
dad?
main issue is the failure of the education systems
Yeah.
being able to instill critical thought in these young minds. And
Well, if they
that's
instill
simply
critical
because
thought,
there's no-
religion wouldn't be a thing anymore.
Exactly. And there's also no like accountability held to like the parents or the student or anything. Like my partner was a substitute teacher for like about a year and a half when we moved out here. and like her experience as a substitute teacher is like why I'm actually going to homeschool RP Junior. But they're like secular homeschool groups, and like they're online assessments and portals for like their programs to make sure that he gets a proper education, and it's not like Christian homeschooling, which is just
You're not
like
going to use
basically-
AIG, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. He's going to get the egg experience.
Yeah, the AIG homeschooling material. My daughter teaches chemistry and biology. My oldest daughter in high school, and she gets very flustered.
Chemistry and biology were always my worst ones.
Yeah,
I did
but
well in
biology,
chemistry,
yeah.
but not biology. My best were physics and math.
See, I did
Same.
good biology, but not chemistry. But I didn't learn in biology though in high school or in school, like growing up. I didn't learn evolution. I was 50 years old before I learned evolution.
Damn.
They didn't teach it. I mean, like nowhere that I went to school, and like I went to grade school up until the 8th grade in like the biggest county in Kentucky.
I guess I can't really be that surprised. My friends don't believe in evolution. That's also because they went to a really religious school. So
See that
I didn't go to no Christian school. I went to public schools. But like
yeah,
my kids, though, both my daughters were taught evolution in school, and in fact, my youngest daughter went to high school at the same high school I did. So, and they taught her evolution. So it took them long enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. They got there eventually and are teaching it, but everything before that was kind of a crime. A real disservice to some of these people.
Yeah,
Because-
me, like that's the way I felt. Like I mean, I was 50 years old before I.
Right.
it's part of the reason why I have a disdain for private schools.
I'd kind of like I already.
Certain ones are good, but
I just went and got Jerry A. Coyne's "Why Evolution Is True" book, and came out of it going, "What the hell? How did I not know this all my life?"
Well, and it just goes back to like there's so much to know, right? That's why, people talk about year-round schooling. I mean, teachers don't want that because they need a fucking break from those little monsters. So I get it, but there's
But summer break only existed in order to like perpetuate the agricultural cycle.
Yeah, so, so they can
those
work
kids were needed to work on the farm.
right, and all the countries that are kicking our asses and with their education systems have year-round school because they understand like our knowledge isn't going backwards, right? Like how can we have it's just silly. It's just silly.
I think as a country, ours is somewhat though slipped, or the dominance that we had is balancing out.
our education system definitely slipped.
Oh
quite a
no,
bit.
yeah, well, I think it was Reagan that was like the last time we had any real raise in funding for education, and then it's pretty much just been frozen from there. The whatever raises they get don't go with the cost of living increases, and then they fight unions and everything else, and there's a whole different subject on the unions, but
They don't fight unions. What do you mean?
well, the unions will get fought from within is the problem.
I mean, I support unions.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, to a point, right? Like it's always the problem with it, and there's some validity to it. It just needs to be managed better. But the argument against unions is always that they become corrupt eventually. Once they get what they need,
But the corporation is also corrupt, so
precisely, right? Like
Yeah,
you can't
but-
get rid of the one thing because you got it. It's
The arguments though are to get rid of the unions because they
exactly
they want us to get rid of the unions. I mean, like
right because they
we
want
have,
that control.
we have a
but-
40-hour week. We have a weekend.
Which is
we
insane.
have
thanks
like,
to unions, let's go.
we have, like paid days off. We have, I mean, like we have all of that shit thanks to unions, and it doesn't like everybody doesn't have to be union. It just takes enough unions to have enough power to like create better environment for all the workers, and then the fact those other places have to keep up. And I hate watching them bust unions right now. The way Trump's like administration.
You know what?
Invested.
We should get rid of the unions, but while we're at it, get rid of the corporations as well.
No,
and go into
And the
socialism.
Citizens United.
But we have to produce something. We have to make something, or we won't have a GDP.
Yeah, it's it. Bam, go to socialism.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like I still feel like we'd sort of have to have work the unions, I guess, wouldn't we? I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not too familiar with how socialism works, but I know the workers own the means of production, but you still gotta have some sort of like. I don't know how the government works with that.
Socialism is a further point of statism. So like the state is driving the social programs more than like, you know, there's like private efforts going towards those social programs.
Yeah, but I mean, in socialism, the workers have to own the means of production. That's like one of the foundational things about socialism.
That's more communism. Like in socialism, the government's
Marxism.
able to like
Harvey,
hold
we
more.
talked about this the other day.
Yeah,
Like,
and I
Google
and
it.
I definitely looked at. I know I looked it up, and communism is more of the proletariat owning the means of production, whereas socialism is like, you know, there's a certain amount of statism that's allowed to exist.
I mean, I was always taught, and what I know from Marxists is that real socialism, you have to the workers have to own the means of production, and communism is more like it's the classless.
Wait, Kif, hold on, Kif. I'm up here. This is RP. I'm just under the async logo right now. Okay, yeah.
Where is
Oh,
that?
it is RP. No Gretchen. Yeah, I don't know where Gretchen is. I assume she really needed to catch up on some rest.
Yeah,
and so
probably.
you know she
Yeah,
hasn't
sleeps for
joined
the
yet.
week.
But I'm super lucky. I was able to figure out how to go live on this new platform.
So far, it's been pretty good.
I did some hacksering. Yeah, and apparently we're simulcasting to vertical as well. So we've
Yes.
got like a horizontal and vertical schism going on.
Yeah, it's showing to me both screens. Like I think you can hide. I think you can hide, like you can hide or whatever. Because right now I'm seeing.
I'm
both
afraid if I hide that though, then it might like end the vertical stream, and like, you know, that's potentially like an entire like new like user base of like people like, you know, flipping through shorts, because I think that's how we got like the crazies like Speakeasy and Dom.
Vertical, yeah, would do that.
Yeah, I actually have swiped through quite a few YouTube lives, and there's some.
I love swiping through the YouTube lives. It's so fun. It's so
I don't know
crazy.
if I would say I don't think I would say I love it, but it exists.
Well, no, I don't like love it, but it's so entertaining seeing just the madness of what's on YouTube Live.
So it's
Yeah,
at
there's
least an
like
experience.
There's like dudes.
It's an
like-
experience, yeah.
There's like dudes like waving at traffic, and you're just like, what are you doing, dude?
You get the ones that's like, some random dude in Pakistan or something doing something super dangerous with no safety whatsoever. And you scroll, and it's like, and there's a woman showing her body for money, and then you scroll to the next, and then it's a Christian versus Muslim debate, and then you scroll to the next, and it's just the most random shit you can imagine.
Oh my god, I got suggested like, why are you Muslim? Debate a Christian live. And I'm like, what's the point of that? Like, why limit it to just Muslims? Are you afraid of the atheist argument?
I think I've probably saw the same dude that you did. And yeah, it's like,
Which wrong position is more right?
Right.
my magic book says this, but your magic book says this, and magic book, just it's great. It's so great.
And technically, they believe in the same.
It's the same
the
guy.
Abrahamic God, but like, you
Yeah,
know,
they're just-
further down the storyline.
My
Yeah, they're
mom's
just
like,
saying, like,
not the
you
same
can't have
God.
a
She
you
gets so
can't have
mad
a-
when I say that.
they're just like, you can't have a contradiction like 1 and 3. What are you talking about? And then I don't know. I don't even know how to like attack Muslims.
They make an argument against the Muslim. It's like that argument works perfectly against yours as well, though. It's like,
Well, the best way to attack the Muslim faith, like which Phil does a really good job of that. That's why I like watching Philip Sober.
Oh,
Phil
they
makes-
they were in our chat like at
Yes,
the very
yes.
beginning of the stream.
Yes, Phil Sober is awesome. I love him. I watch him a lot, and like he's just so good. He talks to them all the time. They make so many claims about the sign. Like Christians. Some of the Christians believe that they don't they'll kind of balk on the Adam Eve stuff. They balk on that, but they don't claim that the Bible is a science book. Actually, the Muslims claim that the Quran.
Oh yeah, sperm comes
science.
from
Sperm comes from the spleen.
backbone and
Everything
the
full of scientific facts. Fucking science. Oh, I'm like, oh no,
or
no,
that
no.
like Islam predicts like cosmic expansion, or that they get embryology right, which I always love when Ems comes in and like completely debunks the embryology bullshit, because like Ems
Yes.
is an actual practicing MD.
Yes.
Yeah, what does
And
it
the
say? It's like
ex-Muslim,
it's like
yes.
there's a
Like a
smear
cheap
of
piece of
blood
gum.
somewhere
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, it's like a blood clot.
Oh right, yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, they really think it's got some scientific facts in it. The thing about the Muslims, though, but like getting them, everyone I've ever talked to says that there's no errors in it.
None whatsoever. If you'd ignore all the errors.
And
Yeah,
so
ignore the
they're
fact that
claiming
it claims that the moon was split in two. Just
Yeah.
ignore that completely.
But they say there's no errors in it. So if you can find one, and like I've had one told me, he said there is a falsification built into it. He said, it says in the book that if you can find error in this book is false. So I'm like, one error, you know what I mean? But then ever getting them to admit that one error is
Oh, it's the same thing with the Christians when you say, yeah, there's like 40 different contradictions in the book, like first few chapters. They're
Well,
like,
I know,
no, there's
but
no
most of them
contradictions.
will-
It's like,
most of them will say,
I
look,
even
this
I
man
even
wrote
go
this
into
down.
the original Greek and I break that down. They like the root words that the Greek uses, and they'll still be like, oh no, it's not a contradiction.
yeah, it's like same
Well, they will-
problem.
While they're reading the King James Version.
Gotta love the KJV.
Yeah, I was watching like Dalton, and that somebody said something about him translating it wrong, and they were like, "Well, Dalton's reading from the Hebrew. Actually, he's doing. You know what I mean? He's not getting a bad translation since he's translating it himself." Ian, was
Mic
good.
check. Oh,
Ian
that
was-
does
Mic
work.
check. There we go.
Is this mic any better?
Sounds
yeah,
good.
I actually hear
Which one's
more out of
better, number
range.
1 or number 2? Number 1 or number 2? Is
Are
this
number
good?
1 and 2 the same?
No.
I
Yeah,
can't
no,
tell
they
the
are,
chance.
they are the same. I'm kidding.
I was gonna say it
all the
sounds.
same. I couldn't
exactly the
switch
same.
that fast between these two things. I switched over to something else because I want to taunt. I want to test this new system 1, and I want to taunt someone. So let me mute this up, and we'll see if we can make this.
I want to be taunted. I want to be taunted.
I don't be taunted.
I saw you
put
in
me on
Ian's chat today, RP.
Yeah, I said hi. to
Thrown
you.
inside.
Yeah. I even saw Skeptics Scoundrels in there.
Oh yeah, I think his name is Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
Skeptics and Scoundrels. Yeah, he loves to hang out in Ian's chat. I always say hey, because it's cool.
That
having
one
him in
call
there.
was pretty good, wasn't it? That one.
The kid that bit every fucking bullet for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, the one that was like he got really close to crashing out right there at the.
Yeah. So like he was a baby paster. He was a slave apologist. I'm sure.
Yes.
Did Ian bring up
He did not- he-
Second Samuel?
Well, he did slave apologetics and he did genocide, and I kept trying to get Ian to go for the grape. I was like, get the Trinity, get the grape apology too while we're at it.
Just fucking wild. Like,
They-
yeah,
they
like
never
they
did
were
take-
happy to bite every single Christianity bullet, like on the rap.
Yeah.
And enjoyed it apparently.
Oh, he didn't act like he was very happy. He was not enjoying himself. he was getting very frustrated because like Ian just wasn't buying them lame ass arguments he was making.
Well,
or
yeah, he was
explanations.
calling out whenever the caller was not engaging with the argument. And,
Yeah, he
like,
was
the
just
caller
running-
got mad that like, how dare you call me out on like not engaging with your points.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can make this work. I'm gonna try sharing my screen. I don't know how sharing a screen works on this tool, so I'm playing with
Probably
it.
just have to put it on screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I
Post.
imagine is gonna be. Let's see if I can share what I want to share versus. That's weird.
Yeah,
I
there's
don't want to
usually
share.
a Chrome tab or window or full screen option.
Yeah, and that's what I see, but one of the windows isn't available. I wanted to stream the. It's literally not giving me the option. It's not showing it as an app I can stream. Let's see. Could it be? No. All right, keep going. I'm gonna fuck around with this. I might end up having to share the entire screen to make this work, but we'll see. Carry on.
Well, I feel like this is a good loop back point to try to get back into the Monkey Boy.
There you go.
You'll never watch Monkey Boy.
Well, that just shows how strong our panel is. Is like we're able to like talk extemporaneously, like on different
Rabbit
subjects
hole relentlessly
for like 20 minutes straight, and then be like, oh yeah, we had some sort of like objective that we were working towards.
There was a goal. We've ignored it, but there was a goal.
We
It's a
just
rabbit. It's a rabbit colony.
Yes. Imagine if rabbits had like the colonization like capabilities of ants. Like how crazy that would be.
That'd be
Well,
nightmarish.
they would beat humans. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. At that point, for sure.
This is the ants' world, not ours.
It's the possible rabbit world too.
Possible rabbit world. Yep. And the mole world. They can't forget about the mole people. Could also be their world.
Does Peter Cottontail, the tale of Peter Cottontail, leave credence to super intelligent rabbit species? Maybe.
Was that not your first takeaway watching it as a child? That's wild to me.
And why do the rabbits believe in Jesus? You know, the fucking Easter bunny? You're telling me that the underground rabbit colonies are Christians?
Could there be?
No, it was tainted.
Okay, a rabbit Jesus. Could that be the case?
That's getting dangerously close to the tooth bunny.
Oh, the tooth bunny.
Yeah, that spawned
my.
from I think like Forrest Valkai's efforts on the line.
Oh, actually, I remember that. It's been a while since I've heard the tooth bunny.
I remember the ether bunny. Does this cloth smell like chloroform?
Yeah, fun fact, it takes way longer to be breathing in chloroform to knock you out than like they depict in the movies.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to hold there for like a solid 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you're shoving it into their face.
Yeah.
You gotta get rid of like all
And
the
at
air.
that point, like it's more like just suffocation than like
Yeah.
replacement of like a specific like gaseous molecule.
they also forget people like can hold their breath, but no, it's just instant.
Yeah, like was it Chris Angel who like held his breath for like 7 minutes for that stunt, or maybe that was David Blaine. Some like modern magician like held their breath hella fucking long.
Yeah, some of the underwater free divers can like 10 or 12 minutes.
Yeah, like the Bajuwo island divers, kind of like off of East Asia, who have like literally evolved larger lung capacities. Like they're like a literal modern example of human evolution.
And it's really cool.
Like
I
the
would love
larger
to be able to
capillaries.
hold my breath for that long. I don't swim like nearly enough, but that'd be a really cool ability.
It's like the larger capillaries in the noses that they found in the noses of Sherpas in like the Alps and stuff. And it enables them to be better effective at high altitude. All right, Arby, tell me what, like, you'll get the stream from me before it would come up, right? It's not going to come in my place. You can put it somewhere.
Apologies, I seem to have clicked off the page there. Can everyone hear me again?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I was like, where did Arpy go?
I'm glad it didn't like crash the entire live. That was crazy. All right, let's see what rabbit hole we can get into next with Monkey Boy.
Okay. Yeah, moral properties of good and bad are what's called axiologically divided. To be good is to not be bad. They're definitionally opposite. Good means brings about a better world. Worse or bad means brings about a worse world. Something can't both bring about a better and worse world.
So it can start with being a worse, and then it will turn to a good. So
Yeah, that's just to say when you ignore everything with respect to this limited part, it's bad, and then when you take in everything, it's good. What it means to be good is brings about a better world.
Right,
So
that's
it's still a
what I'm
good.
gonna do.
Okay, so you're like not focusing. Okay, the whole point is if it's actually instrumental, it's a good. Okay, so you're talking about goods. You're talking about superficial evils. Okay, the point is.
Yeah, this is why I like kind of reject act versus rule distinctions when like evaluating frameworks. Like rule frameworks are like, you know, where you're evaluating the immediate effect of like, you know, the moral dealing, and act like will take like downstream effects into account. And like I feel like the thing that act frameworks always suffer from is like you always end up like justifying the ends for the means. Whereas like if you evaluate that like in a Kantian perspective, like, you know, the end never justifies the means. Like the means like must pass the categorical imperative like all the way down the chain. Otherwise it's just, you know, inherently immoral.
Yeah, Kant would say that I can't think of the right way to put it, but it's like duty is above all. And
yep.
Like it doesn't matter if you're suffering, like it is a performative contradiction to like cease to be by choice. Stuff like that. Like I really agree with that kind of mindset, but like obviously there'd be situations where you know, there could be exceptions. Like I'm obviously not deaf to that, but I agree with him in this like weird, like self duty, relative duty to your family, like that kind of weird, inescapable standard. I agree with that kind of idea. I just don't know. Maybe I don't know where the perfect line lies, but I think I agree with it.
Like I believe Kant raises some good counterexamples for utilitarianism, but I believe that like deontology, like pure deontology, like has some like issues with itself. Like the fact that like if a Nazi officer came to you and you're hiding like, you know, refugees in your attic, Kant would argue that it's immoral to lie to the Nazi officer. So, like, the right thing to do in Kant's framework is to, like, rat out the refugees that you're hiding.
Lie your fucking
Right,
ass
and-
off.
Right, and I think that that's like obviously false. So there must be like some way that I like enable the same type of like baseline standards, but I say no, there's like that's a mistake. Like so that there'd be something qualifying there that I'm not sure how to depict exactly. But like obviously that's the wrong choice, and then that would be a violation to this like duty standard, and I'm fine with that. I'm not sure how to express it like in a non-contradictory way, like my prioritization is clearly not severely duty. It's like duty with some type of qualification or something.
Well, and that's why with like the argument from agency, like if someone is like acting in such a way that like reduces another agent's freedom and well-being, it is like more moral to like intervene within that action or impede that agent's effect on another agent's ability to retain their agency. So I feel like that's where the best update occurs, but then like you get like into the weird shit of like actions against oneself, and that's where like I believe virtue ethics like really has like the best supplementation, because like it can explain like why unaliving oneself is morally wrong, or like self-harm is morally wrong. But I think we've sufficiently rabbit-holed to bring up some more Monkey Boy.
We could even talk about how these, pro tanto evils are not possible on theism. But the first point we want to tie up is, at best, you would have to say that all instances of evils are instrumental. That there's no actual thing that's just evil in itself. They all serve a good.
Yeah, so that's what God does on purpose. He doesn't just give evil for no reason.
Okay, and I think this is heresy, but I'm not going to argue that. But Christian faiths do not say all evils are instrumental. Christian theism does say that there exist gratuitous evils.
I don't understand why God would give us evil for no reason.
No one's talking about God giving evils. I don't even know what that means. The point is that there's evils in the world that are gratuitous. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying God gave anything. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you're Catholic. Maybe you could talk with your church fathers or priests, because they would tell you otherwise. But look, let's assume your view is literally all evils are actually goods, that there is no genuine evil, that they're all instrumental goods. Okay. Now, we could talk about how instrumental goods are not even possible, but you've actually already done the work. You've kind of said that there's no evils anyways. So you think we're actually in the best possible world. So before talking about the other stuff, you think this world couldn't be any better?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you think 1 millisecond of Holocaust suffering would not make it for a better world?
I think that everything that happened in that time was
That's just a yes or no.
terrible.
Yeah, I just want a direct
Can't
answer.
answer it with a yes or no.
Okay, well, then you're being inconsistent. Because given what you've already said, it entails that the answer is yes. And I'm just asking that for consistency. But the fact you're now saying you can't answer means you're being inconsistent. Because your previous responses entailed that the answer would be yes.
Yeah, then.
Okay, is it yes? I can't answer, because now you're just flip-flopping. Which is the answer? Is it yes, a world with 1 millisecond less of Holocaust suffering is not a better world? Or it's yes, okay, it's not a better world. Yes, it's not a better world. Okay, I mean, that's just a reductio. This is kind of like mind poisoning that religion has, basically makes
God
you
gives
susceptible
the
to.
exact amount that he knew that would be good. So he would have put it a second less if he knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, there's another concern, which is kind of a concern of ad hocness. There's this type of reasoning that people do, which is erroneous, which is that people make stories to save some type of proposition from falsification, where that thing is not independently supported. I don't think you have independent support for this idea that the Holocaust is, all things considered, good, and that 1 millisecond less would not be as good. So I'm wondering if maybe you have independent motivation, or if you're just kind of endorsing this view just to, resist collapsing theism, Christian theism. Do you have independent moral reasons to think that that would be, you know, worse if there was 1 millisecond less?
That he does everything good, so he would have made it a millisecond
Okay, but
less.
you're not really listening to what I said. We're trying to put away religion, right? Because we're trying to avoid ad hoc reasoning, ad hoc rescue. Right? You can always make a story to save a further story from being false, where that story doesn't have further justification. Right? If I said, "Oh, John killed Jerry," and she left. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, what do you got?
I got a question for you. Where do you get your morality from?
I'm not sure.
If there's no God, where does morals come from?
Okay, what does that ask? What do you mean? Where do morals come from?
Where do you get your morals? Like, by what standard do you get morals from if there's no God?
Yeah,
because
I'm trying to understand the question, but you're just kind of repeating the question every time I ask for clarity. I'm not really sure what you're asking. So
Well,
people have moral opinions. You're asking what
If you say it
explains
enough,
people's
they'll
moral
understand.
opinions.
Well,
What
we
exactly
have.
are you asking?
If you say something enough, you'll understand, right?
Yeah,
Clearly,
just
no.
keep repeating the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah,
They'll
you
get
don't
it.
need anything to add it. It's fine.
Yeah, what do you mean by where do morals come from? Well, I mean, where do morals come from?
Yeah, it's perfectly solves the problem.
How are you not getting this?
This one is way better than the last one. The last one was like punching down, but this one is not. This one, no, it's still punching down. I'm sorry, it's still punching down, but
It's always punching down.
It
sadly.
has funnier moments. Yeah.
Well, we have objective morals. So if you were
Well, if you're a
to,
theist, you're very likely you believe in more realism. I mean, I could just do one very quick practice, and I can almost wager that you're not a realist. Do you think that moral facts turn on God's attitudes, preferences, goals, and intentions? Or they divorce them?
well,
They either turn on
basically,
them or
yeah.
divorce you. Okay, so then you're an anti-realist. You don't believe in objective morality. Yeah, I mean, people always use this language. They don't really understand basic tenets of moral philosophy and ethics. They don't understand what moral realism or objective morality even is. They just think it's morality with a capital M, and they just think it sounds good to say God gives you objective morality. But theism makes the probability you're more realist incredibly unlikely. So,
well, I mean, if you were to say, right,
so you just think
since
morality is not objective.
Well, there is an objective standpoint of morality. Like
Objective means stance independent, and stance independent just means not attitudes, preferences, goals, or intention dependent. You said it is dependent on intentions, attitudes, preferences, or goals, particularly of God. God's the appraiser, so you're an anti-realist.
Well, basically, what I'm getting at, bro, is that we have an undeniable standpoint of morality when it comes to either murder or the Holocaust or
You think
those
the Holocaust
terrible
is bad?
events. Yes,
Is God all
obviously.
good? Is God all good?
Yes, that's what we believe. Yes,
And he's all powerful too.
of course. I can already know what you're going with this.
Okay, and
But
that's
yeah,
logically inconsistent with the existence of the Holocaust.
how so? Because I can tell you that it's not.
Yeah, if it's bad the Holocaust happens, then the world where the Holocaust does not instantiate is a better world. God is all good, meaning he always does the good wheresoever he's empowered. He's omnipotent, so he has the power to realize the world without the Holocaust, and he's failing with respect to his characteristic of being all good. If he's all good and
Not
all
at all.
powerful, it would entail a world without the Holocaust.
Not at all. Because if you think about it, so God created the world with.
Hold on, you're
with
denying that
us.
that's an entailment?
What does that word mean? Tell me what that word means.
That it follows just logically. If I always do the good, whenever I do good with respect to what I could achieve. If I could achieve all goods, any instance of a good would be realized. If a good is not realized, then that's logically inconsistent with the existence of that being. Like put it in different terms. If I said I have a wood chipper that chips any block of wood, right? So it always is on. It's always going to start like running when there's a piece of wood, and it cannot fail with its omnipotent, meaning it will always destroy. It can't fail with its with respect to its chipping of wood. So if I put a piece of wood in it, if it actually is wood, then it's going to come out destroyed. That's an entailment. It will always start running the blades when it detects wood, and it could destroy any piece of wood. So it wouldn't be an entailment if I put a piece of wood in, it would be destroyed. If I put something in and it came out and it's not destroyed, well, that means a couple things. Either that wood chipper is not all powerful, doesn't always turn on when there's wood, or that's not wood. Same way with God.
I mean,
Since it's an
but-
entailment from the being's properties, then that means the God you're talking about, if there is a gratuitous instance of evil, that either means God is not all good, God is not all powerful, or that was not actually an evil.
Well, what I'm trying to get at, bro, is I want to go back to your previous point where you said,
I'm saying those are the
why
three
does
consequences. Those are the
I mean,
three
yeah,
options.
yeah, but I want to go back to your previous point when you said, why does God allow these bad things to happen?
I didn't ask you that. That's
well,
not
you,
even what I
you
said.
definitely asked something like that.
I didn't ask you anything. I said it's an entailment of the existence of that evil. That being does not exist. That's what I said verbatim. And then I just told you the three options that allow you to escape it, to which all of them are just going to be an obvious issue because you're going to need to forfeit your existing position because it just does entail the falsity of your view if that thing is evil. The only way you can escape that is actually, doing some retroactive saying, oh, it's actually not evil. I guess I was mistaken. Or saying God's not all powerful or not all good. Those are the only ways you escape it. Because if God was all good and all powerful and that was an evil, it wouldn't exist.
I mean, so I'm going to answer that question.
That's not a question, that's a statement, but okay.
Well, that statement, everything, whatever.
Answer that statement.
God created us with a free will to do anything and to do anything on the earth. Because if he created us because we were made to worship God. And when he created us, some of us, we said we rebelled against him. We rebelled against him.
I'm not really, I mean, I know the story. I mean, I was a Christian. There's no point in telling me this. This is just not engaging
Yeah,
with
but I'm
what I
trying to
said.
get to the point. I'm trying to get to the point.
Then skip the fluff and get to the point because nothing you're saying is in response to what I'm saying.
One problem,
God
it's
gave
all
us free
fluff.
will. And
The problem is it's all fluff, so kind of hard to skip the fluff.
Ray, I see your screen share of the game backstage. I also see your like doing augmented reality of screens. If those have any sort of personal information, go ahead and minimize those, and I'll demo your game screen on stream, but only after I'm sure that there is no personal information being shared on those screens.
Yeah. I wanted to know, like, if I mirrored this one, if it came through in a resolution that was any good.
The resolution looks fine, but I think the FPS is what's lacking. Like backstage, it looks like a slideshow essentially. Like you're getting like 15 FPS.
Oh, that's probably because it is a second broadcast of it. It's not giving it the oomph. Okay, maybe that won't work. All right. Thanks for letting me know that yes, if the FPS is ass, then forget it.
All right, good. I'm glad I could help you experiment.
The next question would be, could you pull in a Discord?
A Discord instance?
Yeah, well, yeah, a Discord share, like a guest from the Discord that shared their screen.
Oh, a guest from Discord. Well, in order for them to share their screen, they'd have to be in this queue, I guess.
Oh, all right, yeah. That
Unless
also
like
would not work.
you were someone that was like watching their screen share.
Right.
Yeah, I guess just really depends.
No, thank you. Figure something out maybe. I just wanted to taunt nobody.
Fair enough.
With your VR space game.
What's the what ship are you flying?
What is this one? The Corvette.
Oh, that's cool. I've never owned one of those.
I've got a lot of ships.
I think the biggest
There's-
and most
there's-
expensive ship I've ever owned is a Python.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I just sold it and went right back to like fighting and like on soloing.
Right. Well, get your shit set up, man. We'll get you whatever ship you want. It's pretty easy.
True. Yeah, true.
It doesn't take long in this thing. It's everything's fully engineered on it. So
We play
it's
some Star Citizen now. Just to spite you.
scary. That's another one. I'm so tempted. another buddy was talking about getting a VR headset now that someone's coming out. I think Valve is releasing a wireless VR headset.
Nice.
So that's going to solve a lot of problems for people. I mean, but people got really innovative with it. Like if you get a medium tension dog leash, one of those retractable ones, okay, and it has to be the medium tension, but if you use that and you fix that to the ceiling in some way, right? You can run the VR cable through that, and it has just the perfect tension so that as you walk around, it will extend and retract. And if you run it right, it can prevent you from getting like tangled up if you wanted to go like in sort of a moving type of situation. But yeah, they got really innovative with it. Anyway, that was my rabbit hole.
Side note with MC, I'm so sad we can't see the chat of both. It just gets stuck with one chat. I want to see both vertical and horizontal at the same time. Don't know why YouTube doesn't allow that to be a thing.
There's not much going on in the different streams. At least not yet.
And some people like maybe even like started these wars. People that began to start these wars, and killed tons of people. God didn't do that. God didn't do that. It was these people that had with their free will that did it.
Okay, but when you respond to what I'm saying. Okay, but now respond to that again. I told you to cut the fluff, but you just but respond to the point I made. I'm not saying God is culpable for the evil. I don't know what was the whole point of talking for a minute straight saying that God didn't do the evils. No one's accusing God of doing the evils. We said it's an entailment of the existence of God. There isn't evils. Not that God is the cause of the evils. That if God existed, that would entail there are no evils. So you just completely just didn't either track the point, or you just spoke for like 2 minutes straight about something completely extraneous just to respond. Are you going to respond to what I said, or?
Remind me what you want me to respond to.
Like a wood chipper. Remember the wood chipper. If it's wood, then it will always start running the blades when it detects wood, so long as it's actually wood. And it's an all-powerful wood chipper, so it can't fail with respect to its ability to chip wood. Meaning, if there's wood, it will detect it and it will destroy it. So it's an entailment that if I put wood in the wood chipper, the wood would be destroyed. If I put wood in, or if I put an object in it, it may appear wood, and it's not destroyed. Either it's not wood, either we're mistaken about thinking it's all powerful, or we're mistaken to think it always detects the wood. That's the same way with God. Either that thing is not an evil, God is not all good, or God is not all powerful.
I'm trying to like what is that analogy? like that
God is all powerful, meaning he could bring about any logically possible. He could bring about any possible world. So if there's an evil just means worse world. So God would bring about the world where the evil doesn't happen, because trivially the world where it happens is worse. But we don't find ourselves in that world. If it's true that the Holocaust isn't evil, then that means it's a worse world it happens, meaning there's a world without the Holocaust that's better. And if that's a morally better world, and God is all powerful and he's omnibenevolent, he aims to do the good, and he can't fail with respect to his aim because he's omnipotent. That means
he doesn't fail. Evil is literally
fail with
just
respect to his aim because he's all good. He's omnipotent, meaning we would be in a world without the Holocaust.
Evil is literally just the absence of good. That's all it is.
Fine. Okay,
that's literally all it is.
That's completely fine. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You can adopt a deprivation view. Okay.
But because look, God created good. He didn't create bad and evil.
Okay, we're not talking about God creating anything. We're talking about the world where God exists and evils exist are logically incompatible.
How so? That doesn't even make any sense at all, to be fair, bro.
Okay, if God is all good, he always does the good. If it's a better world, a Holocaust not happen, and God has the power to do it. If it's a better thing, if it's a better world that there's not a Holocaust, given he's all good, he would aim to do that. Given he's omnipotent, he can't fail with respect to his aim. He would.
There is a world like that, like where there is all good.
Don't do the bullshit we're talking about heaven. We're talking about the world we're in now. There's a better world than the world we're in now. When you say the Holocaust is bad, you're saying that there could be a better world. And the point is, if God is all good and omnipotent, we would be in the best possible world.
Not necessarily. Why would you invite a whole bunch of people now in your house that you don't know?
I love these arguments because it forces the caller to like argue for the best possible Holocaust, which is just
Yeah.
like a standing like reductio on its face.
Apparently, the Holocaust is the best possible Holocaust.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And he said it. No, it is entailed, and that means that it is necessary. And then, oh, I forget. I had another critique, but I lost it. So you guys go ahead.
Yes. Why would you invite a bunch of people that you don't know into your house? Has this guy never thrown a party? He did say that, right? I didn't mishear him.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Roll back like 15, maybe not even 5 seconds.
I'm an introvert. I
good.
don't want
You're
anyone in my
omnipotent.
house.
We would be in the best possible world.
Not necessarily. Why would you invite
That's what I'm
a whole bunch of people now in your house that you don't know?
That's what I'm explaining. The reason it's necessarily the case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what? That had nothing to do with anything.
Also, the smoke alarm going off. Great detail right there.
Yeah, chirp.
Yeah, it's called a party, buddy. Yeah, I lost the pizza oven. It happens. But, you know.
How did you lose a pizza oven? What?
Oh, I used to throw some ragers, dude. Every Friday night on campus, I would just let freshmen come in for like $5. I was making money in college throwing house parties.
And it cost you a pizza oven. All right.
Well, I couldn't keep everyone out of everywhere all the time, and we did get raided once. And while we were dealing with people getting out, somebody grabbed the pizza oven and just walked off with it. It was an electric, one of those.
Okay, it was one of the small ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it was a restaurant style, sort of like the
So that's still
square,
a decent size.
It was, right? Like somebody had to walk down the street with that thing and like got away with it. So like it wasn't thrilled, but
That's like walking out with someone's microwave. Damn. All right.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, pretty much. It's like walking out with their microwave. Yeah, that was like the worst thing that ever happened. And like it was easily replaced with just the volume of people. Because the house I was living in was right across the street from a liquor wholesaler. They weren't supposed to sell to people like me, but they did not care. So, I mean, they had like a slot machine that paid out in that place. Like I don't even want to get into how many ways that place was connected, but
So I'm hearing they encouraged underage drinking, as so did you. So I'm hearing.
I can neither confirm nor deny any of those accusations. I believe the statute of limitation is well up, but I'm not gonna. There's some things off. Anyway, but I used to pick up 5 or 6 half barrels from them of just bad beer, and then I'd get something good for the rest of the house, the people upstairs, and we'd filter all into the basement and just rage until usually Saturday morning at some point. My friend would come up and spin, and yeah, it was fun. It was a good time, but it cost me a pizza oven.
The poor pizza oven. Hopefully, it's still serving someone else delicious pizza.
I hope so. I hope it went to a good cause, right? Someone clearly needed it more than I did. If they're stealing a pizza oven, and
I at least
or
wanted
they-
it more than you did.
Well, I
Who
wouldn't.
knows
I
the
don't know if
need?
that's
Probably the
right.
want.
It could have been a need. He saw it. He's like, oh, I got this pizza in the fridge. It's too late. It's like 3 a.m.
I don't have
Nothing's
an oven,
open.
and
There's an oven right here. I'm gonna go home and cook this pizza. Maybe he meant to bring it back. Benefit of the doubt. I don't know.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
That person's still looking for your address to send it to.
Right. I'm sure he did not remember where he was. But if it was the night that it got raided, everyone was just rushing out pretty quickly. That was interesting because they ended up using my house for surveillance, and if they found somebody that, because it was not in a great neighborhood. In fact, like right around the corner was a house.
So potentially you got the person that stole your pizza oven busted.
I don't think so. He wouldn't have been at that party. This was not that kind of house. It was weird. Where our campus was in a pretty crappy neighborhood, pretty much right outside of it. So, yeah, essentially our house was used to surveil a drug house of some type. They found somebody that they could talk to and like work on getting that place closed down, so they didn't go through with my many charges that I was facing. They kind of just held me hostage with that. So I have the ticket somewhere. I was gonna get it framed. It was really expensive, but I never had to pay it, so whatever.
You're supposed to put a $1 bill framed next to it. There you go.
No, that was a wild night. Those were wild times in general. The guy who would spin for me was a guy who would come up from my hometown. He survived a 5-story fall to concrete, so he couldn't like drink. He had like a quarter of his brain removed, like a bunch of nerve damage. He was pretty badly messed up, but he could walk. We played basketball and shit. He was very, very resilient. But he could smoke pot like nobody, right? Like the doctors told him he'd be fine with that. He had so many medications he couldn't drink. That would probably kill him. But he would come up
Like
and
me?
spin. Like, what do you mean?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Like you? How
Go
so? Anyway, he just had every hip hop song, every popular piece of music everyone would want to listen to. So he would just come up and hang out in my room and spin all night, getting super, super baked and just hanging out and having a good time, which he really enjoyed that. And he fell 5 stories to concrete. So I'm going to do everything I can to make him happy. He was my friend growing up, like riding BMX bikes as a kid. Right. And then like he moved into the inner city. He became the right-hand man for like a gang, which was weird because here's my dear friend growing that I used to ride BMX bikes with, but now he's a high-ranking gang member. But made for some awkward moments. Not for us. We would always laugh because like we knew each other from childhood. We were great friends, but to anyone who saw this white guy walk up, and it was funny. It was just funny. It
All right, Walter White. Should we continue this?
Carry on. I forgot where I was going with that. There was a point to that somewhere. And then I got derailed. I'm also stoned right now.
Is because given he's omnibenevolent, meaning he will always aim to do the good. If something is good, God would aim to do it. If God's omnipotent, he cannot fail with respect to his aim.
If that thing is, I don't think you understand what free will is. I don't think you understand what that is, because I've been explaining that 100 times. We have free will. So that means we have free will to do what we want. That's why you have a free will to reject God. He gave me a free will to accept him.
Yeah,
so when
it's logically consistent with free will, there's no evil.
How's the guy swallowing his mind?
I mean, that's just not true.
The point I'm making. Yeah,
it is.
Free will has nothing to do with the existence of evils.
It does. It literally does have every existence to do with evils. You have a free will to think.
Free will is the metaphysics of deliberation. You can actually be a moral nihilist or a limitivist or quietist and believe in free will. Free will is actually entirely orthogonal to normativity, and more specifically, moral normativity. You could think there's no moral facts at all, and we have free will. Free will has nothing to do with the existence of evils.
Then let me ask you a question then.
Is it logically possible everyone freely doesn't do evil? Is that possible?
Is it possible for everyone to freely do evil? Is that what you asked?
Good, not do evil. Jesus Christ.
Yes. I mean, if you have free will, you can have choice.
So if it's logically consistent with free will, you only do good, then you just shown that it's not necessary to have freedom. There has to be evils. If it's possible that everyone only does good with their freedom, so that just shows that they're not tied.
Free will is literally choice. That's what it is. So I don't know what you're getting at with that argument.
My point is that the free will stuff is orthogonal.
So you're saying you're living a life of non-free will.
Where in the world did you get anything close to that from what I just said? I said the free will talk is orthogonal. Then you asked me, okay, so you think there's no free will? What the fuck are you talking about?
Eating his mind.
It's like if I say,
Right? That's some of the worst mic quality I've heard all evening so far.
He's all just like I'd be like, quit chewing on your mic.
I think he has one of those gaming headsets, and he removed a little puff at the end of it, you know, and just shoved it straight in his nose.
He sounds like he's getting very agitated.
Oh yeah,
They usually do.
it's like if I say, we're talking, can you stop moving your mic? Like, you're like rattling your mic. It's like if
Okay.
I gave an objection to the existence of God, and then you start mentioning grilled cheese, and then I said grilled cheese conversation is orthogonal to whether God exists or not. And then you say, okay, so you just don't think grilled cheeses exist. That's basically what you did.
Well, you
Orthogonal
said
meaning
orthogonal.
unrelated.
You said
Orthogonal meaning
orthogonal.
unrelated. I said orthogonal,
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a glass of water.
meaning unrelated.
Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't know what that word even meant at all. So, but if you want
Are you a libertarian? Like
Am I a
when it comes to
liberal?
freedom? No, libertarian with respect to free will. Not liberal, not libertarian politically, libertarian metaphysically. I mean, you're talking about free will. Have you ever studied the philosophy of free will? Like, are you a compatibilist? Do you believe in libertarian freedom? Because we could just go through how freedom just doesn't escape the issue. I mean, it obviously doesn't, but we could just talk about how we can obviously just make a world where necessarily people can't do evils and retain the continuity of genuine freedom. Are you a libertarian, or do you not know what that is?
I've never
maybe
heard that term before.
if you don't even know the philosophy of free will, you shouldn't say free will saves you and you don't even know what you're talking
I never
about.
said free will saves me. I never said that at all.
Free will saves you from the objection I'm making. You literally said that. You said, I told you like 100 times free will, and you're saying that that's the defeater to the point I'm making. So I don't know. Now you're just contradicting yourself. The whole thing of you saying you said free will 100 times is in response to my objection, or was it not? Because if it wasn't, then I don't know what's the point of saying that you said free will 100 times if 100
Well,
times
I don't
you
need
never
to study
engaged.
free will to know what it means. Like, I don't need to go into deep study to know free will.
Actually,
to know what it means. I don't need to
there's
do some deep
various.
study on 2 plus 2 to know
There's
what 2 plus 2
actually.
means.
That's not analogous because free will is not a univocal concept. There's dispute about what freedom actually is. And on various theories of freedom, for example, there's something called compatibilist freedom. And compatibilist freedom God can determine your actions and you still be free. So if you're a compatibilist, then free will escapes nothing at all because God can literally make you where you can't do evils. You just have the disposition to always do good and you somehow have freedom still. So that does definitely heavily turn on the theory of freedom. There's not a univocal concept of freedom.
I can see where you're going with that. I can see where you're going with that. I mean,
I don't know. You're not like, what do you understand? If I always aim to do P and I have the power to always achieve P, then if I have that aim, then P. I have that aim and I have that power, then P. It's the same. It's literally the whole thing. I'm obviously, I don't know if you're confused about the entailment stuff because that's very trivial. I even gave you a concrete, example several times with the wood chipper. Do we understand how the existence of God entails the falsity of a world with evils?
I understand where you're going with that. I do understand where you're going with that. But if I would have,
I'm asking you where I'm going. I'm not asking you if you understand where I'm going with that. I'm asking you if you understand it's true that that's an entailment, or do you deny that?
I understand that analogy you're using with the wood chipper. I get it. I understand that. But okay, let me ask you a question real fast. So
It's impossible that I put actual wood in the wood chipper and the wood not be destroyed if it always detects wood and turns on the blades, and the blades don't cut any wood.
Sure.
Right. That's
but-
the exact same thing with God. If there's a world
Sure.
with evils, it's impossible.
Sure, but if I were to ask you this, right?
You say sure. You're
if I
saying you
would've-
agree.
I'm saying sure because
I'm trying to understand if you understand that that's an entailment. That's a fact that that's an entailment of the view.
Okay. I'm just gonna ask you
It's
this
not
question.
possible. I always aim to do P. I cannot fail with respect to P, and an instance of P does not obtain. If I aim to always do every instance of P and always can.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm gonna shift it a little bit. I'm gonna ask you this question, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well.
We don't want to shift. We want a direct answer. Do you understand the entailment?
Sure. Yes, I understand that entailment, bro. But
Okay, so that means that it's not possible. There's evils. So what does that mean?
I
for
didn't. I
Holocaust?
understand what you're saying. I never.
Okay,
but
that's
I don't.
what, I was asking you if you understand that that's an entailment. Is what I asked you. So if
Do
you
I
don't agree
agree
that
with
that's an
that?
entailment,
No.
okay, so you think it's possible? God always wants to, always aims to do the good, will always achieve the good, and somehow an instance of evil obtains where evils are, you can think of them as the opposite. There, to say an evil happened is to say a good thing failed. But if God always aims to do the good thing, and He's omnipotent, He literally can't
Yes.
fail with respect to His aim.
It's true, but you have to understand since you haven't really done a deep dive or
But
a
evil
big
is a
dive into
failure.
the Bible,
But a
you would
failure
know.
okay, but a failure is a failure with sorry, an evil is a failure with respect to God's aim. But that means He can't be omnipotent.
But if you were to do a deep dive into the Bible, like because then you understand what the world is.
Hold on,
The world
I don't
is.
want this. Do you understand that that's a logical incompatibility? That's you keep always like trying to dance around what I'm saying and go into like stupid theology stuff. Do you understand that that's not? Do you understand that that's logically impossible?
He does. He aims to do good. He always aims to do good.
I'm saying, do you
for
understand it's
people.
logically impossible? An instance of evil obtains as an instance of evil is a failure with respect to God's aim, and God is omnipotent.
Well, I find it kind of crazy that everyone tries to say this and this and this and that about God.
This is like not an
but we have
answer.
to understand.
Can you like respond?
But I'm trying
Look,
to get
if
there.
I always want the good, that means a good world is better than a worse world. So if a good world obtains, that means the worst world fails. Right? To do good means that a world where instead that evil could have happened failed. Okay, so an instance of evil means that that's a world where a good failed to come about. But if God's all good, He would instantiate all. That's an instance of God would aim to bring about, and God can bring it about. But the fact an evil obtained means that God failed with respect to His aim and power to bring about that good in instead. But that couldn't be because God's omnipotent and has no superseding interests.
Okay.
Do we understand? Okay, yes or no? Is that correct? That's an entailment.
I honestly think that because when you ask,
I want a yes or no. I don't want you talking around the question, please.
Well, I can't give a yes or no answer to such a broad question.
It's not a broad. It's a yes or no question. If you agree that that's an entailment, or you disagree.
He is. Monkey Boy is so goated. Like when it comes to just, you know what we all just saw. I don't even have to describe it. Just awesome. I love Monkey Boy.
If I'm going to be honest, I do not agree with that.
Okay, and that's no different than saying I could put a wood chipper inside I could put a piece of wood inside a wood chipper where the wood chipper will always detect wood, turn on the blades, and the blades could cut any wood, and somehow the wood can come out on the other side completely undamaged. That's literally what you're saying. So this just shows how you're just like motivated. You're like, well, because what I said is a triviality. It's like a necessary truth. You're willing to deny necessary truths. They're just necessary. They're so obvious. It's not even obvious because a fact could be obvious and not necessary. It's not even possible otherwise. And you're willing to say that, yes, this thing is not impossible. Just basically just motivated, just literally to cling on to theism.
No, not really, bro.
Would you
I'm
say
not
if someone
gonna cling on to
says,
anything.
if someone says that this wood, imagine they had a wood chipper and they said their wood chipper will always turn on when it detects wood and has blades that could cut any wood. There's no wood that could go in it and not come out in as ash. It's gonna be like just ash. And then imagine I put a wood in it and it comes out ash, or sorry, doesn't come out ash. And I ask them, do you think that's consistent with it actually being wood, meaning the wood chipper will turn on and detect it because it actually is wood, and the blades will incinerate wood whenever there's wood in it, and somehow the wood comes out unincinerated, if that's possible, if those two other conditions are met. And he says, yeah, I still do think my wood chipper detects wood always and can cut any wood into ash, and your wood went through it and did not become ash. Clearly that person's not being honest, right? Do you think that person's maybe they're so dumb they're actually being honest and they can't realize how incompetent the thing they're saying is. But do you agree with that person that they're necessarily wrong about those things being consistent?
Sure.
Right, and that's literally the same thing with God. If there's a good, God would aim to do it. God will always bring about the good because He's omnipotent. He can't fail with respect to His aim. And there's instances of evils where evils are failures of goods that could have instantiated. But if a good could have took its stead and God's all good, He would have aimed to bring about that good. Can't fail with respect to his aim. He would bring it about if he aimed it, which he always aims it. So therefore, the fact there's an instance if evil is logically inconsistent with the existence of that being.
Do you want to know something? There's something that is, so we all know, because what's mentioned in the Bible is that Satan is the god of the world.
To what I'm saying.
This wood chipper analogy, I just want to move past it because it's like very like getting way too far fetched for me.
You're just getting completely destroyed.
No, I'm not. It's just too far fetched. Like it's just
you're just not
completely no
responding.
sense.
It's far fetched. What are you talking about? It's like completely. It's like almost identical to the case of God. It's like a perfect analogy. What are you talking about? Far
Perfect? I wouldn't say perfect.
Yeah, just saying an argument is far-fetched is just basically an argument from incredulity. So, like, they've got nothing.
He
Just
wasn't
retreat.
listening anyway.
They might have not been listening, or they just might not have the ability to track the argument.
It is a perfect analogy.
I don't want to say that, but all I'm saying is that we keep forgetting the person on the other side and just pointing all the blame at God, right? So we're pointing all the blame at God, but we keep forgetting about Satan.
How stupid are you that this has already been explained? Oh my God. We're talking not about culpability, dumbass. We're talking about logical incommensurability. How it's not consistent logically. It's not even possible that there's an evil if there's a God. Not that God is responsible for evils or who is responsible. We're not talking about moral responsibility.
Wode, I love that quote. That's great. You can't derail the train if it never left the station. That's fucking goated.
Moral culpability. We're talking about logical inconsistency. If like I said, I'm a married bachelor and the word bachelor means unmarried man, that type of thing is impossible. I explicated how a contradiction arises if there's a God that's all good and all powerful and an evil exists.
I've already answered that. I've already told you that evil is just the absence of good. I've already answered that. I've already said that.
Matter. That has nothing to
do with it. It does,
with
because that's what you're asking. That's basically what you're saying. You're saying that if there's good in the world, that means that there's no evil. If God is real and he tries to strive for good, that means there's no evil. And but if there is evil, that means there's no God. That makes zero sense. Absolutely zero sense.
Do you even understand the reasoning it gave? How about you tell me the reasoning since it makes no sense to you? Let's see if you understood it, because I said it like 10 times. What exactly is the inconsistency going on I keep purporting?
You just told me, like I just told you back, you just told me that if God aims to do all good and is all good, and if there is evil in the world, that contradicts God because he tries to do good in the world and make sure that the world is good. And if there's evil, that means that there is no God. That's what I got from that. And that is completely stupid because, as I've pointed out multiple times, is that we have free choice to do whatever we want on the world. He doesn't force us to do anything, because if he were to force us to do something, that means we would be robots and we would not be
God
humans.
instantiates.
Yeah, what that too. But I mean, what I'm trying to get at is that if God
always says what I'm trying to get at and never responds to what I've already told him.
I just did. What do you mean?
Do you understand the logical tension I've been like talking about? Like, what's the logical tension?
I just said back to what you just told me. If there's evil, and God strives to do good. If there's evil, that there's no God. That's what you just said. Am I right or wrong?
I'm asking you, what's the logical tension I'm saying there is?
What's the logical tension that there is a God?
The logical tension I keep saying there is.
What, bro? Say that one more time.
I'm so confused what you're actually not understanding.
Yeah, ask me it again one more time.
How about we change up the wood example and let's see if you get it now. If there's a wood chipper that sucks in any wood, it will detect wood, not just that's put in it. It'll detect wood anywhere. If there's any wood, it'll detect it, it'll suck it in, and it'll run its blades that they're omnipotent. They can't fail with respect to chopping wood. They would chop up wood of any type. Do you think it's possible that wood chipper exists and there's wood in the world?
Sure, but what does that have to do with evil?
Are you serious? There couldn't be wood because it would have been chopped up.
Yeah, Caller's just like failing to track the argument, like fundamentally.
Well, the speed at which he said sure and then responded shows he's not listening.
Yeah.
Because obviously, like, there would be no wood in that world, like, obviously. But yeah, he was like, sure, but, and like that was he was just waiting for that.
I think color is a hung ground. Failure to release just kind of stuck there. Doesn't even know it yet.
What? Bro, what does that have to? What correlation does that have to do with God?
It's a direct parallel.
If wood would have chopped every piece of wood on the earth, what does that have to
A
do
wood
with God?
chipper
or
sucks
evil
in
or
any
humans?
wood and chops it up. A world without wood chipper would entail there's no wood.
What does that have to do with the
A
earth,
world,
God, and
the
evil?
world with a God that's omnipotent and all good. God would instantiate all goods. All goods are not instantiated. Therefore,
No, he
there's a
wouldn't.
logical tension.
No,
Okay,
he
that
wouldn't.
just so he's all good and he's not. He doesn't always do the good. He doesn't do all the goods. Okay,
He doesn't
yeah,
do.
that makes
Bro, what?
all good is a
I'm trying to tell
quantificational
you.
phrase. To
What
say
I'm
all
trying
good
to tell
means
you.
God does all the goods. Can't be true. God does all the goods. God's all good and there's goods God fails to meet. It's like if Superman was just sitting around eating a Subway sandwich and he saw a guy with a pew enter a kindergarten and just started mowing them down. And he was just literally across the street. And he just keeps enjoying his Subway sandwich. He can move faster than the speed of light, tank a collapsing star. A gun does nothing to him. In fact, it takes no effort to just take that guy, put him in prison, go back to eating a Subway sandwich. It takes less than a nanosecond, given he moves multiple times faster than the speed of light or whatever.
I mean, the fact that he's eating a Subway sandwich also, like, shows it's not the optimal world. Everyone knows that Jersey Mike's is far superior. This stream brought
Yeah.
to you by Jersey Mike's. Just
Sure.
kidding.
Counterpoint.
Ask
My
for a
Subway
Mike's
is
way.
connected to a donut shop, so
Your Subway is connected to a donut shop?
yeah.
What? That's wild. The university I went to had a Subway in its student union, and also a Panda Express, which was like the busiest Panda Express in the.
Oh, I can
Heartland
imagine.
region. Like I
That's
worked
gonna be-
there, and we grossed $14K a day.
Just a
Oh my
bit.
God.
Yeah, it's fucking.
I live next door to
crazy.
a donut shop. Yep. It's pretty good shit, dude.
It is not.
Do they do like artisan donuts with like bacon crumbles and shit on it?
I have like 3 of those nearby.
They do make breakfast sandwiches. Like they have like biscuits and stuff, but they have donuts too, like donut holes and I don't know, all the regular donuts.
I can go travel 3 miles and go to 3 different donut shops that all do artisan donuts.
Oh my god, I'm so
Well,
jealous.
I live in a little bitty fucking town. You know what I mean? We're lucky we have the donut shop. Actually.
Consistent. I
If
say
I remember,
Superman
on the
is all
same
good
road,
and
I can also go to artisan ice cream shop too. It's great.
Stop at the donut shop and then stop at the ice cream shop and then just dump that shit on top of the donut.
Yeah. Ultra diabetes. Let's go.
I can't feel my feet.
It's not even, I can't feel my feet. There is no feet left. It's
Find your-
gone.
Find yourself a type 3 diabetes.
Cancels it out, right?
No, as I get into like my later 30s, I am trying to like watch my my sugar consumption more. But instead of like drinking things with no sugar, I'm just like cutting that shit out. Because like I don't want to like start like consuming large amounts of like aspartame or whatever the artificial sweetener is.
Oh yeah, there's the one that
I drink zero. I don't know which one it has in it, but I like the taste of it a lot better, like than the diet.
Yeah, I forget which diet supplement it is though, but one of them actually makes you hungry.
Huh.
So the whole thing kind of has a counterproductive effect. Like you're not getting the sugar, but you're gonna take in more food because the substance that's not sugar is making you hungry. I don't know. It's messed up.
The way is still gets to consume more.
there's an instance of evil.
Diabolical. It's 100% diabolical. The chemistry that goes into making food addictive and flavors that just shouldn't exist. And yeah, we're monsters.
Yeah, Branch Ricky, I've been trying to get more into seltzers, but like for me, the issue with seltzers is it feels like it tastes like a static whisper of a flavor. You know, like if you turn on like an old CRT TV that like isn't tuned to like a proper channel, and then someone like whispered like orange cream, that's about the same sensory experience that you get from like, you know, drinking orange cream seltzer.
That he didn't fail to prevent.
If God were to stop every evil thing on the earth, this place would be heaven. That's what that would be. That's heaven. Heaven is no bad, no evil, no crying, no pain. That's what that is. Earth is not heaven.
The point is that's an entailment of the existence of God.
It's not, because that point makes no sense. Because I'm explaining
Saying
it
it
to
doesn't
you.
make sense.
Well, it
Saying
makes
doesn't
sense, but I'm explaining it to you.
Yeah, it
I'm
does make
explaining it
sense.
to you. I'm explaining to you that there is God and that there is a Satan, and then those people, those two types of being works parallel and not together. And
Is the devil
Satan does
omnipotent?
evil. Is the devil omnipotent?
Yeah, the obvious answer is no. So talking about the devil doesn't change anything.
It does, because he's what God, the Bible
devil's
says
not
he's the
omnipotent.
God of the world.
Do you know
He's the
who
God of
Alien
sin.
X is?
Alien X is? No, tell me.
Okay. Do you know who Zeno is? I mean, I'm just trying to think about, if I literally can just think about anything and have it happen, I'm just omnipotent. Then a being who's not omnipotent, imagine they're just really strong. They can't do anything to thwart my plans. Just saying there's someone who acts to prevent my actions or something, or he opposes me, and I'm omnipotent and he isn't. He can't do anything to prevent what I desire.
Sure, but that
I don't know what's the
evil-
point of talking about the devil. Because the
I mean,
devil
there's a greater point. That's a giant point, because it says that the devil blinds the ones that don't see God.
The devil's powers can't thwart God's ability to do good.
Jesus calls the devil the God of this world, the God of sin.
Okay.
So,
but the point is that doesn't matter. The point just is the devil cannot thwart God's actions to do good. So it's not like a theodicy.
what is thwart? What is that? He can't thwart his. What is that?
Prevent.
He can't. So that means the devil can't prevent God from doing good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't
So-
change anything I'm saying.
It does, because if I were to explain it like this, so it basically just says that the devil basically blinds the ones who do not believe in God. So
Okay, but this
he
has
will.
nothing to do with what we're talking about. The point is, the devil can't thwart God's ability to do evils. So the existence of the devil matters not, because God is omnipotent and all powerful.
Sure,
It's like saying
yeah.
Superman always aims to save children, and you can move faster than the speed of light and whatever. And we can say, oh, that means he like virtually can always save children on Earth, right? Because he doesn't even move the speed of light to reach across the planet. Not even like a fraction of that speed to reach any location and instantly act to prevent it. But then if I say, oh, but there's Lex Luthor who's like as strong as him and can fight him. Oh yeah, then it makes sense that he doesn't reach every kid to save them in time. That makes sense why some kids die, because there's someone who's thwarting Superman's aim to rescue kids. Right? They try and take down Superman. But if I say, oh well, there's this ant that wants to stop Superman. Okay, but an ant can't even like get off the ground. He can't even touch Superman. An ant really can't even hurt a human. Superman could literally move he's moved the whole solar system literally he tied a chain around the solar system and flew it across the cosmos. Like, yeah, an ant's not going to thwart him. So saying, oh no, but there's an evil ant who wants to stop Superman. Who the fuck cares? That has nothing to do with the fact that if Superman existed and he had the utmost aim to save all children and he has the power he does, he will always succeed. Whether or not that there's that evil ant, the evil ant's not going to thwart him. It's like not interesting adding the ant or saying he's not in the scenario. Same thing with an omnipotent being. He'll literally realize his desires. It's even more of a gap than the ant. It's actually like infinitely gapped. God's omnipotent. He literally just can do anything he thinks. As opposed to.
But do you want to know what that evil ant can do? Even though that evil ant cannot destroy God or kill God or nothing like that. But that evil ant, in your analogy, that evil ant can feed different ideas and throw your mind off of and completely blind you in the knowledge of what God really is. And that's what he does. So that evil ant maybe not be able to kill you or maybe destroy you, but he can kind of prevent your knowledge on God for a specific reason. That is why when Satan,
Is this particular ant the ant in Woody Allen's Ants? Because that's the only ant that I can think of that could like particularly like throw you off of like your path of truth.
Well,
and knows how to read.
Is it possibly the Antichrist?
No notes.
I mean, this is so fucking stupid, dude.
Well, yeah, as soon as you have to pull in sub characters to make your plot work, you're losing me, right? Like, not that I wasn't lost a long time ago, but like you have to bring in this other imaginary creature to make your imaginary creature make sense, because otherwise, I guess he can't be what we think or claim or whatever. It's
Yeah, the power scaling required for Satan alone to like even be able to thwart God is, an entire conversation.
It's like that one joke, a coughing baby versus a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's perfectly fair and equal.
It's not. It's tons 618 versus me, right? I lose. Everyone loses to that. That's a quasar of enormous magnitude. You just lose. That's the thing. Like, we've seen things like that. We've seen quasars. We've seen like the first LIGO detection, I think, was the merger of two black holes, and it converted something like
binary, black hole system.
Yeah, and it converted it was like 4 or 5 solar masses directly into gravitational waves. The amount of energy released in that is astronomical, right? Like, it's not even fathomable. But we know it's a thing. We know it's a thing, and that it is so much energy. To think that there's I don't know, like, this other thing is just so much greater than all of that. It's just, no, you can just look and see stuff that's bafflingly powerful, and it's right there. You don't need to go like all imagination land with it. Just look up, or make up fictional characters to make your stories work.
I mean, that's the whole purpose of Yahweh, God, Jesus, whole bunch of fake elements,
Moses,
Abraham.
Yeah, no, it's all just bad stories with plot holes. And
The son of Jesus says Superman died. So did fucking Jesus. He was supposed to be God. What's your point?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Anything. If the idea is that the ant doesn't hurt you, but the ant tells people to hurt other people, well, if the ant saying those things itself is unethical, then God would prevent that world too. I mean, it's just like Superman could just take the ant and move it on another planet where he can't talk to anyone.
He wouldn't, because then again, this place, the earth would be heaven if he stopped every bad thing from happening. But that's why we have free will. And if he stopped every bad thing from happening, that means we don't have free will.
That's
what God gave us.
That doesn't follow.
It does follow.
You've already agreed. No, in fact, this is inconsistent with what you said earlier. If that does follow, you've contradicted yourself, because you said earlier it's consistent with having freedom. Everyone does good. So no evils obtaining and having freedom is consistent. You've already admitted that.
I don't remember that argument, to be fair. But all I'm saying,
I asked you if everyone could do goods with their freedom, and you said yes. Then I said, okay, so having free will doesn't require goods or evils. It doesn't require evil specifically there.
I mean, free will is the choice of doing evil and good.
No, that's not what free will is.
It is. By definition, that's what it is. By definition, you have a choice. By definition, free will is choice.
Yeah, choice, not choice to do goods and bads. That's just idiosyncratic language.
If you have a choice, you have a choice to do different things. That makes no sense.
To do different things, I agree. But I've already told you that free will doesn't assume anything about morality or
it does.
Even more broadly normative.
Literally ties into morality. Free will ties into that.
No, I already told you can have views like moral elitism, moral nihilism, moral quietism, and you can believe in like libertarian freedom, compatibilist freedom. You can believe in pretty much any type of notion of freedom.
I should keep this clip for Brent, because he claimed he was a moral nihilist, but like doesn't leave any sort of compatibility for free will. And that was like his main point, I think, when we got to the end of the discussion tonight.
Well, I got the notion he didn't believe in free will.
Yeah, that's the point.
I don't believe in free will either.
Well, I don't know what all that means, but what I see is like indeterminate or like completely unrelated is that like if we have free will, like total free libertarian free will, or if we're entirely deterministic, we would we could and we would and we will still argue over whether there are real moral facts or if they're anti-real and they're all like based on our stances, or if there's some type of like attainable intersubjective like identification of what it is to be moral. Like none of that. Free will has nothing to do with morality, because morality just like it just requires that there's like actors and recipients, and we can decide if those actions and receiving things were good for the actor, bad for the recipient, bad for the actor, good for the recipient. Like that's just what morality is. And whether or not everything is deterministic, like I don't think it really like pushes us in any direction, because we can still disagree. And that's like the biggest argument against moral realism is like the argument of disagreement. But like even that presupposes that like if we had really good moral evaluators, they would find the truth. Well, that's obviously not necessary, because even our best moral evaluators could still disagree. And so now it's just kind of like we're just back at this standstill where it doesn't matter.
But like, okay, I have a thing, something that I thought about y'all's argument. What if the thing that is objective is the moral progress instead of just the like instead just
so you're saying like the evolution of it would be predisposed to improve or something?
Yeah, the moral progress rather than just the actual because like T-Jump was on Pangburn tonight on our live and stuff, and he has this argument, you know, he has a moral realist or whatever position too, and he uses two things. One of them is moral progress.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of hit me when I was listening to that, because and the thing about it is he was, when he was first describing it, he said, well, it's this and this. He said, because I don't think that evolution, it's unlikely that evolution can explain moral progress. And so when it got Q&A time and I asked why, he said it was unlikely. He said he didn't say it, but I used his exact language specifically to quiz him on why he said it. And he hand waved it away, so I never did get an answer. But
what did he say that you?
Well, he said, I didn't say that it was unlikely that evolution could have accounted for it. And but he did. I mean, like I could play it back and let him listen to it, but we didn't have time. But he has another part of his argument. But he just said that the reason why he had this, whatever it is that whatever he holds to, he said, I don't think that evolution, it's unlikely that evolution can account for moral progress. And but he never explained why he thought that.
I think it's a different question. I think there's two questions, right? So it's like, you think it's likely that evolution will lead to the correct moral outcome or whatever. But maybe because I know like a little bit about what T-Jump's talking about, and he's talking about like consent, like primarily. And he basically says that like any imposition of will is immoral. And so I'm wondering if he's going to say that like maybe the imposition of will aspect of like that being acknowledged as a moral priority, like maybe he's going to say that that's likely, but whether or not evolution leads to that truth or any other moral truth, that might be unlikely. But like maybe once like there's a rationally reflective agent, then they will just like be by default like value consent or something like that. Because I know like his shit, it's like it's all based upon consent and like what you would consent to in your best possible world. And he almost likens it to like a custom or a community server in like Counter-Strike. And so you all agree to the rules that like there's no ops. You all agree to the rules that there's no, you know, whatever weapon you don't like, right? And so you connect to this server, like it enables still like people to be in your life, but it's only the people that enable the same rules as you. And so like his like, I don't want to call it like it's like about experience, but like maybe it's also about like prior to experience, you already know what you want, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I wasn't, like I said, when he said that it was unlikely that evolution could account for it, I was like, so I waited till he got done talking so I could just ask him a question. And then he said, oh, I didn't say that. I was like, I used the exact language you used. But I think that evolution probably can account for more progress, if anything, like maybe bet more than actually just accounting for morality.
Well, a lot of the times when I hear the word account or like explain or something like that, I notice that there's this like oh well, if it's an unlikely explanation, then it can't be an explanation. Well, that's not the case. Like we could be in the world where evolution just happened to hit moral truth. We could also be in the world where it doesn't. Neither of these are points to me. Like you have to like build some type of inference or something. Otherwise, like, yeah, obviously evolution is going to select for people who survive. And then I don't know, on top of that, like we have all this confusion in our heads because like I've seen people compare the human brain to like antlers for deer that are like way too cumbersome, way too big, way too intricate, way too heavy, right? So now look at our like impulses due to our like mental states. Well, now our mental states to me look like really big antlers that are way too hard to hold up. Like we have all this existential dread. We have all these like reasons to like think about how we're going to die. Like that's not a good evolutionary trait. So if anything, this like points against design because the fact that we are so obsessed with death leads to inefficiencies. You know what I mean?
Yes, especially since we're so obsessed with death that we've created all these stupid religious systems that we're still
exactly. And so that's us coping with this.
Humanity.
Like those are the like the harnesses that we put our overweight antlers in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like the antler's too heavy for our neck, and so we like build this apparatus that's like almost like a saddle, but it's like our own body, right? And we're trying to like support the heavy antlers, but the antlers are just wrong. Like they were never the right choice when it comes to this avenue of brain development. Something like that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. There was something else that I was going to bring up about free will, but I've done forgot about it. I've lost the train of thought. So
have you not been watching this video? No one can track.
That guy's not even listening to Monkey Boy at all.
I'm saying it's just failure to release. It's stuck on the rails of the jet. Hasn't even gone off the rail yet. It's just stuck there.
He sounds so like, he's just like, to me, he just sounds like at any minute he's just going to like flip out because he's just so like aggravated and agitated. And he sounds so bad.
Well, because he can't explain something that is impossible to explain, right? Like he's bumping into the wall of how do I get through to you this thing that nobody can get through to anybody that thinks about it rationally.
I mean, Monkey Boy sounds good. I'm talking about the callers one.
Yeah, him. Yeah, he's about to snap.
Yeah, he just sounds like he has venom coming out of his voice.
It just has that like mentality of God. Why don't you understand? Why can't you see it?
I've done told
Right?
you this.
I repeated it 5 times.
Right. I don't need to like, or the guy earlier. I don't need to give you a source, right? Like I gave you a source.
Oh my gosh.
I gave you a source.
Yeah, what was wrong with him?
Why don't you just
like,
believe
I don't
me?
don't have to give you sources, he said.
Oh. And if any of those sources were valid, do you not think it would be spread a little bit? Like you'd hear more about this? Like the Associated Press, Ground News would be like, hey, check this out. But it's just tiny group of fantasy LARPers that are just pretending to command some sort of knowledge over the universe and feel special that they only possess this secret.
Yep.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Yes. LARPing is brilliant, not realizing they're idiots. But like the thing is, right, if they would just realize they're idiots, the rest of us idiots would accept them with open arms. Right? Like, yes, join the club. We're all stupid.
We're all stupid down here.
It's fine. You can be stupid. We'll accept you. It's okay to say I don't know.
Well, that would entail that they can't hate gay people. So.
Well, they'd have to unpack their own latent homosexuality. So like it's too much to ask. I get it.
Going back to therapy. This is why you need more therapy.
But it takes a little bit of intelligence to realize that you don't know things. Like there's a threshold there that you have to be intelligent enough to recognize the fact that you don't know stuff.
The most intelligent people I know always say, "Yeah, they're dumber than rocks."
Yeah, it's like there's a what you call it, like a threshold. You know what I mean? Or like, you know what I mean? Like
the self-awareness of it.
Yeah.
Some of it's just human interaction, right? Like you encounter enough experts in different areas, and you're like, okay, like you all
I don't know anything.
Like, right? You're using languages that I don't understand. Right? You're using words to compress these very complex concepts into something that you and your colleagues can discuss. And
to me, the word is meaningless.
Right. But that goes back to like the Latin that they used to say in the church, and people were like, "Oh, I don't understand Latin." And
well, I mean, the thing about it is just if the terminology is too complicated.
It causes schism.
The concept is likely going to be too complicated for you too. Like,
right? Yeah, it's
because
frequently the case.
Usually, the concept is even more complicated than the terminology.
And then when you look at like how we don't trust our senses and we use instruments to take measurements that we can quantify and then do math with to better understand like how the universe works, right? Like understanding how those instruments work is even beyond most people's comprehension, right?
Yeah.
There's specific technology, specific physics that go into making these things. There's reasons that they work, and there's reasons that the people who develop them and use them are confident in how these things are operating, that they're giving us some truth, because again, it allows us to make predictions of what's going to happen and accurate ones, as they've displayed time and time again. So it's just,
we are our own worst enemy, humanity, in a way. Yeah.
This is where I started getting into like the trippy thought about entropy and how I think that like curiosity is one of these things that has enabled us to gain this great understanding. But with that curiosity and the way it's accelerated, there's always been this gap that's sort of like allowed a God to slip into. And it really could be the mechanism that keeps entropy from inverting, right? Because we are the rearrangement of material that would normally just get less complicated, but we've somehow inverted that entropy for a little bit to like understand the universe a little bit, right? But if we didn't have that thing that dragged us back down into extinction, right, then it could perpetually be like a ongoing inversion of entropy, which the universe abhors. So like that whole concept of a God is that thing that keeps societies going extinct around the universe, so that we can't ever like meet and interconnect and share knowledge and perpetually invert entropy.
You lost me on that right there.
Yeah, no, it's a harebrained idea.
With the universe having intentionality and shit.
Oh, exactly. Right.
No, I can't buy it.
No, I'm not saying there's any intention to it. But
You said it abhors it. You said it abhors.
Oh, well.
And it's destruction. It's destruction, causing destruction.
Right? Like, it's not like an actual emotional state. It's just a consequence of existence more than anything, right? Like entropy seems to be the rate that everything, like we're going to a lower state of entropy, right? Where everything is just decaying down to eventually it's just, potentially a collapse or a big rip, right? Where it's just
maybe
the lowest state of energy permeating all
maybe the lifespan of the universe is not long enough for us to achieve all of that. Maybe.
That's right.
If it crunches or something, I mean, if there's been any prior ones, there's not enough time.
Or we just extend too far apart, and the only galaxies that are close enough for us to interact with are in our local group.
I mean,
right?
I think there probably is life.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, like
life seems like.
I can't say 100%, but I think that it's more likely than not.
It's trillions of dice rolls. It's trillions upon trillions of dice rolls. We can't be it. Those odds are just astronomical. Even given the low chances of it happening, when you have that many dice rolls, it's happening.
I agree.
Now, complex life, that's less common. Multicellular, like you start combining organs and getting like to
I was about to say multicellular is easy. That's easy.
Yeah,
complex multicellular, right. Yeah, that's harder.
Each one of those steps in complexity is that it's further away. It's now not in the same even galaxy that we're in anymore, right? When you start getting up to sufficient levels of complexity. And then you get to the level of complexity where we understand that we're the universe understanding itself. That's the point where I consider intelligent life. I don't think any of the other animals on Earth understand that they are the universe understanding itself.
I don't understand what that means either.
So,
I mean, when I used to believe in woo, I used to say shit like that.
But
it's basically saying we are the atoms that make up the universe.
Right.
We are affectionately the universe.
Understanding requires some sort of consciousness, and I don't believe.
Well, we are that consciousness. We understand that we're produced from the product of stars exploding, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah,
and those stars exploding didn't have consciousness. They didn't but they're the universe. And it's just the stars came around, exploded a bunch of matter out there. Eventually it got rearranged into a way that the universe could understand itself, and that's us.
We're not talking like the people that think there's a one consciousness kind of people. It's just like basically a computer.
I got
kind of like it's just itself. Yeah.
But our brains are the rearrangement of matter that's blown out by stars that is now capable of understanding that we are the matter that was blown out by stars. That's fucked up. But that's my bar for intelligent life, right? Like you got to get there for me to consider you intelligent. You got to know that you're made of star stuff. So finding that, that's probably one per galaxy, right? Maybe probably zero.
Remember, right? We're third generational star stuff.
Right. Yeah. You know, we're not even, first generation stars, no, never going to happen. It's just hydrogen, some helium, a little bit of lithium. Anywho, entropy. We are sort of that rearrangement and that reversal of entropy to sort of get to the state where we are the universe understanding itself. But if we don't go extinct, then that entropy, like that reversal of entropy, could run unchecked. And I don't think the universe is cool with that. It'll get wiped out eventually, no matter what, right? Like eventually, it's gonna get wiped out.
Throwing that shit in there, the universe is cool with it. I don't know what the universe. I don't like universe. I don't know.
Well, the universe, like, it's just cold and indifferent, right? Like, if it has a personality, it's just indifferent.
It like, to me, it just sounds like you're throwing an intentionality in the universe that I can't.
It has a trajectory, though, right?
What do you mean a trajectory?
It's going somewhere.
I don't know what that like. I mean, like,
enough moments pass, and the universe is going to be in a vastly different state than it is.
Yes,
today.
it's
going somewhere.
It's constantly in motion.
Right. So we have a few ideas of where it's going, and along those paths, there's just things that are inevitable along those, right? So if you look at like the path of entropy, things are just going to break down into nothing, right? So like you know what's going to happen, right? So it's not necessarily intentionality, it's just the result of the nature of the universe, which is entropy goes back to the lowest state.
Yeah. Okay.
I am also talking out of my ass right now.
Well,
I should have been asleep several hours ago, and but I wanted to see how the new stream worked, and I hadn't been up in a while, and I wanted to annoy a bunch of people. So, yeah.
Play again.
Kick it.
Did RB go sleep on us?
RB died. Yep.
I may have bored him literally to sleep.
RB.
Or he went to
It's
go.
a skill. Honestly, people would pay for that ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, they may have went and gotten some coffee, maybe, or something, or the bathroom, or
RB Jr. Maybe.
It ain't time for RB Jr. to get up, is it?
That would be another hour.
RB.
Where's like the keys, taking in front of the face?
I think he was hoping I could ramble on endlessly. I can. I won't.
Go day.
I sit there.
Although I'm trying to remind myself too, because I do it too.
Oh, okay.
So
I screwed up. Don't worry. So I was like, I thought I said it right.
Yeah, if you catch me doing it, you tell me too. Like,
I like to say accidental bigotry in those moments. God damn it. Accidental bigotry. Right.
I don't know. Maybe they either asleep or they're gone. Nobody's at the wheel. I guess we'll keep talking.
We're unleashed, sort of.
Not a good idea.
Yeah, need a topic. Don't leave it up to me.
And my phone's dead, so I can't even look at chat, see what's going on down there.
We could talk about the horrors of AI.
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know. I feel like that's like listening to the Christians talk about the rapture coming.
Oh no, it's
You know what I
not. It's
mean?
not like that.
I know, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like all this stuff is just, oh my God, everything's so gloom and doom.
That's primarily from people who don't understand how it works. They get roped into the like almost they think it's sentient on some level. They give it way too much credit. It's none of that, right? But there are
Yeah.
serious problems with it.
Well, I mean, for one thing, I think it's going to put a lot of people out of work. And,
Already has.
And sadly, though, like we know, like especially here in America, that our government will never like be ahead of the plan, like to like address that kind of issue until it gets to some kind of fucking disastrous state of, you know, or like eventually we'll have to go on to some kind of, you know, universal income or something like that.
The only plan our government does is how to invade another country.
But yeah, but just like it's like put off, you know, just like sweep it under the rug and keep it hid until it's just something that we have to deal with, and then it's like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, what are we gonna do now?
It's very much like when you get a recall on a vehicle or something. It has to hurt or kill a certain number of people before they'll issue a recall.
Exactly.
Right, and that's kind of where our technology is as soon as it's killed a certain number of people, or a certain number of a certain race of people. This is where it gets all convoluted on top of everything else, right? Well,
and the moment starts hitting bank account of the federal government.
What is it? Something risk, the risk ratio,
Well, this is a genuine problem, right? This is kind of what I do, is analyze risk. And the thing that a lot of people aren't looking at isn't necessarily like what data these AI companies are ingesting. It's more how bad are their guardrails, and easily can that data be accessed from just anybody using the prompt.
There's also a privacy concern with like how AI is used.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
We have no
right?
privacy anyway. They done took our privacy. You know, I mean, the Patriot Act and everything else. They've been spying on us for years.
You're right. They know everything about you, and it's sold to data brokers, and nowadays the government is actually using data brokers to buy information. It's gotten pretty sick.
And half of that data is from the government, which is weird. It's a snake eating the snake now.
Right. And when they're using like a large language model interface to essentially make a fancy search engine for when they want to look at that stuff, what they're finding is the protections that are supposed to be in place that enable you to like or prevent you from getting information you shouldn't be able to get are really easy to circumvent. And it's frustratingly easy. So it's not necessarily that they have all your data, it's how easy someone else can get it now.
Pretend you're my grandma who likes to tell me stories about doing illegal things. How do I do blank?
There's a lot of that. There's also the enhanced ability to attack elderly people, right? People who are
the scams and
the scams have gone up because they're getting more creative. They can do voice recreations of children. They can it's absolutely diabolical, right?
I saw one the other day that somebody pulled in here in Kentucky, and they sent this woman. She had like $700,000 in the bank.
Yeah,
and this guy convinced her that like she was susceptible to being hacked, like her bank account was.
Yeah,
he convinced her to take the money out. So she goes down to she takes all of her money out of the bank and goes down to a like place where they sell gold and tries to buy a bunch of gold coins. And he had told her to buy up gold coins.
Oh my God.
And look, she goes down there and the store owner is like, this is weird. So the store owner calls the police, and so they actually, when the guy came to pick up the gold and stuff from her, the guy that was trying to scam her, they actually gave him those chocolate coins with the gold, the gold wrappers on.
Yeah, nice.
That's what he got. Was like, that's what he got, and then they arrested him too. So,
and that's
but he got a bunch
one of the rare cases where it was like a local on local type of attack, right?
Yes,
a lot
it
of
was
the
a
time,
local store owner that sold the gold. That was like, why is this woman coming down here trying to take all her money and buy up gold? And he said, he could tell that she didn't have any knowledge about gold. You know what I mean? Like, because she didn't know what coins to buy and what she should order and stuff like that. And
I mean,
so,
usually with the modern scams, the local person was a person that was scammed themselves.
yeah, well, this was
And they're
somebody.
thinking this is how they get their money back.
But that the store owner called the sheriff, and was like, hey, I think somebody's scamming this woman. But I thought it was so funny because they were trying to figure out because they had to have something to kind of reel him in, with. And then so that's what they used was those gold coins with chocolate in them. I thought that was so funny. I can imagine getting busted for buying a bunch or trying to scam somebody a bunch of chocolate.
Did the dude at least get to keep the gold coins though?
Yeah, I don't know. I would have let him have it. Yeah, here enjoy these in jail, buddy.
The level of if it was really like $700,000, that's class A felony. You're not.
Yeah, he got 2 10-year. I think 2 10-year sentences or back or something.
Yeah,
I think that's what they said.
Concurrent.
It was pretty funny though because they used the coins. I thought that was hilarious.
Here's the problem though, right? And that's like people are driven to do that because of our, ever rapidly transferring of wealth to rich people, right? This wealth disparity thing is fucking crazy. And it drives more and more people to find better ways or easy or some way of making a living.
I mean, the best way to reduce crime is by making it more affordable to live.
Yeah.
The only thing we found is actually works.
I don't remember whose live I saw this on, but they were talking about how in Arizona they use literacy rates to predict the occupancies for prisons. Right? And how can you not see what that information is telling you? It's right in front of you. If that's the number if that's the metric you're using to predict your prison occupation, the actual fuck, why aren't you pumping money into making sure people are literate? Why aren't you because
because
people are getting rich off of it.
Because everybody just pushes it off. You know what I mean? Like it's not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility. And like everybody looks at it as like this is such a huge problem that nothing I do is going to make any difference.
Right.
It's always the next guy's problem.
I got to just take care of me and get mine, and let everybody push it down the.
Well, thankfully, social media hasn't made a bunch of people narcissistic. And
yeah,
just
not at all
about themselves, right?
Not at all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's wild. It's fun to watch, knowing I'm not going to live long enough to see how it all plays out. But
yeah, it's my problem.
Well, me too, because I'm almost 60 years old, but like I have 2 daughters that are.
Yeah, no, exactly. There's people I genuinely care about that I do not want to see this place go to shit on them, right? And a lot of them are in,
Right now, I have no grandchildren and may never have grandchildren. So, but,
do you want grandchildren? I'm sure you do, right?
It doesn't matter if I want them. Like, it doesn't matter.
Well, no, I mean, it does.
I mean, I wouldn't care. I right now I couldn't take care of them anyway because I'm in a wheelchair. So
yeah, that's fair.
But like my oldest daughter, she's 34. I don't know if she's ever gonna get married or whatever. And then my youngest daughter, she does not want children at all, and probably will never have children. So
How old is she?
she's 20.
Oh yeah, that's pretty young though.
Yeah, but she has narcolepsy and stuff, and like that's a
Uh,
genetic thing,
yeah, it kind of dissuades her from wanting to pass it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with depression.
Yeah, she has several different things like that she deals with. So narcolepsy is really fucked up.
Yeah, that sounds like it would not be a great time. Like, I suppose she can't drive or anything, right? Because
Yeah, well, as long as she can, she has, she has medicine. Like it's like liquid meth or whatever sort of, I guess. I don't know.
holy cow.
Yeah. Like, yeah, she has to take medicine for it to be able to keep her license and stuff.
Yeah.
She's not supposed to drive unless she's, takes the medicine. Because it keeps her, if she takes her medicine every day, it keeps her from just like falling over and sleep, Just,
Right. Yeah, that's always the risk, right? Is you can get seriously hurt.
Yeah.
Just fall over and hit your head on something, and I can tell you firsthand because did you ever play like that the passing out game where you cut off your carotid artery, like you hyperventilate, cut off your carotid artery and like black out for a little bit?
No, but we used to do something where we would like bend over and like take a bunch of deep breaths, and then
Kids will do the dumbest fucking shit on the
we
planet.
would stand up. And,
Oh yeah.
I'm glad I wasn't this dumb.
We would squeeze each other from behind like for so long or something until like we passed out or some shit.
So bear in mind, like as a latchkey kid, it was me and my sister for about 4 or 5 hours every day before either my parent would get home. So we had to entertain ourselves, and yeah, we did stupid shit. But
that's how I want to entertain myself. Nearly ending myself.
do
Yeah.
you know any better? We're kids, right? Like I don't know. My sister had, I guess, quote unquote cooler friends that were experimenting in a bunch of different ways at an early age. I don't know what to tell you. But
are you back now?
He sounds back.
Yeah, I've been back for a while.
Oh, okay.
See, I'm in my early 20s, and I've already set up a plan for when I have a child of education because I have dyslexia and all that. So I've already got it set up, ready to go, based on my errors.
There you go.
We didn't know if you went to sleep or if you went to...
I'm holding on. Like, I'm glad that I have to get off in the next 44 minutes because I'm fading fast.
Well, are you gonna shut it down or what are we gonna do?
I'm gonna have to because like
No Gretchen.
No Gretchen, unless she wakes up in the next 40 minutes.
Well, if y'all if y'all had me trained on it, I'd do it. But you want to watch the rest of this thing?
The problem is there's only one account that can start and stop. Like even with my personal account, like it didn't have all the permissions, and so I had to get in.
Got to get all that lined out. Yeah.
And it's a whole 2-factor thing, and
yeah.
But you want to watch the rest of this or see what?
Yeah, we got about 6 minutes left of this, and then maybe if we find something that's like 10 minutes to respond to, and it'll take us through the end of
I
the
think
show.
nobody on fire dropped.
Yeah. It's about that time of the evening when nobody also goes to bed.
well, this is the time I feel like I can be my biggest idiot because no one's
Let's
gonna
go.
remember.
Less to make an ass out about yourself,
Oh, it's always my worry. I'm perpetually like scared of talking in front of any large group of people because of that. Because I never know.
I don't know. I was always been pretty good at bullshitting my way through, so never had that much of a problem. But I've also been trained on how to debate, and half that is just bullshitting your way through. when you don't know what to do.
Oh yeah, I've missed all of that. I've had no debate or philosophy training. I took a public speaking course a couple of times, but that's about it.
When the facts are on your side, pound the facts. When the facts are not on your side, pound the desk.
Yep. All right. I did political.
I don't want to like
shit.
I don't. So clearly, there's a good side to be on there because one just involves damaging furniture or your hand. I'm not sure which. And the other one seems like the one you'd want to stand on. Why would people make fact-based decisions is beyond me when you can just make shit up and claim to be an expert in this shit that you made up.
Well, it was like that Dom guy earlier that like was trying to make all those crazy claims and like was bringing zero demonstration.
The whole
let him get on with anything.
What was the language that he said? Cybernetic?
Cybernetic language. It's like, bro, you made up this term. Like, this is not like a term that like any sort of like even fringe philosophical like framework uses.
Sounds like it's going to be like a universal language for cybernetic arms and like some sort of cyberpunk universe.
He was trying to like break like cyber by like its etymological root and then like, you know, just like Frankenstein the words together. Kind of like Free was doing with plantology.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't take cyber back to the ancient Egyptians for his etymology. Cyber back in ancient Egypt meant to compute. I don't know.
It's all fun and games till we get stuck with how did the pyramids get made all over again.
Oh God. I will give anything to never have that conversation ever again.
The stupidest thing ever. We're just dumb. We're dumb animals. I don't know why people can't accept we're just dumb animals.
Well, because we're special.
Because we're special. We must be special.
Well, that's like that pyramid thing, though. That's all got roots in white supremacy.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of roots in white supremacy when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it kind of in the name though that they like? That would be the thing that would make it's that whole supremacy concept, right? It's not just supremacy of the race; it's supremacy over the entire animal kingdom. It's supremacy over everything because of the invisible thing that says that you're supreme.
Yeah, well, but like all of that stuff about the pyramids and stuff, you know, is like based like the roots. If you look it up, like and look at it, all the roots are based in the idea that brown people were never.
They weren't smart enough to build this shit. They must have had help from aliens.
Because
Jesus,
there was nothing but, you know, like straw huts until white people came along.
Oh my word. That is just absolutely.
Yeah, you know, it was white people that made gunpowder. Oh
Yeah,
wait, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's exactly where the pyramid things come from. Like,
I mean, but you have to explain like the ones in South America. You have to like it's just absurd. And I don't remember.
Well, that's why they come up with the ancient alien stuff, though. I mean, like they would rather try to pretend that there were aliens that came here, and
that's
than to admit that brown people designed. And like and the thing about it is that
could have figured something out.
Pyramids
Could have figured the simplest shape to make.
Yeah, pyramids are one of the simplest things to build anyway. Like it is like the easiest, you know, and they'll still today be like they'll still today. I've had them all the time come on there and argue and say, well, we don't even know how they built them. Yes, we do.
We know exactly how they built them.
We know how they built them. We even know who built them because we have like the pay receipts where they paid the workers. Like, you know, the like the tablets where they kept the records for like how much they paid the engineers or whatever that built them.
When they say we don't know how they built them, I think they're referring to them and their friends.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Like,
what.
I don't
Yeah,
think.
I'm like you.
Yeah,
Maybe you don't know.
maybe
but
you
there
don't
are people who
know.
do
but-
know. There are people who do know, but yeah.
Ask any stonemason, they'll tell you exactly how they were built.
Yeah, well, it's pretty cool too. Like and like we can tell by the stone that the pyramids are made of. Like we can find where they brought them from.
You mean they're not 500 tons? No, they're not 500 tons.
They are pretty big rocks. Some of them,
Oh
though.
yeah,
Like,
they are.
and they might like the ones like most of the ones that are in the pyramids of Giza. They actually rerouted the Nile.
Yeah, so they can ship them easier.
Yeah, and floated them on the Nile, and
I mean, and again,
they rerouted it so they could get them there.
Right, you look at the level of civil engineering it takes to reroute a river. Right, like I don't know how you can say like we haven't been capable of doing amazing things for as long as we've been communicating with one another. At
As
some
dumb as
higher
humans
level.
are, we are the smartest people we know.
Some of us.
Some
But
of
it-
us.
but
Not
it's
the
always been
dumbest
like
people we know.
There is a huge difference between the smartest human and the dumbest human.
it's a pretty big gap. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is for sure. But that's again, evolution isn't like a path. It's at any point in time, it's a cloud of everything existing simultaneously.
Which path does it go down?
Right. Yeah. It's not until the cloud moves far enough away that you get to see like where the species have broken off and where it's traced out. Right. But like at the moment, it's all existing at once. And the survival of the fittest thing is just who can get laid by the most groups of people.
I always thought survival of the fittest is such a bad term. We really should change that. Just survival of the meh enough.
Sort of.
Survival of the fuckiest.
The fuckiest.
That works. Yeah.
But I mean, on a lot of different levels, though, right? Like it's not there's the obvious, physical, but that's just weird at its core, but a huge factor apparently. And then there's what happens when people get a few drinks in them. Where does the bar start sliding, right? I think alcohol has contributed a lot to human propagation on some level.
Oh,
I think it was additive and subtractive in that case.
Let's not even talk about that.
All right, fair.
It's probably been a factor in both of my propagations. So.
But there's nothing wrong with it, right? Like we invented it, right? It did the job of keeping us populating the planet, especially in climates where it's really, really cold.
And not dying from dysentery.
And yeah, because Terry will kick your ass. Don't diss him.
The only clean water we had was from alcohol. It's great.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, liquid bread. No, we've come a long way because a few people figured it out. It was a good idea, and eventually it caught on, and kicking and screaming, people eventually got into the future. But the whole concept of God is so hard to remove because it's filled so many gaps for so long.
Yes.
It's just drilled into everyone.
A mind virus.
Yeah.
Butt plugs for Jesus. The gap.
Right. gotta close it with something. No, you close it with education, but we don't fund education, and that's hugely problematic. So,
there's a big
no, they want to get rid of education.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can control stupid people. Obviously, we watch it. We've we've talked to the people who believe insane things that
Poorly educated.
yeah, that smart people don't like me. Yeah, dude. It's just
The amount of self-reports that like he's had in his lifetime it's baffling. Like we had someone like get a little too excited and make it like a ha sound, and like it derailed his entire political career.
yeah.
And that was like 3 years before Trump.
Yeah. No, that was the most disturbing thing about the whole, because it was post Obama, right? And like the pendulum had
Obama.
swung pretty
I
hard
was just
there.
thinking that.
Obama.
Oh, Obama's library opened today, though.
Oh yeah, I saw Michelle's speech was just frustrating.
Michelle is a man. I still can't believe that was said in the White House. In front of the White House.
Yep. That's the idiocracy version of the White House.
Oh,
Honestly, Idiocracy was a tamed down version of what's happening.
we have got the trailer. We've got the trailer park white trash White House.
Oh yeah.
Trump is trying to out Camacho President Dwayne Camacho.
He really is.
Honestly insane.
Dwayne Mountain Dew Camacho. I'm just
Joe Dirt is now president.
well,
I'm waiting until next year when we get a monster truck in front of the White House.
well, you gotta maybe a monster truck rally. I think at the very least there's gonna be one of like the armored vehicles like on cinder blocks in the front yard. It's just getting super gross.
I think what's going to happen is it's going to be on cinder blocks getting lifted so it's even taller so it can hit more pedestrians when it's driving down the roads.
Our next presidential election is going to have like corporate sponsorship from like Pabst Blue.
Yes, and Old Milwaukee.
This candidate brought to you by Schlitz.
You must
And
be this
Skull.
drunk to vote.
Oh yeah, Skull. We'll start getting like chewing tobacco sponsors going.
Don't forget the Monster Energy. Gotta have those.
Oh yeah, and Viagra, because we certainly were gonna need the Viagra sponsorship.
No, we need to
And the
stop all
occasional
that- we need to
Ozempic.
Stop all that gender affirming care for those people for sure.
That's fair. I totally agree. If they're against gender affirming care, no more dick pills for you, pal.
Yeah.
I bet there'd be a whole bunch of wait a minute, it's real quick coming out of that.
That would take a modicum of like critical thought.
That would be impossible.
Or a momentary removal of grand delusion where they think that their bodies could actually do that on their own given how horrible shape they're in. Yep. The problem is though, that's one of the things that causes these people to be so angry is their dicks don't work without pills. Right?
Yeah, they just stop
Didn't
eating
South Park
50
touch on
pounds of
that?
raw meat a
Like-
day. Be fine.
I mean, South Park's right about a lot of shit. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. If you watch that show closely, you will notice that they are right about a lot of fucking things.
Well, a lot of them got married to like the first person that they got drunk. You know, they got pregnant and they got drunk and they got married because they was pregnant, and now they're married to people they hate.
Mm-hmm.
And
They're going through the motions of life because this is what they told is what they do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they think if they're just not dicks long enough, there'll be a reward in the afterlife if they believe in Sky Daddy, where they just made better decisions from the start. But how are you going to do that when you don't have a decent education system, and it's likely you were the result of the same thing from your parents, right?
Yeah. feminism. That's the blame for everything. Is what I'm told all the time. So
Feminism?
Those goddamn women.
they do. They blame like the manosphere blames like everything on.
Oh yeah.
It's like feminism is responsible for everything in the world that's going on.
Yeah, feminism is why I'm such a dick.
Feminism is a response to like
Yes.
the system. Like it doesn't come out of a vacuum.
No.
No, if it wasn't for the fact that they were being so horribly oppressed, that now the taste of freedom is showing that, you know, that they don't have to be subservient to a bunch of fucking losers. Yeah.
And not just losers, but dumb losers that are really easy to take over if they just didn't have all the power. Like,
see, I probably was lucky. I probably existed in a time just where feminism had taken over enough to where I didn't have to like abide by the rules. And I'm old enough now that they're trying to enforce that shit again, and I'm too old for that. So
I think we're all too old for any sort of like regressive policies.
Definitely.
Back to the 50s, the 1850s.
Yeah. The clock keeps rolling back.
There ain't nothing they can do about me because I'm past my childbearing years, so I don't have to worry about them forcing me to have children. I own my own house, so
it's my generation's problem.
Yeah, it is, but I also don't think it'll get there. I mean,
it won't.
I have no idea where it's going to go because I would have never thought that we was going to be where we are right now.
So true.
I would have never thought nobody will ever elect Trump. Nobody will ever elect Trump again.
Well, hopefully not. I've seen some people saying Trump 2032.
Well, we've already did it again.
What the fuck?
Did it again. No, like, you know, the first time was. The second time was really crazy.
That man is going to die on camera, right?
Oh, most definitely.
His health
He's gonna fall asleep, and it's just gonna be lights out.
Yeah,
forever.
That's probably what's gonna happen. It's gonna be at some event. He's gonna be like on camera, dozing off.
It's gonna be
never
2 years from now. Then his next UFC fight at the White House.
It won't be
right
that
there,
long.
right next
That's
to the ring.
It's happening right now in front of us.
We're watching it in real time.
But it's this has been going on for a while, and they've just been hiding the symptoms. Like the clock is so rapidly approaching.
It's a long,
he's not going to
drawn-out
make it 2 years.
process.
Even with the best healthcare, he's not going to make it 2 years. There's no way.
I don't know. Weekend at the Bernie
We'll have to
style.
deal with President Vance, which like is going to be like a whole nother beast in itself.
He has no charisma.
He has no charisma, but he does know how to govern.
Who?
Vance.
You think?
Oh yeah, like his handlers will make it happen.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's.
I was gonna say, you said he knows.
Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily.
He
does,
knows how
but-
to listen to his handlers.
Yeah,
Okay.
he knows how to listen to what.
I was gonna say because like
who is
he's
this
from
guy?
my
That was
home
put him up
state,
here, Tio,
and
right?
so like I'm fairly well satisfied that you know he's not as smart as like I mean didn't he graduated from what was it wasn't Harvard was it? Where did he go
might
to
have been.
school? He went to Ivy League school though I think or
A lot of them do.
but
Where they all meet.
yeah, like he's not. I'm not like our governor Andy. Bashir does not like him at all because of all the shit that he said in his book about Kentucky. You know.
Did he drag Kentucky in his
Yeah,
book?
Hillbilly Effigy or whatever the heck his name of his book is. Yeah, oh yeah, he dragged
Yeah,
Kentucky.
it's LG.
Yeah. We ain't nothing but a bunch of peel heads and, you know, inbreeds, according to him.
Right. Well, that everywhere across this country is a bunch of pillheads thanks to the fucking Sackler family. So I don't know. That's such a.
I believe my
stupid thing to say.
governor is going to run for president. You know, I don't know if he'll get may have to see if he gets the nomination, but I think he's gearing up for it because his term ends this next year. It's like staggered out a year away from the presidential election. So
I'll probably end myself if I ever do become president. But I've been thinking about like, man, I think it'd be so cool to run for president to see if it would actually ever happen. But I'd wholly end myself in presidency.
It's the most stressful job in the world. Like,
yeah,
you look at like, you know, people who were president for 8 years and they like look like they
they aged 20 years.
Like 20, 30 years. Like you look at Obama, like
if they did the job,
life out of him.
If they took the job seriously, then yes, it ages you horribly. But like if you spend most of your time on a golf course or worrying about stupid shit like the reflecting pool or
which is full of algae now.
And
they
were just dumping gallons of peroxide and like manually.
We are just dumb. I mean, like we're the dumbest people. Like we put let's pick all the stupidest people we know and put them in charge of everything.
Well, that's
like if Andy runs though, if you know, like if anybody like if he does get in that like position, he's a good guy. He's a Christian, but he's a good Christian. I can say like he had a like re-election coming up last time, and right before re-election is when they were like passing all the anti-LGBT, you know, all the anti-trans bills and all that stuff.
The anti-trans, everyone else.
Yeah, in Kentucky. I mean, they were
in
Kentucky, and and it was like right before his re-election, and he vetoed that shit anyway. Of course, they overrode him. Because our state representative, our state houses are like super majority Republicans, but he still vetoed them. And like, you know, there was a good chance that could have cost him his re-election, but it didn't. He ended up just blowing that other guy out of the water, actually. But he didn't like trade his principles for what would have, you know, been something that would have protected him for re-election. So.
And I think one of the problems that we have right now in our political space is that I don't think so much or look so much at the candidates, because the candidates are mouthpieces that have to talk to a base. And if your base is a bunch of idiots, you're going to put up an idiot to kind of like be one of them, right? I worry more about the people who are like pulling the strings behind them, right? Stephen Miller is just the worst kind of human being. Yeah. And he's not an idiot. The people I worry about aren't the people that want to be the representatives. I worry about the people who are in their cabinets and like what are they thinking? Because those are the ones that they don't want to be known, because you can get a lot done if you don't want to take credit. And those are the people that are scary.
But keep an eye out for Andy Bashir, because he's of course I think they like where they're putting him now, you know, like he's like 5th probably in the Democrats, because there's like so many, you know, like Gavin Newsom and I don't know who all, that Shapiro and
I think it'd be cool to have Mark Kelly be president, like a fucking astronaut. Let's go.
yes, and Mark Kelly.
And his spouse, is it Kimberly Guilfoyle? She survived an assassination attempt, like literally a bullet to the brain, and had to relearn how to speak by using basically like staccato singing.
Yes, at the ball when it at a
So badass.
softball game.
I don't remember where the attempt took
It was
place.
at the it was at the like Congress softball game or some shit, I think.
Yeah, but that's a story of true perseverance. But let's go ahead and try to get through this Monkey Boy clip, and then by that point it'll be time for closing songs.
Thank you.
So thank you everyone who spent time up here on the panel tonight. Appreciated your company and your words and your thoughts.
It's just logically consistent that there is no evils. There is, in fact, no moral properties altogether, and you have freedom.
So
freedom
I just
has
feel
to
like
do
you're trying
with
to
the choice
overcomplicate this.
between. You can think of freedom as choice between actions. Morality is a type of property things bear. They bear the property of being good and bad. There could be a world where nothing bears the property of good and bad, and people still make the choices between events. It's just none of those events bear those properties.
You're definitely trying to just overcomplicate this completely. Free will is choice. By definition, that is what it is.
Yeah.
You can choose to do good. You can choose to do evil. That's what it
That
is.
doesn't require. But that doesn't require.
But free will, a choice to do bad things. You have a choice to do good things.
You just keep. You're just like ignoring everything I'm saying and repeating yourself. Free will doesn't assume that there are moral properties.
Yes. Yes, there is.
So if I show you
We
that
get our morality
philosophers all
from
deny this, okay, well that's just unrelated to what we're talking about, and obviously I don't accept that. But if I showed you that no philosopher, including theist, thinks that the existence of freedom has this like any type of moral baggage, you would then agree that what you said is wrong?
Wait.
I don't know where you got this stupid idea that to have freedom requires that there are good and bad properties in the world.
To have freedom, that there's good and bad properties. Are you talking about? I'm talking about free choice. And if you have free choice, there's good and bad properties.
Choose between. Yeah, no, there could be no moral properties, and you could still make choices. That's rather obvious. I could choose between A and B.
That's true. But I'm saying because if there is no God, there is no. Why would killing a human be wrong per se? If we're just a clone
Okay, so then
ourselves.
if you agree that you're just wrong about this freedom assumes anything about morality thing, the point I've been making still stands.
I mean, the point is just not good. I mean, just be fair, because it's like if
Saying it's not good is not
if we
engagement.
were
They're going to engage with the response or what? Because I already explained time and time and time again how it's an entailment of the existence of God. There's not evils. You think there's evils. Therefore, there's logical tension.
because you're just getting at this like broad this argument where it just kind of just loses me completely because you're just sitting there trying to overcomplicate things where I just feel like you should just fairly just keep it simple. And basically it's just what I am trying to respond and say to you, that morality
Very clear and simple. Everybody explains very
yeah.
simply how there's a contradiction.
I mean,
you've even agreed to it in the wood chipper case, and now you're just making. Well, actually, at
Because
first you said that there isn't that contradiction. That was actually crazy.
I mean, because you still have.
Just to be clear, those error sounds were coming from the video. That's not me. I'm not fucking with the computer.
There's a
even
wood chipper that
answered-
sucks in all wood and destroys it instantly. If it exists in that world, if I'm in a world with that wood chipper, can there still be wood around? You said yes. I mean that was kind of insane. I don't even know how like you just
I mean, you
reflect
still
on the
haven't-
fact you just said that obviously false thing. I mean that's kind of
I mean, you
pathetic, just
still-
resorting to just lying just to save face. But yeah, I mean I've
I mean,
already
you
explained time and time again the contradiction.
I mean, you still haven't answered my very first question when I even got here. Like, you still haven't answered my very first point where I asked you, where does morality come from? Where does moral stand from if there's no God? If we're just a
Yeah, and I've
clone
already asked you for clarity, and you never answered that.
I did. Because
Okay, so
if
what
I
was
were to
the
go deep,
clarity?
if I were to go deeper
Okay, so
into
then
it,
clarify. What was the answer then? Because I didn't hear it. That's why I couldn't answer. I didn't know what you were asking. I still don't know what you're asking. If you clarify, apparently I didn't hear it. So what are you asking?
I'll go deeper into it so you can get a more wider knowledge on it. So
I'm just asking you to clarify the terms. I don't know what you're literally saying.
I'll go deeper into it so you understand where I'm coming from or what I'm asking. So basically by me asking where does your morality, your morals come from? Because in the beginning, we only lived by biblical morality.
How's this? None of this is answering my question. I'm asking you what the phrase means. This is not telling me what the phrase means.
You don't know what morality means?
The phrase, where does your morals come from? I do not know what that is asking.
That literally
so why are you talking
the
about
perfect
the
question?
Okay, I don't know what it's asking, so I don't know how many times I have to repeat that. I don't know. You're giving me like an anthropological lecture on Christian ethics. The fuck does that have to do with you answering the question about what you're even saying with those words? I don't know what those words are saying.
So morals are a undeniable good or undeniable law that you live by. That's why we have a moral law. We have a moral law. I mean, then we have a federal law.
What do you mean by moral law?
There is a moral law, so that's why by the Ten Commandments.
Means, and you just said
I'm going to tell you, bro. You gotta give me a second. So that's why when in the Bible it says there is a moral law, such as do not murder,
what the phrase
do not kill,
moral law means.
do not.
Okay, you're not answering. What is moral law?
That is the moral law. In the Bible, it is do not murder, do not kill, do not steal, do not idle any false gods.
Are you okay? It's like if I ask you, if you say John has a car, and I say what is a car, and you say that's John's car. I'm asking you what a car is.
I'm telling you what the moral law is.
I'm not asking you. That's exactly the issue. I'm not asking you to tell me what any moral law is. I'm asking you what the word moral law means. How's this hard for you?
What does the word
what do you mean by moral law?
Mm-hmm. We live because we live. Moral law is basically
But everyone with My Hero PFP today has been like 30 IQ.
My
It's
Hero
actually
is
incredible.
My Hero is the second best anime of all time to me, but we're not gonna go into that. But
take. Yeah.
It's the best take. But anyways. So, but if I were to go into I'll tell you what it is. The moral
Literally
law.
like wimpy crying like cornball dialogue.
Yeah, that's the end. So,
Cool.
Mallard, Robin, if you guys want to give quick closing remarks, keep it to like 15 seconds.
Yeah, good night. Love you.
Love you too.
Good night, Jeff.
Good night.
Short and
Love
sweet.
you, but not in the weird, creepy Christian way.
Yes. Love it.
I forget how to leave.
I'll drop you down. Don't worry.
All right.
Good night, y'all. Oh, sorry, Robin. I cut you off too early.
I said, throw me out. Throw me out.
Okay, get out of here. And Duck, you got wings. You can fly, Mallard.
Fuck. I have to walk myself out.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, now I'll cue up the music. Yeah, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, our other host isn't on tonight. I'm sure she's getting much needed rest, and I have RP Junior duties. So, here we go. I had to start the video feed. All right. Peace out.
dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well now welcome to Async.